voted. I think we're good with all the votes that you did. And I think he wants to honor the 2 hours. So it's gonna restart in 2:30.
Oh, okay, gotcha. It's gonna restart in 2:30. Well, worst case, you just use my computer. Is that okay? Okay.
That's what I'm saying.
Judge, did I hear you say that you'd already reviewed everything?
Yes.
Okay.
The things that were sent out last week?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, that was quite a bit, but I did. Let me tell you what I briefly looked at it. You know, I didn't look at all the autopsy pictures. I got it. I get the picture.
Okay. Yep. And Judge, just,
Go ahead.
the court is aware, obviously I know that the court's reviewed the evidence that the state intends to admit today. Some of that stuff, as you know, is pretty graphic. We're probably I probably will jump up and ask family members if they want to go ahead and vacate
Yes.
the courtroom.
That's a good idea.
We go into that testimony. I just wanted to make sure.
No, I agree. I think so.
Is it, so go back, is it easier just to adopt the rules and not have to?
They need to express a desire to be here.
I think they'll be
Okay.
fine. I think they'll be fine. It's
Okay.
just, I'd like to give them an opportunity to exit.
Okay, got it.
You all, we are on, by the way. Miss Lewis, can you send me a docket sheet for the aggravated assault cases? I'm sorry, intoxication assault cases.
Yes, Judge.
Yeah, if you send them all on one, then I don't have to do it 1, 2, 3, 4 times. I can write out the docket sheet on the other one.
Thank you.
Yeah, that would be fine. Or y'all can send a separate one on that, but don't put that one on the same one just in case. It's different.
So you just want the intox assault, not the intox manslaughter?
You can send the one intox manslaughter, you can send it separately.
Separately.
Just trying to be sure I've got everything. Okay, I saw in the documents to you all, there were some blanks in the plea paperwork. Let me tell y'all what that was. I just want to be sure everything gets signed.
Those are just, characteristics. One's just writing over,
Are they gonna be here?
grandmother's not here. Mother's here. And then, the person who said he comes in, goes in, knows that he's on his way. Yeah, he won't be just 1 hour.
Judge, Miss Almazi has been kind enough to send that docket sheet.
That's what I'm saying.
Say it one more time.
Miss Almazi was kind enough to send it for me.
Oh, good, thank you.
Thank you.
Also, if there's, some of the graphic testimony, or some testimony that, it's very visually hard to watch. I'm gonna stop. Mel is gonna stop. I'm gonna turn you guys and say, this is not anything that I said. Especially when modern times. So if for some, can you guys hear me? Can everybody hear me? Okay. So if for some reason, come on, and you guys, y'all had to step out. You all promise me you'll do that. Okay, y'all got any questions for us? Okay. Right now,
Judge, I want to make a point where, because I know you had said that we had to cap at 20, we are at 21. Okay.
No cap. That'll be just fine, Miss Lewis.
Thank you, Judge.
No, I'm still looking for, I know that there were, had you all gone back and looked at the plea papers after they were submitted?
No, Judge, I can bring that up now.
No, I have printed them all, those are the ones I'm going through, but I remember seeing some blanks, and I'm just trying to make sure, because I've gone through 7.3 and 7.5. I'm going through 7.4 right now. I just don't remember what I saw, but I know it was something.
The Zooms look good.
Yeah, but I'm a big one. So, I would prefer.
Yeah, it must have just shown some blanks on my, when I was looking at it on the computer. I don't see it on the actual hard copy, so it looks like we're good.
Oh, thank you, Judge.
Yeah.
Where's your brother? Where's your son?
Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and get started on this case. These are cause numbers F1949173, F1949174, F1949175, F1949176, and F1949177. All style of the state of Texas versus L.C. Skinner. Is that your name, sir? I need you speaking to that mic.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you very much. All right, defendant is here. Counsel, let me have everyone announce themselves for the record.
Melody Lewis for the state.
Summer Alonso for the state of Texas.
Randall Eisenberg for the defense.
Colleen Tennant for the defense.
Oh, and Leah Lucius for defense as well.
Okay, thank you. It's my understanding there are some pretrial matters that need to be addressed, Ms. Lewis.
Yes, thank you, Judge. Both parties have previously reviewed and stipulated to certain exhibits that are gonna be presented by the state, and we would like to read those into the record at this time, Judge.
Yes, you may.
As States Exhibit 1, we have the autopsy report. As States Exhibit 2, the identifying photo of our one deceased victim. As States Exhibit 3, we have body worn camera footage from Trooper Leanthony Bell. States Exhibits 4 through 13 are crash photos from the accident scene. States Exhibit 14 is the Swiss lab report related to the defendant's blood alcohol concentration level. States Exhibit 15 is traffic cam footage from MTTA. States Exhibit 16 is a photo of our deceased victim, Ms. Shelby. And States Exhibit 17 is a photo of Ms. Shelby as well. And Judge, we were gonna also ask that the court take judicial notice of the entire contents of the court's file, and particularly pre-sentencing reports and an ATRS evaluation that have been submitted, as well as a notice of non-compliance by Ms. Shaniqua Roberts from Pretrial Services. And we would like to have admitted for record purposes Michael Morton Act documentation to show compliance with the evidence that's been turned over in this matter.
Your Honor,
Okay,
we have no
Judge.
objection to any of those items other than the non-compliance report.
Judge, if I may, that non-compliance report is already a part of the court's file. And then, I'm sorry, I wasn't clear earlier, States Exhibits 1 through 17, we're offering for all purposes.
Okay.
No objection to those.
All right, states 1 through 17 will be admitted. The court will take judicial notice of the contents of the court's file and the ATRS. And let me hear your objection as it relates to the non-compliance report.
Well, Judge, we provided the state and the probation department in relationship to it. They said that it was a test for THC, and it in fact is a legal substance that the defendant was applying to injuries sustained in this horrific accident. And he was using, it was called CBD oil. It's not inhaled marijuana. And so we explained all that, provided that information to state and probation. And we have a response to it. We can get to it if you need, but it's new leaf CBD, and that was what they detected.
If I may, Your
Yes,
Honor.
go right ahead.
So, the state's, opinion on that, Judge, is that that's just gonna go to argument, but not admissibility, since it's already part of the court's file. We would like for the court to have that to review and allow counsel to make the arguments, again, that he kinda already made, to the court for the bench to consider at that time.
Okay, that's fine. I will consider it at that time, and as a matter of fact, I remember reading that and taking a look at that previously. Mm-hmm.
Judge, I believe that that's all. I'll just, repeat kind of for the benefit of some of our family here, that the court, did grant us the ability to have one of our witnesses, Ms. Sanders, when she testifies, to have her wife present in
Yes.
Ramos, I'm so sorry, Ms. Ramos, and her wife will be present, next to her in the jury box.
Okay. That will be just fine.
And Judge, just for the record, the motion to strike the enhancement paragraph in all 5 indictments has been granted by the court.
Yes, state's motion to strike, words and paragraphs have been, granted in each of the cases, each of the 5 cases.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
And Judge, this time, may we, publish State's Exhibit 17?
Yes. And let me tell you what else I would like to put on the record. In each of these cases, the defendant has pled guilty. There is plea paperwork, and the first half has actually been done in each of the cases. This hearing is strictly for punishment. Is there anything else that is a pretrial matter that needs to be placed on the record by either counsel?
No, Your Honor, there is not from the state.
All right, you all may proceed.
And on this vote, I would, ask for permission not only publish State's Exhibit 17, but as well as State's Exhibit 16. Judge, may I approach?
Yes. Down. Down. There you go. Okay.
And at this time, Your Honor, the state calls, Trooper Bell to the stand.
All right. Come on up, Trooper Bell. What is better for you? Which box?
Ma'am.
Oh, I guess we have to use this one. Is that one better, Ms. Fowler?
This-
Is that okay?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Great.
Trooper, let me have you raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm in all matters before the court you tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, you may have a seat.
I remove my mask.
Pardon me?
May I remove my mask? Judge?
Yes, you may. All right, you may proceed.
Thank you. You'll state your full name for your last name for the record.
Trooper Bell, B-E-L-L, first name Lee Anthony.
And I see that you're in law enforcement uniform, but for the record, can you tell us what agency you work for?
Texas Department of Public Safety.
And how, is that commonly referred to as DPS?
Yes.
And how long have you been with DPS?
4.5 years now.
And do you have any law enforcement experience prior to working at DPS?
I do.
And can you tell the court about that?
I worked for 4.5 years in the state of Oklahoma at a local police department and for a tribal agency.
Okay. And prior to working in law enforcement, is there any relevant experience that we should let the court know about?
8 years in the Marine Corps infantry.
Will you move that? I knew that was gonna happen. That's okay. Will you move the, screen so you can see?
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
You're welcome, Judge.
And my apologies, Judge, as I'm, doing this examination, is it okay to temporarily move?
Yes,
class?
sure can.
Now going back to working as a trooper with DPS, can you briefly talk to us about your duties in that position?
Well, right now I'm currently assigned to the Highway Patrol Division. So traffic and criminal enforcement, testifying, assisting any local, other state or federal agencies, preparing cases for the district attorney's office and testifying in court.
Okay, I want to zero in on that part you mentioned as far as, did you say traffic investigations?
Yes.
Okay. Back in April of 2019, would that still be a part of your responsibilities as a trooper?
Yes.
And then tell us what investigating a traffic investigation entails.
So traffic crash investigation, is pretty much what it is. Anytime there's a crash, mainly in this area will be any of the toll roads, Dallas North Tollway, President George Bush, or Sam Rayburn Tollway. Any traffic collision that occurs, we're going to investigate it, no matter how minor, how major, from beginning to end. We just figure out all the facts that led to the crash, all the contributing factors that may have caused the crash, and that's it.
Okay. And at some point were you called or required to investigate, and when we say crash, we're talking about motor vehicle, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. On April 13th of 2019, were you assigned to investigate a motor vehicle incident that happened on the North Tollway in Dallas, Texas?
Yes, I was.
Okay. Can you tell the court how you first came to be assigned to that particular investigation?
Well, I was at my patrol office, or at the office, which is located at President George Bush Turnpike and Frankfurt Road. I was just there doing paperwork. Received a call from the Tollway Safety Operations Center that there was a major crash on the Dallas North Tollway at Maple Avenue. So there was only two of us currently kind of on the road at that time. Everybody else was at Dallas County Jail or Collin County Jail. So I told them I'd be en route. So I left that area, and the time frame from our office to Dallas North Tollway's Maple Avenue is about 15 minutes with no traffic. So I was en route to that crash. While en route, I was contacted by the Safety Operations Center again, and they told me that the crash was possibly a fatality crash, and that one of the vehicles involved was on fire as well. So I still continued en route to that crash.
And so that we have a good idea of this scene, what time is all of this happening that you are receiving a call and ultimately responding?
I believe I received the call about 2 a.m.
And so I think you said about,
2:24.
it was about 15 minutes to get to where you were to the accident site?
Yes.
Now, when you first get to an accident site, what are you looking to do first?
The first concern is to check and see if there's any injuries. But typically the fire department and EMS, they're typically on scene before we are. So after that, just really try to figure out if there was any witnesses and what exactly happened, and getting the roadway clear if at all possible.
In this particular situation, can you describe for the court, what did the roadway appear to include, or describe the scene for us?
So when I arrived on scene, it was pretty chaotic. It was in disarray, really. So there was 3 crash vehicles. 2 of them were severely damaged, severe front end damage. There was vehicle debris scattered across all lanes of the road. There was fluid from all the vehicles across all lanes of the road. Fire department had all the lanes blocked, as well as EMS and Dallas Police Department. And there were firemen and police officers walking around the entire scene. So it was chaos, but it was controlled as far as people walking around and EMS doing their job.
And at the time that you got there, what if any traffic was still maneuvering through the scene?
Well, at that time, Dallas Fire Department had shut down all the lanes, but beforehand, before Dallas Fire EMS arrived, there were several vehicles still driving through the crash scene, or through the little small opening of the crash scene that there was.
And I know it may be addressed later, but at the time that you first get there, did you observe any civilians, other than those injured that may have been on the tollway as well?
Yeah, they're on the right shoulder, kind of walking around. I really didn't know who they were.
After your initial observations, tell us step one in your investigation from that point.
So I was speaking with, there was several police officers on scene, so I was asking them if they knew where any of the occupants of the vehicles were. From my understanding, they told me that they have been transported to the hospitals already, and that two of the victims from the vehicle were in the back of the ambulance. I believe that was the Ramoses. They were still in EMS on scene, and I was also trying to identify any witnesses. The driver of the taxi cab, he was still on scene, so I needed to speak with him as well, find out what happened.
Okay, so let me back up. Can you describe for us, you mentioned there were 3 vehicles, is that right?
Yes.
Can you give us a description of the 3 vehicles?
So the white Chevy vehicle, it's a taxi cab. It was further south on the Dallas North Tollway. It was partially on the right shoulder in the right lane. It was against the concrete wall. It was still facing southbound the direction it was going. Black Cadillac. It was against the left concrete barrier. It was also facing southbound. The front end of it was damaged, severely damaged and smashed in. And there was also, the paint was gone because the front end of it was also on fire. It was partially against the concrete barrier because during the crash, the rear end lifted over and spent around the concrete barrier, and it landed back to make it face southbound. And the gray Nissan was partially in the center, the 2 center lanes. It was also facing southbound, and the front end of it was pretty much entirely smashed in. It was almost not there.
Okay. Who was how many occupants were in the white cab?
Which vehicle?
The white cab.
One, just a driver.
And was the driver injured?
Minor injury.
Was he one of the individuals that had to be transported to the hospital?
No.
The black Cadillac, who drove that vehicle?
That would be L.C. Skinner.
Okay. Is that the defendant?
Yes.
And do you see the defendant in court today?
Yes.
And I'm gonna ask you to identify him first by an article of clothing, please.
Multicolored blue and white tie.
Okay. Let's do this. If I'm sitting in seat number 4, which seat is the defendant, or the person that you identified as L.C. Skinner sitting in?
1.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd ask that the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant in today's case, L.C. Skinner.
Record will so reflect.
Thank you, Judge. And can you tell us how many occupants were in the gray Nissan?
5.
And of those 5 occupants, do you know how many had to be transported to the hospital?
Yes. 4.
Do you remember the names of 4?
Yes, I do.
Can you please tell us?
Ms. Cox, Jacqueline and Cameron Ramos, and Ms. Stevens. I'm trying to remember the right seat passenger's name.
But there was a front seat passenger?
Yes. Sanders.
Ms. Sanders?
Yes.
And Ms. Sanders was transported, is that right?
Yes, she was.
And you said Ms. Stevens. Is that Ms. Shelby Stevens?
Yeah, she wasn't transported though.
Okay, can you tell the court why she was not transported?
She was deceased at the scene.
you've identified the individuals who are involved in the accident, what steps do you take?
So once everybody's identified, have to figure out exactly where they were at in the vehicles, where they were at, what they were doing, where they were transported, and how the crash occurred. Have to identify, like I said, witnesses, and figure out what they saw or what they observed, and from there, if I can, I'll get any type of witness statements or kind of task that out. But from there, like I said, it was only myself and one other trooper on scene, so I had to kind of delegate that I wanted them to take pictures. So we're going to start taking photos of the crash scene, where everything is, because that's all pretty important, where things come alive or place on a crash scene. So we have to get photos of that. Had to contact my supervisor and another trooper. There's a machine called a ferrule. We have to use that to digitally map the scene, how it stands. So we had to do that. We had to spray paint the scene again, so if any other possibilities happen, we can come back out and see where all the vehicles lay. And then we have to initiate the major crash packet, which is something we did as well. And the major crash packet entails every detail there is about a vehicle or the vehicles that were involved in the crash. If the radio was on, and if the tires lost pressure, how many hubcaps, how many lug nuts are on the tires. Once we're done with that, once it's been mapped and we figure out where everybody went and where everybody was transported and all the photos are taken and the ferrule has been mapped, this could take several hours, 6, 7, 8 hours. Once we have all that information, that crash scene from there is concluded.
And just so I can highlight, I'm assuming that the findings of the work that you just detailed in the investigation, that's included in the major crash report packet?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And you mentioned that it was you and another trooper. Can you tell us who that trooper was?
The trooper that took the photos was Trooper Stevens, Philip.
Did you have a trooper that did any interviews at the hospital?
Yes, there's Trooper Mason Swafford. Once he freed up from the jail, I contacted him. I had found out from a Dallas police officer that the driver of the Cadillac at the time was transported to Parkland Memorial Hospital. I asked him if he could go to the hospital and speak with Mr. Skinner and find out how the crash occurred and what happened.
Is it fair to say you were the lead investigator on this particular case?
Yes, yes it was.
And ultimately, as a lead investigator, is it your responsibility to review the information you detailed to us to make any type of determinations as to cause of accident and who's responsible?
Yes.
Now, you mentioned that after completing those items you walked us through, that scene is closed. Once the scene is closed, is there some follow-up that you still have to do in this particular case before making a determination as the cause of accident and who was responsible?
Yes.
Can you talk to us about that?
So after the initial crash investigation is done, there are several steps that have to be taken. Obviously figuring out who the driver of each vehicle was, the condition of all the other occupants involved in the vehicle, have to get their statements about their day and the things that they've done throughout the day and leading up to the crash. After determining who the driver was, Mr. Skinner, we have to determine if this crash was alcohol related, if there was alcohol involved in the crash, or if it was just was it a medical reason? We don't know at that time, so that's another part of the investigation we have to determine. So we're going to do interviews with the drivers, all victims. If there's any type of blood or evidence, I wrote search warrants for those things. So Mr. Skinner was taken to the hospital at Parkland. We know that there was blood drawn by the hospital, so I wrote a search warrant for his blood, which I retrieved from the hospital. I know that the Ramoses. They're from another state, so I had to go to the hospital and interview them about the crash before they left, as well as Miss Sanders and Miss Cox as well. So we interviewed them as well. We also spoke to other witnesses that were with Mr. Skinner at the night of the crash. So when we found out where he was at, we contacted TABC. We were notified that he was at a bar, so we notified TABC. Got in contact with an investigator there, and we asked for their help as far as pulling any type of bar receipts or any type of videos at the bar he was located at, which they did help, so we were able to get those things.
Okay, I'm gonna back up,
Okay.
just because I wanna make sure that we slow this down for the court to be able to, understand some key points here. You mentioned that one of the things you did after the scene was closed was to find out where everybody was leading up to the crash, is that right?
Correct.
And so you would have determined where the defendant was leading up to the crash?
Yes.
And where was the defendant leading up to the crash?
He was at Tate's bar. And Tate's,
Can you spell that for the record?
Tates.
And during your investigation, were you able to determine what, if any, alcohol the defendant had drank prior to leaving Tate's bar?
Yes, I was.
And how were you able to make that determination?
TABC, they drafted some paperwork which they submitted to the bar. It's a demand letter. It demands any bar and establishment to hand over any type of receipts or video evidence that a person may have used, whether credit card or receipts or anything like that. Once they got that, they handed it over to me, so I was able to determine what drinks Mr. Skinner had consumed before he got on the roadway. The receipts had had his name on it, the credit card receipts. So.
And all of this information, because we are going a little fast, but all this information is included in either the major crash report or your office report, is that right?
Yes, the offense report.
Okay, and have you had an opportunity to review that offense report prior to testifying today?
Yes.
And are you confident in your any recollection of specifically what Mr. Skinner had to drink prior to leaving Tate's bar?
Yes.
And can you tell the court what did Mr. Skinner consume prior to leaving Tate's bar?
Excuse me, Judge, I don't wanna be picky about this. Can I take the witness under guard for just 1 second?
Yes.
Trooper Bell, just, when you're saying what he consumed, what you're relying on are some receipts of alcohol that was purchased with his credit card, right?
Yes.
You don't know what he consumed or didn't consume, or what somebody else consumed or didn't consume, correct?
Specifically, no.
Right. I mean, so you did determine though that he was with another person at that bar, correct?
One person.
Right. So, and you determined that Mr. Skinner opened up a tab at the bar, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so, but you don't have video or other testimonial evidence about what he specifically consumed, do you?
Other than alcoholic beverages, no.
Correct. That's all.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
You may proceed, counsel.
Thank you, Judge.
Show me what his signatures.
My apologies, Judge. If I could have court's indulgence, we are,
Sure.
I believe, about to stipulate to 3 additional exhibits specific to the, receipts that were just referenced during the matter.
Okay.
This one is good. These two. Okay. That's pretty strange. So, I don't have any objection to that one, because that's his signature. His signature is not his signature. So, you have what, this the one we said? So we don't have any objection, Judge, to State's Exhibit 19. And with regards to 20 and 21.
Okay, hold on a second. Hasn't been offered yet, so hold
Oh,
on.
I'm sorry. Oh, okay.
Commissioner, Your Honor, to approach, witness with State's Exhibit 19, 20, and 21.
Permission is granted.
Let the record reflect that I can't witness with the mark of State's Exhibit 19, 20, and 21. Trooper Bell, do you recognize, 19 through 21?
Yes, I do.
And are these documents you had previously had an opportunity to review?
Yes.
And are they a fair and accurate copy as to what you recall 19, 20, and 21 being previously?
Judge, to speed things up, we're not objecting to 19, we're not objecting to 20 and 21 as being from Tate's Bar on the defendant's credit card.
Okay.
We are objecting to the signature on 20 and 21. Our client says that's not his signature on those, but he does know that he opened a tab at Tate's Bar, and the first signature on 19 is his.
Very good, thank you.
And so just so that I'm clear, I think, let me ask this, I'm sorry. Are there any names that are listed in States 19, 20, and 21 that would have aided you in your investigation to know which person opened this particular tab?
Yes.
At this time, we're gonna offer 19, 20, and 21 as evidence of a tab opened by the defendant. Are there any objections to it being offered for that reason?
No, none at all, Judge.
Okay, so states 19, 20, 21 will be admitted.
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
Permission is granted.
And Trooper Bell, you can turn that screen in front of you. And if I do this correct the first time, you should be able to see, what I'm putting up here on the Elmo as States Exhibit 19. Are you able to tell, excuse me, on States Exhibit 19, who this tab belongs to? On an orient your eyes to the left side of States Exhibit 19, about midway down under sale, it lists a name.
Yes.
And who does this particular tab belong to?
LC Skinner.
Okay, and what's the total on this tab?
$41.93.
And then specifically, can you read out the drinks that are listed on this first tab in States 19?
Yes, it's one quantity of Crown Royal, one quantity of Hennessy, and one quantity of Jack Daniel's Black.
And now, presenting what's been marked is States Exhibit 20. And I'm sorry, actually, let me go back to States 19. Is there a signature on States 19?
Yes, there is.
Okay. And now presenting States 20. Again, is there a signature on States 20?
Yes.
And again, is there a name that is typed out as to who this tab belongs to?
Yes.
And are you able to tell what the total is for this tab?
$24.40.
Okay, and I'm sorry, I should have asked before, what's the date on States Exhibit 20?
That is going to be April 13th, 2019,
And what's the time?
1:32 in the morning.
And can you tell us what drink is on the tab on States Exhibit 20?
2 quantities of Jack Daniel's Black.
And I'm sorry to ping pong back and forth. What's the date now, putting back, sorry, States Exhibit 19, on States Exhibit 19?
That's gonna be April 12th at 11, I think I said 11:33 p.m.
And then, name, is there a signature on that, exhibit as well?
Yes,
And again, is there a name listed as to who this tab belongs to?
yes, there is.
And what's that name?
LC Skinner.
And again, can you tell us the date and time of this tab?
This tab was April 13th at 1:21 a.m.
And can you just tell the court, what alcoholic beverages are represented on this tab?
Yes, you have 1 Crown Royal, 2 domestic draft beers, 1 Hennessy, and 2 import draft beers.
Now, you had mentioned earlier that it's your job to determine the whereabouts of everybody, and you stated that the defendant had been at Tate's Bar. Through your investigation, did you determine whether or not he was at Tate's Bar alone?
Yes, I was able to determine.
Was he with anybody else drinking at the bar?
Yes, from my investigation, he was with a friend of his. He told me that this friend or associate was, he had lost his job at DHL where they worked, so.
Okay.
I'm okay, thank you.
So they decided that they were gonna, pretty much just hang out and talk and have a few drinks.
And so to your understanding, would it have been 2 people, just the 2 of them that night?
So, originally, Mr. Skinner told me it was 3, but after speaking with the gentleman that was with him, I was informed that it was just, Mr. Stevens and Mr. Skinner and his friend.
Okay. And, as you were asked earlier, on Verdire with defense, states 19 through 21 reflect just the tab. You don't have video, correct, of him actually consuming the drinks that you detailed, is that right?
Yes,
Okay. But at some point in your investigation, you had mentioned you received a warrant for Mr. Skinner's blood, is that correct?
yes,
And at some point, did you receive lab results, on that blood that determined his blood alcohol concentration level?
yes, I did.
And that lab report, if it were in court today, would you recognize it from previously reviewing it during your investigation?
Yes,
Your Honor, at this time, permission to publish, State's Exhibit 14.
Yes, permission is granted.
And, Trooper Bell, do you recognize State's Exhibit 14?
yes, I do.
And what do you recognize it to be?
It's a laboratory, it's our lab results from Texas Department of Public Safety's, crime lab in Garland, Texas.
And in your experience as a trooper, what's their responsibility, the Garland lab?
They analyze, the toxicology of a lot of blood cases, whether drug or alcohol related, and several other investigations.
And this particular lab report that we're looking at, who does it belong, or what blood does it reference as far as who it belongs to?
LC Skinner.
If I zoom in there, can you tell the court, as it relates to this case, what was Mr. LC Skinner's blood alcohol level at the time his blood had, been drawn?
0.237.
Okay, and what's the legal limit, Trooper Bell?
0.08.
Now, you mentioned, I believe, that once the scene is closed, you interview witnesses, is that right?
Yes,
Did you have an opportunity to interview the defendant in this case?
yes, I did.
At some point during that interview, did you have an opportunity to ask Mr. Skinner how much alcohol, what if any alcohol he had consumed on April 13th?
Yes,
Did you find him to be honest in his answer?
not at first.
Okay, tell us why.
the first thing he told me is that he didn't drink that night. I asked him if he remembers speaking to another trooper, Trooper Mason Swafford, that previous night at the hospital, which he told me he did. I explained to him that Trooper Swafford had told him that he smelled the odor of an alcoholic beverage while he was speaking to him. And Mr. Skinner changed the story, and he said that he consumed one alcoholic beverage, but he wasn't drinking, is what he said.
Okay. And he happened to tell you the one alcoholic beverage he said that he drank?
He told me one beer.
In your experience as a trooper, and if you know the answer, you know, please let us know. If you don't, you can say that. And with your experience being prior law enforcement, prior to joining DPS, have you experienced any crashes where a driver had one beer and a corresponding blood alcohol level of 0.23?
No.
Did you learn when you spoke with his companion at the bar, I'm sorry, please tell us the companion's name again, that was with the defendant at the bar?
I need to refresh my memory, but it was either Sanford or Stanford.
Was it Mr. Frankfurt?
What did you say?
Frankfurt?
Frankfurt.
Stanford. Who is it, Mr. Stanford?
Yes.
When you spoke with Mr. Stanford, did he ever tell you how much alcohol he had consumed?
He told me that both he and Mr. Skinner had consumed a couple of beers.
What, if anything else relevant in your conversation with the defendant, impacted your investigation?
The direction of travel that he told me he was attempting to take, so Mr. Skinner told me that he lived in Mesquite, and when he did enter the toll road, he was actually trying to go home, which, the direction he told me he was trying to take was Dallas North Tollway to George Bush, back to 30 to Mesquite, which, if you're coming from downtown, it would be a complete circle. When in all actuality, if you're downtown, you just take Interstate 30 to 80 and it'll take you right to Mesquite. Dallas North Tollway to George Bush to 30 is a complete circle. So that was, that kind of led me to believe that there was some other things involved, or he didn't have control of his mental faculties at the time he was driving.
And as a matter of fact, as you previously stated, you reviewed the different witness interviews, correct? Even if it was done by one of your fellow troopers at the hospital, right?
Yes.
You previously mentioned some of the statements that the defendant had given to Trooper Police Swafford.
Yes.
Do you recall by chance if the defendant had actually told Trooper Swafford the route he does typically take being 30 to 80?
Yes.
Now, you mentioned after you close the scene, you will do follow-up interviews. And in this case that you had also acquired some receipts from Tate's Bar. Is there any other relevant evidence in this particular investigation that you had to obtain? Physical evidence.
I had to retrieve Mr. Skinner's, his medical records from the hospital as well.
Any digital media?
Yes, I guess easier to explain would be black box. So any recordings from Mr. Skinner's vehicle and Ms. Cox's vehicle as well. So the computer box that pretty much let you know everything that was going on inside the vehicle, how fast they were going, the speed, when the brakes were applied, or when the accelerator was applied, and, when the vehicle slowed down, sped up, things like that.
And the information that comes from the black box, is that in the form of a report?
Yes,
Have you had a chance to review that report?
yes.
Can you highlight for us, important aspects from the black box report that were relevant to your investigation that we should hear about today?
Yes, so in 2019, the speed on the Dallas North Tollway around that time, due to construction, was 55 miles per hour. So at the time of the crash, the first impact with the white Chevy cab, it was determined that Mr. Skinner was traveling 73 miles per hour, along with going the wrong way.
I'm sorry, can you say that speed limit again?
73 miles per hour.
And I wanna move on to any other I'm sorry, were you able to obtain any, traffic footage in this particular case as well?
Yes, traffic video evidence from North Texas Tollway Authority.
So then, in addition to, the blood evidence, the video, and witness statements, at some point, do you receive information from, a medical examiner as it relates to Ms. Shelby?
Yes,
Did you have an opportunity to review that information?
yes, I did.
And did you? Your Honor, permission to publish State's Exhibit 1, which is, the autopsy report in this particular case, as it relates to Ms. Shelby Stevens.
Permission is granted.
Are you able to tell, what's in State's Exhibit 1, with the name and demographic information at the top, as far as who this particular autopsy report belongs to?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I know that the court has previously had a chance to review the stipulated evidence, including States 1. We would ask the court to take note of cause of death, cause and manner of death in this particular case.
Court will do.
We won't announce it out loud in court, but if the court will, just recall, the injuries and manner through which Ms. Shelby Stevens had passed away.
Yes, court will do so.
Thank you, Judge. My apologies, Judge, I should have asked for court's indulgence.
You're fine.
to publish, State's Exhibit, 2, which is the identifying photo from the medical examiner's office. And if I could approach the bench, Your Honor?
Yes.
That publication.
Sure.
Your Honor, at this time, we're gonna publish portions of, State's Exhibit 3, which is gonna be Trooper Bell's, body worn camera footage.
Okay, may proceed.
Trooper Bell, I'm sorry, I should have asked you, were you wearing body worn camera footage at the time that you arrived on the scene?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
Okay. And have you had a chance to review that footage?
Yes.
And prior to publishing, the video is roughly 2 hours long, and so reading into the record, the state is going to be publishing first 36 minutes and 40 seconds in to 45 minutes and 30 seconds. Are you able to see on your screen, Trooper Bell?
Yes.
And Judge, are you able to see?
I don't see anything yet. Okay, now I can. There we go.
Thank you. Judge, I'm sorry, court's indulgence, I'm trying to make sure we can get the sound to go through.
Okay.
Maybe that's why. Maybe it's both of them. Let's go back to DGA. What numbers are?
Your Honor, just for, ease of time, we're gonna, come back to this particular exhibit and, jump to State's Exhibit NTTA, footage. State's Exhibit 15, since we're having some technical difficulties, that one does not require sound.
Okay, sure.
Thank you, Judge.
And if I recall, the one you were trying to get, and I'm thinking the people who are, may not want to hear this part of it, dealt with her not having her seatbelt on, hitting her head, laying down on the front seat, and they had to pull her out.
Thank you, yes, Judge.
I got it, okay.
Judge, since you have such a great memory, I think we can then stay on this exhibit and we'll just play the footage since you recall the information that came out.
Yes,
Thank you so much.
okay.
Judge. footage at 40 minutes and 3 seconds. Trooper Bell, you described, 2 or 3 vehicles earlier. In this footage, how many cars are we looking at?
At this time, 2.
And can you detail for us, who were in, each of the 2 vehicles that we're seeing by describing also, just the description of the vehicles?
So the black Cadillac, you can see us against the left concrete barrier there. Mr. Skinner was driving that vehicle. And then the gray Nissan right there, it's in the center lane. Miss Cox was driving that vehicle. Miss Sanders was a front seat passenger. Jacqueline and Cameron Ramos were back seat passengers as well as Miss Stevens.
And picking back up at 40 minutes and 30 seconds in.
Ms. Lewis, is there anything of significance I want to see between now and 45?
Judge, you just read my mind. With the sound being off, we're gonna go ahead and stop it at 42 minutes and 44 seconds. There are 2 more brief moments that we are gonna play because it shows the front of the vehicles.
Okay, very
Thank you
good.
so much.
Mhm. Just to let you all know too, the other thing I do recall about that is that the front seat was damaged based on the impact from the passenger.
Thank you, Judge, that's correct. We're gonna start at 54:37 seconds in, and play to, 55 minutes and 30 seconds.
Judge, could we let the record reflect that the Cadillac is the car that's on the wall with the front destroyed after fire? The Altima is the one closer.
Sure, record will reflect that, thank you.
And at this time, the state's gonna jump to 1 hour, 19 minutes and 40 seconds in, and play roughly to about 1 minute, 1 hour and 23 minutes. And Trooper Bell, can you kind of walk the court through, what do they say, are we showing closer up images of the damage to the black Cadillac now that's at 1 hour, 19 minutes and 53 seconds?
Yes, that's, this vehicle here is the black Cadillac. And we're just pretty much painting the scene, where the vehicles came to rest at. So where the tires were, the front and rear ends of the vehicles, and any significant debris that may have been detached from the vehicle during the impact, and how far it came to rest from the vehicle as well.
Okay, and now I have it paused at 1 hour and 20 minutes and 3 seconds. Can you detail for us as I hit play, is this a closer image of the damage to the gray Nissan?
Yes, it is. If you see, that's the front left end of the vehicle, so it's kind of an angular impact, and it pretty much destroyed that whole side, front end of the engine compartment.
And then pausing at 1 hour, 20 minutes and 21 seconds in. We're gonna stop with the body worn camera footage at that marker, 1 hour, 20 minutes and 21 seconds. Trooper Bell, from the images that you saw in the body cam footage, does it accurately kind of show us now what you were describing at the beginning, when you detailed your observations when you first arrived?
Yes.
And have you had an opportunity to review States Exhibits 4 through 13 in this particular case?
Yes.
Okay. And are they just still shots, because this was kind of a moving footage of some more of the damage, not just to 2 of the cars, the Defendants and the Nissan, but also of the white cab that was struck?
Yes.
Commissioner, Honor, to publish States Exhibits 1 through 11?
Yes.
And publishing States Exhibit 4. Can you tell the court what vehicle we're looking at here?
This is the white Chevy cab. There's damage to the front right quarter panel and front right passenger side.
Okay. And is this the vehicle driven by the gentleman you referenced before who had minor injuries but was not transported?
Correct.
And now I'm showing you what's been marked as States Exhibit 5, as well as States Exhibit 6. And now States Exhibit 7. And are these still shots or images of the defendant's vehicle?
Correct.
I'm sorry, one more, State's Exhibit 8, it's also a defendant's vehicle.
Yes, it is.
And now showing you State's Exhibits 9 through 11. State's 9. You reckon, or is this the vehicle belonging to our victims in this case?
Yes, it is.
That also reflected in State's Exhibit 10.
Yes.
And then this is an inside shot of our victim's vehicle in State's Exhibit 11.
Yes.
Now, the next images are a little bit harder to look at. The State's Exhibits, I believe 12 and 13, if I may approach, Your Honor, we're gonna just publish those to the bench.
All right, sure.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
Trooper Bell, just handed, Judge State's Exhibits 12 and 13, but you had previously reviewed those, are those correct, is that correct?
Yes.
And, at the time that you arrived at the scene, was our, decedent, Ms. Shelby Sanders, was she found on scene, outside the vehicle?
Yeah, Miss Stevens, she was already outside the vehicle to the right, back rear, of the Nissan.
Have you had an opportunity to review the traffic cam footage, that captured the particular incident in this case?
Yes, I have.
Permission, Your Honor, to publish State's Exhibit, 15.
Yes, permission granted.
Excuse me, Judge. Well, you know, watch all 12 minutes, I mean, you've seen this, haven't you?
Yes,
Is there a reason that we're gonna play the rest of it?
leave it up to the state.
Your Honor, it's only about 8 minutes, and honestly, it's public hearing, and I think it's for the benefit of some of our other individuals as well, if that's okay.
Sure, that's fine.
Pausing at 3 minutes and 23 seconds in, Trooper Bell, can you detail for us where there is currently a fire that may be depicted in the footage that we're seeing?
You look towards the bottom, partially left center, the black Cadillac, the front left end of it is on fire.
Okay. And kind of in the center of the screen, we observed some individuals that are to the right of this silver Nissan, is that correct?
Yes.
And can you tell our court who are our 2 individuals that appear to be assisted up off of the tollway?
Jacqueline and Cameron Ramos.
Okay.
What did you say?
Jacqueline and Cameron Ramos.
And is it your understanding from your investigation whether or not Jacqueline, Mrs. and Mrs. Ramos, Jacqueline and Cameron, did they remain in the vehicle or were they ejected?
They were both ejected out of the same back right window.
And I'm gonna keep letting it play at 3 minutes and 28 seconds, but Trooper Bell, earlier in your testimony, you mentioned that the scene was chaotic, maybe prior to, all of our first responders getting there. Are we observing that now at this time at about 3 minutes and 45 seconds in?
Yes.
And can you refresh our recollection as to, what is chaotic from a public safety standpoint that we're observing?
I would say it's like a public safety nightmare. You have 2 vehicles disabled, one in the left lane, one in the center lane. Traffic is still flowing, so it's 2:30 approximately. So just from my experience working in that area, it's a high DWI area, late at night at 2:30 in the morning. So there's potential for other intoxicated drivers to drive to that scene and crash again or hit any pedestrians on the road. These lanes aren't blocked, so all the injured people or pedestrians walking over to the right shoulder could potentially get run over by these other vehicles that are driving to the scene, not stopping. Mr. Skinner's vehicle is on fire, only the front end at this point, but despite if that fire spread, it could engulf the whole car. Then we have smoke insulation possibilities and a possibility for his vehicle to explode. And then all the other pedestrians that are running across the scene also have potential of being run over by other vehicles. It's a lot of potential hazards there, as well as Ms. Cox, Ms. Sanders, and Mr. Skinner still being trapped inside their vehicles.
Okay. And thank you for asking. Let me see if we can identify where everyone is at this time. At 5 minutes and 28 seconds, as it continues to play, are you familiar with, at this point, where the Ramoses are located?
Yes, I am.
And can you tell us?
If you look to the far right of the screen against the concrete barrier by the light pole, they're against that concrete barrier, kind of sitting and knelt down. Their injuries were pretty significant.
Okay. And again, where is Ms. Sanders at this time?
So Ms. Sanders, if you look at the gray Nissan there in the center, Ms. Sanders is still seated in the passenger seat. She's unable to move. Ms. Cox is in the driver's seat. The way that vehicle was impacted, the angular impact, pushed the front end of the dash in, so she was pinned inside the car with her knees. Neither one of them could move, and just from interviews, I know that Ms. Sanders was screaming for, Ms. Sanders was screaming for Mrs. Stevens, who of course didn't reply because she was deceased in the back seat and they were all still trapped inside that vehicle.
Okay. And because you've seen this footage before, as it continues to play now at 6 minutes and 45 seconds, do you recall at one point, does Ms. Jacqueline Ramos attempt to answer the screams of Ms. Sanders, who's trapped in the front?
Yes, she actually attempted to open the door, but her injuries were significant. She was confused, and that passenger door was jammed shut. It had to be pried open by the fire department.
And we don't yet see our EMS, is that correct?
Correct.
And so as this continues to play at 7 minutes and 17 seconds, our 3 individuals who are inside of the gray Nissan, they're having to wait then until EMS gets there, is that correct?
Yes, they're still there, just waiting.
Are you aware of whether or not the fire department had to deploy any type of equipment to actually remove everyone from the vehicle?
Yes, they had to deploy equipment to remove, to open up the passenger door of the gray Nissan, and they actually had to use their equipment to completely rip open or disassemble the driver's side door of the Nissan, and also they had to use equipment to open up the driver's door of Mr. Skinner's vehicle.
Okay, and thank you for bringing that up. At 8 minutes and 11 seconds in, are we still observing that the defendant's car is on fire?
Yes, it's getting pretty bad at this point.
Okay, and when you say pretty bad, are you saying that it has expanded from where it initially started?
Yes, it initiated in the front left corner, and you can see the entire front end is almost on fire.
And at this point, now that we're 8 minutes and about 40 seconds in, are you aware of whether or not Mr. Skinner has yet been able to make his way out of the car?
Yes, he opened up the driver's side door, and I guess you can say he kind of slumped or fell out of the driver's seat there.
And we're at about 8 minutes and, about 9 minutes in, and at this point, do we see that first responders or EMS has arrived on the scene?
Yes, Dallas Fire Department and Dallas EMS have finally arrived there.
Your Honor, pausing at 9 minutes and 13 seconds.
Okay.
While we still have the footage up, how familiar are you with this particular roadway that we're looking at?
Very familiar.
So I backed the footage up and I paused it at about 8 seconds in. Can you describe for us direction of traffic on the left side of the screen, on the right side of the screen that we're looking at?
Yes, if you look at the middle, you'll see a concrete barrier wall there in the center. The right side of that wall is the southbound lanes of Dallas North Tollway leading into downtown and Harry Hines Boulevard. On the left side of the screen, that's going to be that's the northbound lanes. I'm not sure what I said at first. The right side is southbound, and the left side of the screen is going to be the northbound lanes of Dallas North Tollway coming from downtown area.
And so that we make it clear on the record, we're looking at where we see 4 vehicles. If I'm facing the screen on the left side of that barrier you mentioned, is that the northbound lane?
Yes, that's the northbound lanes of travel.
Okay, and then on the right side of that barrier you described where we see some signage at the top, that's the southbound lane, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, and on that right side of the barrier, we see 1 vehicle on the right side, which is the south tollway, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and just so that it's clear that 1 vehicle that's on that right side, on the south side, he is running parallel in north in the same direction the 4 cars on the left side of the barrier, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Prior to entering onto the south tollway, would there have been any signage to alert any drivers that would be heading the wrong way?
Yes, just, if you back further up, coming off of, Harry Hines there are several red and white signs that say, wrong way, do not enter. And at nighttime, those signs flash red, illuminating the wrong way. So there's, at least 10.
Okay. And in your experience, particularly patrolling, tollways, does this appear to be a well-lit area?
It's very well lit. Occasionally, we'll have drivers drive the road with their lights on because they can see so well. They think that their lights are actually on.
Pass the witness, Your Honor.
Defense, Cross.
Yes, Your Honor. Trooper Bill, my name is Randy Eisenberg, and can I ask you a question about, I don't know about, can you hear me and see me okay over here? Do I need to move over someplace?
No, sir, you're good.
I'm good?
Yes.
So I've got a couple of questions to ask you, and if they're confusing in any shape, form, or fashion, let me know and I'll try and clarify them. Sometimes I get ahead of myself in my thought process.
Okay.
Okay? So first of all, you know, I hate to mention, but you already have the fireman on the scene determined that if the deceased had been wearing a seatbelt, would have changed the outcome possibly. Is that right?
Not if she wasn't crashing.
Okay, Trooper, let me say, I need you to either speak a little more clearly or pull that mic up to your mouth because we can't hear some of your words.
Okay.
Or speak a little louder. Okay.
I said not if she wasn't crashing too. No.
I'm sorry, what?
Not if the vehicle wasn't crashed into. No.
Oh, of course. Of course.
Okay.
Okay. So in your determination, do you believe that Mr. Skinner's Cadillac, that it entered the tollway at Harry Hines? Is that what you think?
Yes, from that direction.
Was there any footage or anything like that, that during your investigation you were able to come up with that showed that?
Just the NTTA footage there.
Just this footage?
Yes, there's.
So there wasn't anything preceding to this that we were able to retrieve?
No.
Okay. Just so that I understand everything, you know, you did an investigation, you got lots of different issues and lots of different conversations and things like that. Did you determine the speed of the Chevy Impala that was going southbound, that was the vehicle that was struck first?
No, I did not.
Did anybody?
No.
Okay. Did it not have the computer stuff in it that would allow you to do that?
It did.
It did,
Yes.
but you just didn't do it?
We didn't get that vehicle speed information.
Okay. How about on the Nissan?
Yes.
Okay, what was the speed on the Nissan?
60 miles per hour.
60 miles per hour. Okay. Would you agree with me that once the crash of the black Cadillac with the Impala occurred, the Cadillac didn't have any ability? I mean, you can see as it begins that the Impala and the Cadillac are trying to swerve to avoid each other, correct?
Yes.
Okay, but after the collision, the Cadillac is, you know, it's not in control, right?
Yes, it fishtailed.
And then that's when the collision head-on occurred.
Yes.
Okay. And apparently in the tape in the reconstruction on the, I forget the computer thing, the Nissan's braking occurred with a delay of about 3 seconds. Is that correct?
Before the collision?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. I mean, it attempted to brake, but it was like 3 seconds or so before it actually braked, before the collision, right?
Approximately.
Okay. And Mr. Skinner, I mean, we saw this video, but he's in the burning Cadillac, correct?
Yes.
And he's there for at least 8.5 minutes, right?
Inside the vehicle?
Yeah? Am I wrong, 8.5 minutes or 9 minutes, whatever it was? I mean, you testified that he was able to get the door open and fall, and he was still partly in the car and still, is that
Yes.
right?
Yes.
And the EMS people or the fire department people, they're the ones that had to actually cut him out of the car too, right?
They pulled him out the vehicle.
Right, okay. And let's talk about his injuries for just a moment. Because there were some conversations that you had with him, I think the day after the accident,
A few days later.
a few days later, and some conversations that Swafford had with him, but these were the summary of his injuries, just basically. L4 facet fracture, it's lumbar 4 facet fracture, right? That's his back, lower back.
I'm not a doctor, but.
Okay, well, do these sound right to you? L2 to L3 and L4 to L5, partial fractures. That sound right? From the medical records from the hospital, they're in your report.
Yes.
Left lateral tibial plateau fracture. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. These aren't trick questions. I mean, if I'm misstating it, it's not intentional. And, he estimated blood loss was about 100 cc's. Alcohol was detected, is that correct?
Yes.
This is from the hospital notes. And the VAC from the hospital was a .206.
Yes.
That's right, and that's what you actually wrote in your report, right?
Yes.
And then Swift later did the same blood draw, I guess, and they came up with .237. Is that right?
It was the Texas Department of Public Safety's crime lab.
Yeah, the Garland lab, right?
Yes.
Okay. So, let me see. You did an investigation of Mr. Skinner during the course of this case, is that correct?
Yes.
Do you have a criminal record of any kind?
Not that I recall.
That's a no, right?
It's not that I recall, sir.
Well, if you had a criminal record, do you think that'd be important to recall here?
Not for my purposes of investigation. I was investigating a crash, sir.
Okay. So, your answer is you just don't recall?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Interesting. Okay. So, did you determine during your investigation, because you said he was not very truthful or something like that, in your experience with investigating people who've been in major traumatic accidents like that, their memory's impaired sometimes, right? They have concussions, severe injuries, their body's in shock, is that correct?
Maybe the day of the crash.
Right. Well, did you see the video of Swafford talking to Mr. Skinner?
No.
You haven't seen that at all?
No.
Okay. So you didn't see Mr. Skinner break down and cry when he was told that he had caused someone to die? You didn't see that?
No.
Have you read it in your report? Because it's in your report.
I read it, sir. Yes.
Okay. So it happened, right? Because Swafford put it in the report, right?
Yes.
Guy didn't know what had happened. The last thing he knew, he was in the bar, woke up in the hospital, seriously injured, fractures, all that sort of stuff, right?
Correct.
Okay. And was extremely remorseful. Was he remorseful when you spoke with him?
Yes.
Okay. Look, Trooper Bell, this is tough for everybody here in the courtroom. It's tough, it's very difficult for the family of the deceased and the people that were injured. I know you have a relationship with them now. They hugged you when they came into the courtroom. You know, my heart goes out to them. I have 2 daughters.
Objection at this time, Your Honor.
It's-
Wanted to see if we're gonna get to a question.
Yeah, we're getting there.
Hold on,
My
hold
point-
on, hold on, there was objection, even though.
Well, I withdraw whatever I said, Judge.
Okay.
My point is.
But
it's
hold on,
difficult.
hold on, Mr. Iceberg, okay, hold on. There's objection on the floor.
Your Honor, the official objection was relevance. If he's gonna withdraw, we just ask that the portions about his family and daughters just be stricken from the record, Judge.
Yeah,
That'll be stricken.
Okay.
Counsel, you may proceed.
okay. This is difficult for everybody, but I know it's difficult for you to get up here and try and be telling the neutral facts when you have a lot of empathy for the family of the deceased and the victims, correct?
No.
Okay, good. Did you determine in your investigation, you said you were a Marine, is that right?
Yes.
Did you determine in your investigation that my client was honorably discharged from the Marines after 4 years of service to his country?
Yes.
Okay. Does the fact that he's a Marine enhance his credibility in your mind?
It was easy to relate to him being a Marine.
Okay, got it. Did you know that he went to Carter High School?
No.
Did you know that he played 2 sports there for 4 years at Carter High School?
No.
Okay. Do you know what DHL is, the company that he worked for at the time of the accident?
No, I did not.
Okay. When you said that, he said that there were only 2 people at Tate's bar, he and his friend Stanford. Stanford said there were only 2 people at the bar, Skinner and Stanford. The discrepancy was, my client said there was a girl that had become intoxicated there, and that Stanford kept saying that he wanted to take her home. You remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And if Stanford were not telling you the truth, it might be because he was trying to cover up for his fiancée, from his fiancée, that he was trying to get something going with another girl at the bar, right?
At this time, Your Honor, we're gonna object to speculating as to the motivation behind why Mr. Stanford may or may not have maybe told a lie.
Okay, I'll let him answer if he knows the answer to that.
I can't answer
Okay.
why he would have said what he said.
But there's no question, Mr. Skinner said there were 3 people at the bar.
No, there's no question about that.
Okay, got it. Do you know anything about whether the insurance has covered any of the damages in this case, or there's been an insurance settlement in this case?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Sustain.
Does Mr. Skinner have insurance?
I don't recall at the time of the crash. I have to refresh my memory.
Okay, well, I mean, isn't that one of the things that you check is his driver's license, insurance, right?
Yes.
Okay, so he must have had it, right?
If so, it'd be on the crash report.
Okay. Well, it'd be in your report if he didn't have it, if he said he was driving without proper driver's license insurance, right? It'd be in there.
It would be on the crash report, yes.
Okay. And if it's not there, then he obviously had it, right?
Right.
Okay. Have just a moment.
Okay.
Honor, at this time, we don't have any further questions.
All right, any redirect?
Trooper Bell.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
You may proceed.
Trooper Bell, just a second ago, the defense asked you some questions concerning the defendant's memory, whether, I guess, on the day of the incident or shortly thereafter. Do you recall those questions?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall on the actual day of the incident at the hospital, whether or not the defendant was able to communicate to Trooper Swafford the typical route that he takes home?
Yes, from Trooper Swafford's report, he told him
Okay.
typical route he takes.
And was that Highway 30 to 80 to Mesquite that we referenced earlier in your direct?
Yes.
So he was able to remember that right after the accident on the same day, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And on the day of the accident, when he was asked how much alcohol he had consumed, he was able at that time to tell Trooper Swafford that it had been 1 beer, is that correct?
Yes.
Based on your conversation with him later and him referencing that he had drank a beer, do you believe that that 1 beer reference is due to faulty memory or perhaps trying to be dishonest because he's in trouble?
Just from the conversation that I had with him, it seemed like he was trying to be dishonest. Like you said, to not get in trouble or.
Okay. And would that be based on your experience as someone who's been in law enforcement with the DPS and in Oklahoma prior? Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, and so are you trained to be able to detect deception in individuals in situations where they're facing trouble?
Just from like human behavior or just questioning at hands. Typically, most of the time, we can usually tell if somebody's being honest or not at times.
Pass the witness, Your Honor.
Okay, Trooper Bell, sorry about this, but the time you spoke with my client, Mr. Skinner, he was in the hospital, right?
Yes.
And he was being treated with pain medicine and all kinds of other stuff, correct?
I'm not sure what they were giving him, sir.
Well, for a broken back, broken tibia, they're giving him something, right?
Probably yes.
Okay, when Swafford spoke with him, for sure, I mean, he was out of it, right?
I know they had a conversation with each other. I'm not sure if he was out of it or not.
Well, Swafford, he went so far as to try and do a horizontal gaze nystagmus test on him, correct?
Yes.
And couldn't do it because his eyes were swollen shut.
One eye.
Okay. Well, can you do an HDN test with one eye?
Yes, sir, you can.
Oh, really? Okay. Can you do it when someone's had a concussion?
No, that wouldn't be smart.
Okay. And so, what do you think? You think he might have had a concussion after a head-on collision like that?
I couldn't tell you.
Okay. Well, it's in the medical report, isn't it?
He said if I.
The hospital, it's in the hospital records from Parkland, right?
If he had a concussion?
Yeah.
Okay. It should be, yes.
Okay. I don't have anything further. I just want to thank you for your service in the Marines.
Thanks.
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
Okay. May this witness be excused? From both counsel?
I'm sorry, yes.
Defense? Mr. Eisenberg, may this witness be excused?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry.
Okay.
No objection.
Trooper, thank you very much for your testimony. You may be excused.
Thank you.
Y'all, this is gonna be time to take a break. We're gonna take about a 15-minute break. Everybody, we will restart at 12:30.
I'm sorry, Judge, I didn't hear the.
12:30,
12,
yes,
okay, 15.
yes. Before we get started, let me say this to everybody. Everybody that is sitting in this courtroom, other than court personnel, has lost somebody that they love. The reason I say that is this. For the victim's family, you guys have lost somebody that really meant a lot to you. But I want you to think about this. You have some people that are sitting over here supporting the defendant that are also about to suffer a loss. Maybe a little bit different. It's different. But what I'm asking you all to do is at least be respectful to each other. Be respectful to the court. Be respectful to everybody else that's around you. These little comments that I'm hearing that are being made is unacceptable. It's not appropriate. Please don't do it. Next comment that is made, you'll be escorted out of the courtroom. All right, thank you. Counsel, we'll go back on the record. You may proceed with your next witness.
Thank you, Judge. At this time, the state calls Ms. Reosha Sanders.
Ms. Sanders, I'm going to have you raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm in all matters before the court you tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yeah.
All right, thank you. You may have a seat. That seat doesn't turn too much, so just be careful getting in it. There you go. All right, counsel, you may proceed.
Judge. I'm having you to speak up loud as you can, and I want you to say your full name, spell your last name for the record.
Reosha Sanders, Sanders,
Now, Ms. Sanders, we're gonna take our time today, and try our best to get through testimony.
Okay, hold on just a minute. Will you please spell your first name?
Reosha.
Thank you. Go ahead, counsel.
We're gonna take our time, if and when you may need a break, okay? Just say, give me a second, everybody understands we're gonna stop, okay? We're gonna start off, and I'd like for you to please tell the judge a little bit about yourself first.
26, I'm a stylist, I have a salon downtown Dallas. I'm a very caring and loving person, and I'm the highlight of like my people and my family, and I'm surrounded by, and I'm an influencer to a lot of people, a big influence to a lot of people.
And let's jump right into, Miss Shelby Stevens. Do you know Miss Stevens?
I did.
And can you tell the judge your relationship with Miss Stevens?
Shelby was one of my best friends that I met when I moved here to Dallas, Texas 6 years ago.
And we had heard some testimony earlier about a couple of other young ladies, Jacqueline Ramos, as well as Cameron Ramos. Do you know those young ladies as well?
Yes, those are my childhood best friends since I was 10.
Okay. Now you mentioned that you've been in Texas 6 years. Where are you originally from?
Bakersfield, California.
And is that where you came to know Mrs. and Mrs. Ramos?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Feel free to move, feel free to move that microphone over.
Okay.
Yeah, the whole thing will move. There you go.
Okay.
Mhm.
My voice kind of deep, but it's a little deep.
And so, did you introduce Miss Stevens to the Ramoses?
I did.
All right. And how long, had you only, known Miss Stevens during your time here in Texas, or had you known her previously?
I knew her here my time here in Texas.
And how did you come to meet Miss Stevens?
We're both hairstylists, so we met through the industry.
Okay. Since you're one of our young ladies, who knew her longer, I'm gonna ask you a couple more questions about Miss Stevens, okay? Okay, so remember, for some of these, I know it gets hard, but you're gonna have to say a yes or a no, and it's just, it's natural for us to say, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, did Miss Stevens work in a salon with you, or how did that happen?
She worked inside of a salon with her sister.
Okay. Did you work in that same salon?
No.
Okay, how exactly did you all meet then?
We met my ex that I was with. They worked inside of her sister's salon. So I was with him, so we met inside of the salon they all worked in.
Okay. And what do you know about Miss Stevens and the hair that she used to do, and maybe even the environment of her salon?
It was a very good salon. She was a Christian woman. She was a very sweet woman. She was a mother. entrepreneur, and a very good spirit to be around.
Right. When you say good spirit to be around, what do you mean?
Very good spirit to be around. Like every year or the new year, like she'll come and pray for us. She was just a very good person to be around. Like a very good person. Like she made sure like she took care of everybody. She was just a circle of life. Like she was the person that you went to if something was wrong, you had a problem. She was very big on praying, very big on like, you know, just being a good person.
Okay. Say that last part for me. Just take your time. You need to
I
take
know.
a second. You can take a second.
Okay.
Alright. I think that last part trailed off just a little bit. If you can, I need you.
I'm gonna keep it together, I'm sorry.
You doing okay?
But like, yeah, okay. So she's a very good spiritual person. She made like she was a circle of her family, her friends. Like she made sure she kept everyone together and grounded.
Alright, we're gonna transition into April 13th, 2019, okay? Alright, remember you gotta say yes for me, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I know you remember that day very well, is that
Mhm.
right?
I do.
Alright. Now, on April 13th, 2019, were your friends, the Ramoses, had they come into town to see you?
They did. They came to Dallas because they were trying to move to Dallas, so I wanted to show them Dallas.
Okay. And, on that day, did you have an opportunity to go out with the Ramoses and with Miss Stevens?
I did.
Okay. Can you talk to us a little bit about how, kind of that night started for you ladies?
Well, it actually started at brunch. We went to brunch in Dallas. We went to the mall. We went to her family's house. We went by the salon she was working in. We went to my parents' house. We went to my house. We literally did a lot of good things that day. And then that night, it led to us going out to a hookah lounge called Villa. It was in Addison, I believe. We went to the hookah lounge in Addison. And then that's what we called our Lyft driver to come pick us up.
Okay.
Because we were trying to be responsible. You know, I'm very big on being responsible. So I wanted to make sure that we had a driver to come get us.
Okay. I'm gonna come back to that in just a second.
Mhm.
Earlier you said after brunch you went to her family's house.
We went to the mall after brunch.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Mhm.
When you said her family, who are we talking about?
We went to go see her grandpa.
Okay, and when you say her, you're talking about Miss Stevens?
Yes, we went to go see Miss Stevens, her grandfather. And I feel like we wouldn't. I don't remember if we went to her parents' house or not, but I remember for sure we went to her grandpa's, his home. He was at home, I believe, or like where he stayed. We went there.
Okay, so, all the girls went to go see Miss Stevens' grandfather.
So we didn't actually get out. She got out.
Okay,
But
she
we
wanted
went
to go
to-
visit her granddad.
yes.
Okay. And you guys you said you went to the hookah in Addison.
Addison.
And when you guys went to hookah, you're celebrating, is that right?
Yes, I wanted to show my friends like a club out here, so I wanted to take them somewhere.
Okay. And you had mentioned that you wanted to be responsible, so, did you anticipate that you guys would go to hookah and maybe share some cocktails and things like that?
Yes, I intended for us to go and have a good time and spend time together.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so, did a Lyft, or, I'm sorry, I didn't ask, but was it a Lyft car that picked you guys up and taken you down Addison? It's okay.
It was, yeah, we took a lift there as well, yeah. Yes.
Alright, and so after hanging out at, the hookah, where did you guys go after that?
After the hookah,
Where
to the
you-
hospital.
That was a bad question.
I'm sorry, we got into the, we went to the hookah, we got picked up, and then
Okay,
Excuse me just a minute. Hold on.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
looks like there's a matter I need to take care of, which is a young lady in the back that was recording after I have all these signs up that say do not record. So, let me have you stand, ma'am. And I need you to bring your cell phone up so you can erase that recording. Come this way. Come this way. There's no recording, audio or video, for everybody that's in here.
I didn't record anything. I took a picture of my sister going to the stand to testify.
Okay.
So,
What's another one?
There's two.
you ready? You see it?
I can't. Come around a little.
You see it? Deleted. You see
Got it.
it? It's deleted. There was no one talking. Anything else?
No, that's it. Thank you. Thank you.
Judge, this person eventually, okay.
Yes.
Let's go.
All right, counsel, you may proceed.
Mayor, just for the record.
Yeah, go right ahead.
I'd just like to make that defense objections one. I know the court's overruled the objection, but just for the record, I wanted to,
No, go right ahead. You can put it on the record if you'd like.
it's okay.
Okay.
I'm done.
Ms. Sanders, how long were you at the hookah location?
Possibly 2 hours.
And when you all left the hookah location, were you heading home? Was that the intention?
Head home, yes.
I want to jump to the very first thing you guys, or you remember specifically on that trip heading home. Actually, back up, I'm sorry. Can you describe for me the atmosphere in the rideshare car as you guys were heading home from the hookah?
The atmosphere in the rideshare car was very nice. The Lyft driver, she was very nice to us. She was explaining to Karen and Jackie about the tollway, like what that was, because they were not from here, like I said. So she was explaining to them about Dallas, just period. So we were in the car. She had some soft songs playing. We were like only 3 minutes away, like 2 or 3 minutes away. It was a very good ride.
Okay. And about what time, if you can recall, was this happening, when you guys were in the car heading home?
2:22. Well, I mean, she picked us up around maybe 2:10 or so, but around that time, it was like 2:20, 2:22, I don't remember.
Okay, and we're talking about in the morning.
Oh, in the morning, we went for brunch, maybe like 11, 12.
No,
Oh,
I'm
in the
sorry, I
morning.
wasn't clear. When you say 2:22.
2 a.m.
2:22 a.m.
2:20, yeah, I'm sorry.
And where were you sitting in the car?
The front right passenger seat.
Okay, so you guys are heading home, it's a good atmosphere in the car. I want you to tell us exactly the first thing you recall, that stands out to you, okay?
Seeing a car come swaying down the freeway.
And as best as you can remember, what happened after you saw the car, and this car is coming towards you?
It's coming, yeah, it's coming towards us. It's like kind of swaying and then it just hit. It swayed towards us and then we collided together.
So now, after the collision, what's the first thing you remember?
Waking up, not seeing my friends in the car. Thinking they were all out of the car, not knowing Miss Stevenson was in the back. So just trying to figure out where were my friends.
Okay. You said, so when you said not knowing who all was in the car, so we're talking about Miss Jackie and Miss Cameron?
Yes, and Miss Stevenson. I didn't think she was in the car, but she was in the car. She was on the car.
Okay. Did you happen to see the driver, or were you able to see the driver?
The driver, yes. Me and her were talking the whole time.
So after the collision, were you able to make any observations of the driver, since you two were the only ones in the front?
You want me to describe how she looked or what we were talking about?
Whatever you recall after the collision, as far as what you remember seeing of the driver.
Her face was like smashed into the steering wheel. Me and her were talking, and she was crying about how she had a baby. And we were trying to get each other out, and I was trying to tell her, like, listen, we both okay, we're still alive, like, we're still breathing. I said, try to get I told her, try to undo my seatbelt, because she really couldn't move, so I tried to try and undo my seatbelt if she could. But we just was sitting there talking, basically trying to keep each other calm.
Okay. Mm-hmm. And so, were you able to get out of the vehicle?
No.
And do you recall eventually how you were able to be removed from the vehicle?
Mm-hmm. I think the fire department, they either cut some of the car or they got me out. They had to cut the door. I don't remember exactly, but they had to cut the door and get me out.
Okay. And our driver, was she able to get out the car on her own, or did she need assistance?
She needed assistance. They got her out the car too. I think they cut her door too. I don't remember, but she had assistance to get out.
And just kind of in those moments, do you remember if it was kind of immediately, or if there was some time that lagged before the first responders could pull you guys out of the car?
It was some time.
And do you recall kind of what was going through your mind at that time?
Us being trapped, not being able to get out, and me trying to figure out where were my friends.
Were you in pain at that time?
I was. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Can you talk to us about your injuries that you sustained as a result of the collision?
I had bruised lungs. I broke my left hand. I fractured my pinky. I had a colon. I got cut on my I had a part of my colon removed, so I was cut down my stomach. And then I got plates and rods in my back, so I was cut on my back. And then I like smashed my knees too, but I don't, what is that called? I tore a ligament in my knees.
Okay. Now you mentioned the hospital earlier, so how long were you actually in the hospital?
Almost a month.
Now you mentioned that you're an entrepreneur, you do hair.
Mm-hmm.
How did being in the hospital for a month impact your business?
It impacted it a lot because I'm the salon owner and my sister is my assistant, so if I don't work, she doesn't work, and I wasn't at work for 4 months.
Aside from impacting your business, let me go back to physically. You described quite a few injuries, and so after being released from the hospital, was there any type of aftercare or therapy that you had to undergo?
It wasn't therapy, yes.
Can you talk to us about that?
I did physical therapy for my hand. I never did it for my back. They said my back is fine. My knee, I mean, everything was like my back and my stomach, I couldn't really do therapy for that. I just had to heal, if that makes sense. But I did it for my hand.
And the healing process, as far as for your stomach and in those areas,
Mhm.
how long did that take?
Like 2 months. My sister had to constantly stuff my wounds. I was left from the hospital with an open wound, and she had to get me together for 2 months. Mhm.
And, you know, as we're talking today now in 2022, physically, still just staying on that, are you still having any physical problems as a result of the collision?
Yes, every single day. So I went from being able to do 10 clients a day down to 5 or 6. And it has affected me because I made obviously more money at first. So now I take more of a cut because of my injuries. My knees are bad, my back hurts, and my stomach, I have some problems with that too.
You feel comfortable telling us about that?
A part of my colon is removed, so like I can't eat too fast, or I'm gonna either have, what's the proper word for it?
You can say the word.
Oh, throw up or go to the bathroom instantly. I can't eat certain things. I get bloated instantly. It's a lot to do with the digestive system.
Are you still under any type of medical care?
No.
For some problems? And so one of the injuries you also had mentioned was that you broke your hand. Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yes.
Oh, yes, ma'am. I'm sorry.
It's just, I promise I'm not trying to be.
No, you're okay.
It's just for Miss Sharina.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And so, are you able to do the same styles? I know you're doing less clients, but can you still do hair effectively, in the same styles with the injuries to your hand?
No.
Okay, can you tell us how it's impacted?
As far as me doing my installing of the hair, I cannot. My hand cramps up immediately.
When you say installing?
Installing mean sewing. So I can't do as much sewing. So I do more wigs now. I can't do as much sewing like I used to. So I've alternated and do something different now, which also affects my financials too, because I can't do it.
Are you able to still sustain your quality of life, even though your financial situation has been impacted?
Mm-hmm. Yes, but I feel like I could have been a lot farther.
Okay. When you say a lot farther, or were there some goals that you had kind of laid out for yourself?
Yes, I'm also an influencer with plus size clothing with like different companies. So my modeling, I'm a little bit more on the insecure side because of my scar. I can't really just show it off. I mean, I can, but I didn't have a scar before, and I have one. A big one.
And Ms. Sanders, I don't think I asked you a lot about your family, but as comfortable as you feel, can you tell us about your family? Do you have children, you married, parents, and things like that?
I have parents, I have sisters, I have a lot of cousins. I have a very big family on both sides.
Okay. And how were they impacted knowing that you had gone through this?
When that happened, I think, my whole family was at the hospital. That really played a role on my family financially as well. Like I mentioned, my sister is my assistant, which means when I couldn't work, she couldn't work, which also affected my niece and nephews. And my parents as well, too. So it was a domino effect.
And some of those family members you're talking about, particularly your sister,
Mm-hmm.
and how it's impacted her and her children. Is your sister here today?
She is. She's back there.
And your parents here today?
They are. Mm-hmm.
Okay. We talked a little bit about physically, financially, some of the impacts. Do you feel comfortable talking to us about how this may have impacted you emotionally, and maybe your day-to-day even now?
My day-to-day, I literally have to wake up and see the scars that I'm left with from the car accident. So that's like the number one thing as well as having the plates and the rods in my bag, as well as when I eat certain stuff, going to the restroom, like, it's a lot of little things, especially when I first wake up. It's like, you just see the scars immediately, so.
Is it a reminder?
Every single day.
All right, Ms. Sanders, it's kind of a broad question, but I want you to, end with telling the court, anything that you feel are as your last words that you want the bench to hear before you step down.
Can you repeat that? I want to say to the audience, basically.
So right now, it's just to the court. So if there's anything I haven't already asked you that you want the judge to know about, that I may have
the judge
missed,
to know about.
just the judge.
Okay,
This
so
is an opportunity for you to just let her know.
just about me, or about this frame?
Anything you feel I haven't covered, your last words to the judge.
This was a very big impact on me, my family, my life, and all the people that are influenced by me. I don't go through things in life the same. Like, if something really good is happening to me, I'm assuming something bad is about to happen, like, right after. Because like I said, that day that we went out or whatever, that was a very great day. Like, that was the perfect day, and it ended in a very bad way, but it was like such a good day. So I no longer live life how I did before 2019, April 13th, 2019. I no longer live it the same. I have a lot of anxiety. I was a little depressed behind it in the beginning. I do have a lot of guilt still, but I'm trying to work on that. But it's very hard, and I'm getting through it. And then my friends were involved too, so I just it was a lot on my plate because I was the one intended on us going somewhere, trying to be responsible, and for it to still end the way it did is crazy.
All right, one last thing, Ms. Sanders, you mentioned guilt.
Yep.
Okay. What do you mean when you talk about you feel guilt?
Just the fact that we went out and I was upset because my friend was with me and I was trying to, protect her and still just trying to get a living. It still didn't work. Trying to be responsible just still didn't work.
Pass the witness.
Okay,
Ms. Sanders, first of all, sorry for everything that you've gone through. I want to ask you something about the hookah lounge. I mean, what were y'all doing there for 2 hours at the hookah lounge?
We were literally doing nothing. It was a Nigerian hookah lounge, and we didn't even drink or smoke. We didn't do anything. It was actually very boring.
What was the reason for taking the lift?
To be responsible, just in case we were going to drink.
Well, okay, I understand. Maybe that's to get there, but
To get back,
yeah.
just in case we were going to drink, to make sure we had a safe way home.
I don't have any further questions. Again,
Mm-hmm.
I am so sorry for your
Thank you.
circumstances.
thank you.
Nothing further to say, Your Honor.
All right, may this witness be excused?
Yes, Judge.
Mr. Eisenberg?
Yes, Your Honor, may we please call a witness?
Okay, hold on. I was just asking, can this witness be excused?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry.
Okay, all right, thank you, ma'am, for your testimony. What were you gonna say?
I was gonna ask permission to call the witness out of order.
Okay,
The state has no objections to that, Judge.
all right, go right ahead. Let me have you raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm in all matters before the court you tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, you may have a seat.
Could you, I'm sorry. Can you hear me and see me okay?
I can't.
You know what, hold on just a second. Deputy White, can you move that screen around? If you just make it flat. Turn the other, he can't see the witness from there. No, that one. Mm-mm. Yes. There you go. That may be better. Are you able to see?
Can you hear me?
I can.
Okay.
Can you see me?
I can.
Okay, very good. Please state your name for the record.
My name is Dawkins.
And tell me what your,
DAWKINS.
And are you a pastor of a particular church?
I'm the pastor of Macedonia Missionary Baptist Church in Faith, Texas.
Okay. How long have you been a member of, or how long have you been a pastor at that church?
For 19 years.
Okay. And besides being at the church, you work outside the church too as a
Yes, I'm a financial advisor.
Okay. So my question is, do you know Mr. Skinner,
I do.
my client here?
Yes. Mr. Skinner married into a very prominent family in our church that spanned 4 generations, and so he would come to church with his wife.
Okay. And could you tell me her name, wife's name?
Tatavia.
Okay. Is she sitting in the courtroom?
She is.
Okay. And her parents are not here at the moment, but they've been in the church for 4 generations. Is that correct?
Her family has, yes.
Okay. And you know her, I guess, better than you know Mr. Skinner, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And with regards to Mr. Skinner, has he been a regular attendee of the church both before and after April 13th of 2019?
Before he had started coming, and then COVID happened, and so we kind of changed the normal course of our service. So I don't know if he was actively watching online or not, but we did a lot of online service at that time.
Okay. And I don't know how familiar you are with what happened in April of 2019, but did you and Mr. Skinner have any interaction with regards to anything?
Yes, shortly after the tragic incident, he did contact me for prayer and a Bible. The other details I did not ask. I simply prayed for him and his family and told him that I would be there to support in any way that I can.
And he asked you for a Bible?
Yes.
I assume you gave him one. Is that
Yes.
Let me ask, do you know how many children Mr. Skinner has?
I know that there are 3 children that he and Jatavia take care of, yes.
Okay.
Provide care for.
Okay. 13, 8, and
6.
right? 2 boys and a daughter.
Yes.
Okay, nothing further.
State?
Yeah, just very briefly, Judge.
Mhm.
So Pastor Dawkins, and did I say that correctly, your last name?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Pastor Dawkins, you said, how long have you known the defendant?
I've known him about 5 years.
And in that time, you said he was a regular at your church and you met him through Mr. Skinner's wife, is that correct?
Yes.
All right, so when the defendant would come see you, I'm assuming you only interacted with him during services?
After service, I interact with all the members after service. Yes, that's correct.
So once a week maybe, if that?
Yes.
And that, of course, it's prior to COVID, right?
Yes.
Now, you indicated to us that he asked you for a prayer and for a Bible. Did I get that right?
That's correct.
When did that conversation happen?
Shortly after the accident, I don't know the exact date, to be honest with you, but I got a call and he told me that there was something tragic that had happened. I didn't ask the details, and I just immediately tried to honor his request.
So, we're here on an incident that happened back in April 2019. Does it sound like it might have been around that time that
Yes.
he communicated with you?
Yes.
And he didn't discuss with you the details of what happened?
No, he did not, but some of the family members kind of let me know what happened, and that's kind of how I left it. I didn't probe or ask any other questions of him, and I don't know what information that I received that was correct, because I just received information from some of the family.
Understood. And so when he had that conversation with you, it sounds like you provided him a Bible, is that correct?
Yes,
And did you pray with him?
I did.
And what kind of, beyond that conversation, did you have any additional conversations about why he's here today?
None other than Saturday.
All right, Saturday.
Yes.
This past Saturday?
Yes.
Okay, what happened this past Saturday?
I had a chance to talk to him, and he was informing me that today there was going to be a hearing of some sort. I didn't ask about any other renderings that have already been given. I just knew that there was something going on today, and I was going to be here to support if I could.
You didn't ask him why he was here?
I knew why he was here, but I didn't ask about the incidents that brought him here.
You didn't think it was important to inquire as to why you would be testifying on his behalf, as to, why you would be sponsored for your testimony for today?
Well, I was thinking that I was gonna be here and giving, just telling who he is. I'm not on trial. I'm just here being a character reference for him.
Okay, what kind of character does he have?
As far as what I've seen and times that I've observed him in service, he's very quiet and very caring for his family, is the extent of what I can give you.
Okay, all right. So you don't know if he drinks regularly, is that right?
No, I have not spent any interaction with him outside to know if he drinks or any of that.
You don't know if he was attending AA or NA after he killed Shelby Stevens?
That information wasn't disclosed to me. No.
You don't know if he's attended any kind of drug or alcohol treatment after he killed Shelby Stevens?
No, ma'am, I do
All
not.
right, and he didn't offer that information up to you, is that right?
No.
Yet you're here as a character witness, even though you have very minimal information about the defendant and why he's here, is that right?
In your opinion, yes.
Well, it's not my opinion, I'm asking you a question. Is
I
that
just know
correct?
about his interaction within church. So yes, as it relates to outside, I don't know anything.
Okay, it sounds like you didn't, your church is in Fate, you said, F-A-T-E?
Yes,
And that's outside of probably what?
it's Rockwall County.
Okay, and so is it fair to say that you don't have dinner with the defendant or go out with the defendant outside of your time that you see him in church?
That would be fair, yes.
So the character evidence you can provide this court is simply he attends church and he's quiet and he seems to.
I can only testify to what I have seen in service, yes.
Okay, all right, I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Okay, anything further?
Nothing further. May this witness, Your Honor, may this witness be excused?
No objections from the state, Your Honor.
All right, yes, sir. Thank you so much for your testimony. You may be excused.
Thank you.
You may call your next witness from the state.
Your Honor, this time state calls Shekendria Cox.
Okay, and while she's coming up, can I see the attorneys, please? Ma'am, let me have you raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm in all matters before the court you tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes, ma'am. Thank you. You may have a seat. Counsel, you may proceed.
All right, judge has given us permission, if you feel comfortable, you can remove your mask, as you go through your testimony, okay? All right, I'm gonna have you say your full name, and then I want you to spell your first name and your last name for the record.
Okay, Shekendria Cox, Shekendriah.
And Ms. Cox, can you tell us a little bit about yourself?
I am a retired chef. I'm a mom of a 10-year-old. I'm married. I'm the oldest of 3. My parents have been together 45 years.
Okay. And you said that you're married. Can you tell us your spouse's name?
Ashley.
Okay. And is Miss Ashley here in court today?
Yes. Yes, she is.
And what's your son's name?
His name is Travis.
Now, you said that you're a retired chef. Is there any other work that you're doing now?
I'm a business owner. I'm opening a bakery next month, but I'm unable to do the physical work, so I'll hire people to do it for me. But I'll use my chef expertise to train those around me.
Okay. We'll jump right into it then. When you say you're a retired chef, does it have anything to do with the events that happened in April of 2019?
It has everything to do with those events. It ended my culinary career professionally.
Before we kind of talk about the details of what happened to you that prevents you from being able to be a chef anymore, I want to ask you, in what capacity were you working back on April 13th of 2019?
I had just quit my job. I worked as a corporate chef for 5 years before that, and I have been in the industry for 15 years professionally. And I had just quit my job and was working at Lyft to raise some additional funds to open up a restaurant. That was my goal, to go out on my own.
And I know you mentioned that the goal of working for Lyft was to raise money. But were there particular hours that you worked as a Lyft driver?
I worked overnights in particular. I've had some people who have also been hit by drunk drivers in my family, and some that are not with us any longer. So I wanted to make sure that I was part of the mass movement of drivers at night, making sure that drunk people don't make it on the roads, to be that option.
Okay. And so you chose to work those hours just to try to keep people safe, is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
I did work other shifts, but primarily I worked overnight.
And in the early hours of April 13th of 2019, were you working as a Lyft driver?
Yes.
Okay. And at some point, did you receive a call, or I don't know how it comes in, but were you dispatched off to a location to pick up some young ladies?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. As a matter of fact, do you remember where you were sent to pick up the group of young ladies?
I don't remember the exact location or the name, but I do, it was right off the tollway, a little bit north of Addison, I want to say. They were my 3rd ride of the evening. And I remember telling myself, like, oh, I didn't even know there was a place over here. Maybe I can take my wife here, because we had just gotten married 4 days prior.
Do you remember roughly how many young ladies you had picked up?
4.
Okay. And when you picked them up, did you get a sense of kind of the mood that everybody was in?
They were, excited. I'm thinking it was somebody's birthday. They were all celebrating, and wherever they just came from, they were still, hyped up from there. And I just kept the party going in the car on their way to their next destination, or tried to.
So when they get in the car and you say you kept the party going, or were you playing music?
Not initially, but their conversation was talking about a group that I had just gotten into. So I put that music on, and we were all singing, and they were singing, and we were enjoying ourselves in the car.
Okay. And do you know they were trying to head home at that time?
I'm not sure if they were, I can't remember 100% where they were going, either to another bar or to a hotel, or, I know it wasn't a residence.
Okay. And at some point though, do you call out to your patrons, you know, kind of how far out they are from the next destination that you may be taking them to?
Absolutely. From my experience as a Lyft driver, it's best if I give the countdowns. So I give like the 10 minutes, the 4 minutes, and then the 2 and the 1 minute to allow the passengers enough time to get their belongings together and kind of precursor them to make sure they have all their stuff.
Okay. As it relates to why we're here today, was there an important time that you called out to the ladies in the car?
Yes, I remember telling them that we were 4 minutes out. That's the last update that I gave them before everything happened.
Okay. So at roughly 4 minutes out from their destination, I want you to tell us what is the very next thing you remember after calling out 4 minutes.
I set my cruise control because, like I said, we were singing to the song and I didn't want to let my speed get out of control. I'm sorry,
Please take your time.
they were talking in the back and singing, and I think I either changed the radio. My phone was on one of those clips that go into the vent, to let them know the notification, I saw the time on my app that was up. And then I noticed, I had changed lanes, but then I noticed that I remember the cab, and I remember him swerving, but I didn't know why. And then all of a sudden, we were hit. Right, like milliseconds before, I just turned the car in a direction so that I could take the brunt of the hit, because I didn't know what was going on. My mother always told me to veer right if you see headlights, because if there's a inebriated driver, their first instinct is to veer right. So if we veer opposite of each other, we won't hit each other. And it was 100% my intention not to be hit, but I had maybe 2 seconds, if that, to make a decision. And I slammed on the brakes and turned my car.
And even though you took those measures to try to avoid whatever had hit the first car, that was not what happened. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
It was inevitable. It was too late. I didn't have enough time to clear the path.
Do you remember seeing, other than the first car that got hit, do you remember seeing the car that came towards you at all?
Just the headlights. I mean, right in my face.
And after you saw the headlights, what's the first thing you remember?
The impact and the eerie silence, because we went from a very boisterous car, happy, positive feelings, a celebration, if you will, to complete silence. And it's because my phone was attached to Bluetooth, but the impact shot my phone through my windshield away, so far away that it no longer connected with the car. So it was silence.
In that silence, do you remember whether or not you lost consciousness?
I never lost consciousness. I remember hitting the airbag and then, the initial what's happening, but my adrenaline had, softened my pain. And then the young lady next to me was talking to me. I can't remember our exact conversation. I do know that we prayed together. And then I couldn't see what she saw, and I'm very grateful that I did not. But she saw her friend and was upset, viscerally upset. And then she was moving dramatically in her seatbelt because she couldn't get out. And when I looked in the back seat, it was empty. but I can only see the middle and the passenger side of the back seat, and it was empty. But the right, back window was out,
Okay.
like it was busted out. I undid her seatbelt, cause I had limited movement. I was, crammed into the front cavity. I had limited movement, but I had enough movement to unbuckle her seatbelt and unbuckle mine, which gave me a lot of relief on my hip pressure that I was experiencing. And then all of a sudden I heard people out in the street, and it's weird because it's a highway, and somebody yelled, "The car's on fire." And so I had enough motion to just push the push start off to turn the car off, so that if it was our car, that it wouldn't take hold, or if it was his car that was on fire, that it wouldn't spread to our car, because the motor fan would be cut off.
You mentioned his car. Were you able to see at that point in the vehicle the other car that had struck you?
No. My windshield was, I had no visibility. The only visibility I had from the windshield was the hole that the cell phone left. My window was broken, but I had the side curtain airbag obstructing, so I couldn't see that. And then I had the airbag in front of me, I couldn't see that. I tried to reach in my limited motion to open my door, but my entire door panel was shredded, so I could not exit the vehicle.
Okay, I wanna pause there for a minute. I know you mentioned that you could see the young lady who was in the front right passenger seat, is that correct?
Yes.
If you're sitting in the driver's seat, looking over your right shoulder, the person who would have been sitting behind that front passenger was not there, is that right?
Yes, the middle seats in the back and the right seat behind the passenger seat were vacated, where there were once people.
I wanna spend some time talking about the young lady sitting directly behind you, okay?
Okay. I didn't see her. I didn't, other than her talking behind me with her friends, I didn't have any other interaction.
Okay. After the impact, do you recall what, if anything, happened to your seat? Did your seat remain where it was? Was your seat pushed forward? Do you recall how you were impacted?
I'm a big lady. I don't know if y'all noticed that, but, so, I was in this Nissan Altima. In order for me to fit with my long legs, I had to push it all the way back and all the way down. So, after the impact, my seat was pushed all the way to the front cavity forward, which locked me in place, and then the dashboard collapsed onto my right leg, which was on top of the brake. And I wear a size men's 14, so I've got these big feet too, so I have to put my foot on top of the pedal to push it down. And so my leg was locked in that place, and then the dashboard collapsed on top of that. And from what I remember, my seat was all the way.
So you had gone from your seat extended all the way back, because how tall were you?
I was I was 6 foot even.
6 foot even.
Yes.
And so you had your seat pushed back to accommodate being 6 feet, and after the impact, you had been pushed all the way forward into the dashboard, is that
Yes.
correct?
I'm so grateful that the Nissan Altima is well equipped for safety, because my airbags went off and saved, brain injuries.
So Ms. Cox, I think it's a good time now for us to kind of focus on, in a little more detail, some of the injuries that you sustained, okay? A minute ago, you mentioned you were 6 feet tall. You used to be 6 feet tall. Can you talk to us about why you're using past tense?
Oh, because now I'm 5'10" and a half.
And why are you now 5'10" and a half?
Spinal compaction. I had 13 fractures in my L1 through L5, so my entire lumbar was fractured 13 times in there.
Okay. You mentioned you had been pushed into the dashboard. Was there any more damage aside from what sounds like your bag that had been done maybe to your legs?
My right knee had to be manufactured, if you will. And my left pelvis, the iliac wing was snapped off. So, that was I'm guessing a seatbelt injury from, being pressed forward. But they had to not only cut open the car to get me out, but then pull me out of the vehicle. And so it ripped my kneecap off. My surgeries, they had to put in some expanders to open it up. And I have wire and mesh and 2 screws replacing my kneecap. So my knee is reconstructed.
So when you said a manufactured knee earlier, it was because of the damage sustained and the impact, they had to basically build a new one for you?
Yes.
And kind of with that in mind, when you're sitting in the car with those injuries, are we talking about, in your recollection, a little bit of time, a lot of time that went by before they could pull you out? Do you recall how that time passed for you?
I couldn't exit the vehicle, so of course I was panicking. Especially, one of my fears is being burned alive in a vehicle, because I've seen it so many times and happen. I pay attention to humanity. I would say about 35 minutes I was in the car alone after they had to get her out. The
We're
person.
talking about our front right passenger?
Front right passenger. She had to gotten out of the car. But after she left, I was in the car alone. I felt alone for 35 minutes before they were able to open it.
Do you know where, the young lady behind you, where she was? You said alone. You know if she had been pulled out at that point or still remained?
I don't recall at all. I don't think they opened the door, but I'm not really sure.
And at some point that night, did you have to be transported to the hospital?
Absolutely.
How long were you in the hospital?
7 days.
And I can't remember if you said it before, if we asked, are you from the Dallas area?
Yes, yes.
Was your wife or other family members able to come to see you while you were in the hospital?
I called my mom because my wife's a heavy sleeper, so her phone will not wake her up. So she didn't find out until 5 hours, 6 hours later when she woke up, and she was calling me, but my phone was on the highway, so she started panicking and ended up calling my mom, and then my mom told her to meet us at the hospital. But my parents showed up almost, instantaneously. They met me at the hospital.
And I'm sorry, back up. Do you remember the state of anybody else prior to being transported to the hospital? Any of the other young ladies in the car?
I was informed that everyone was taken to Parkland, but because of my injuries, I was taken to Dallas Methodist.
Did you have to undergo immediate surgeries when you was in the hospital? Can you talk to us about that?
Well, I don't. Other than after they did the MRI, which was the first time I was not in pain because they stabilized everything, so I wasn't in pain. The entire time up to that, which was about 2 hours, excruciating pain because I was strapped to the backboard, and it was just nurse after nurse after nurse asking me the same things over and over and over again to assess if I had any brain injuries, which I didn't, fortunately.
Now, we've heard you testify about the injuries to your knees and your back. I want to make sure it's very clear on the record everything that you sustained physically. This is where we're on for the physical impact. What, if any, other injuries do you need to let us know about that came as a result of being hit by different property?
Just bruising and scarring from the seatbelt and from glass.
And what, if any, physical therapy or aftercare did you have to undergo once you were released from the hospital?
I had to relearn how to walk after I laid up for 8 months on my mom's couch. She took care of me while my wife worked, and then I did 8 weeks of physical therapy after I learned how to walk again, and they got me to where I could do 2 stairs, and that was the limit for my insurance. Everything else has been stretches and YouTube management, because it gets quite expensive.
Now that's 8 weeks after being in the hospital. I imagine that started to impact your business. Is that right? Or
No,
your
it was 8 weeks after I learned how to walk again. So
how long did it take you to learn how to walk again?
about a week. I'm very determined. I'm a doer. So I'm very independent and I guess like an alpha. So I'm not used to being incapacitated. I'm used to taking care of others, not being taken care of, so it was a big blow to my entire identity.
And I know, as you were just saying, you were very independent. If you feel comfortable, can you tell us some of the independence that you lost during this time of recovery?
I couldn't move. I could not cook for myself. I could not get up to go use the bathroom. So I had to use like a urinal, and I needed help. If it took almost 2 months before I passed the bowel movement because of the trauma to my body. So that was very painful to try to get me to go. And then once I was able to go, I needed 2 people to help me onto the little porta potty in the middle of my mom's living room as I, did my business, and then, she had to clean me up, so.
I appreciate you being very candid and honest. I know that's not comfortable for you to say out loud. Is there anything we're not covering, just describing physically, the impact that happened after this incident?
Not that I can think of.
I wanna talk a little bit, as comfortable as you are telling us, about the emotional impact that this has had on you.
It was devastating, if I had to sum it up, for everyone involved. My son was 7 at the time, and my wife, she had early onset breast cancer that we fought in 2017. So it was already, our family had been through so much, and she had just gotten her first, clear test after her surgeries. And so we were celebrating remission, and we had to stay there for 5 years in order for her to be cleared right now. But it was just another blow, because at that time I was a breadwinner for our family, and we lost everything. My wife, she had just started back working part-time, in May after, to try to help us. We ate through our savings, and we were already blown because of all the expensive surgeries for breast cancer. So, and then of course my surgery was $100,000. We had support from my mother. I've always, well not always, the last 10 years I've been in therapy already because I struggle with bipolar disorder. But I went specifically, got extra sessions for trauma, and it took me almost a year before I could get in the car again. At first, it was any bright lights would trigger me, the sound of crunching metal, any car accident commercials, like, where the lawyers are trying to get people in from car wrecks, that would trigger me. Anybody talking about an accident would trigger me at first. And then I've just been working my therapy since, I go faithfully once a week, and I just continue to work it. It took me 2 years before I could drive at dusk. And then one time I got caught out at night, and I couldn't even do it because of the headlights.
Did you observe what if you told it to on your wife while she was watching you go through this?
frankly, I don't know. She's very introverted, and she holds her feelings inside. And so, she just, you know, put her nose to a grindstone, and we've been hustling since, trying to, you know, better our lives and pick ourselves back up, because, you know, there was a time we were homeless too, in between that, living in hotels, and it's been a struggle, and we just got back on our feet, last July.
When you mentioned this period of homelessness in between that, are we talking about as a result of, you mentioned you were a breadwinner also, are we talking about homelessness as a result of losing that main income that you had after the accident?
That, and the fact that my wife couldn't work full time, and, you know, I stayed with my parents as long as we could. But it's tough because right now, my limit is 3 hours sitting or 3 hours standing. So I've had to work up to that. I work out 5 days a week now to be able to, you know, throw a football with my son and walk comfortably from that door to this chair. I just recently started, you know, I'm able to jog a little bit, but not quite, I'm not 100%. I'm about maybe 80%.
And I know you had said before some goals that you had. If you feel comfortable telling the court, were there any personal goals that you and your wife had as far as children that may have been impacted by being hit by the defendant?
Okay, so, honey, if you don't mind, after her breast cancer diagnosis, her doctors advised that she couldn't, well, she can have kids, but it could kill her if she got pregnant again. Our son, she carried our son. So I was going to carry all of our kids. We had planned on having 5 because we're a house full of love, and but after the accident, we were informed that I couldn't have children because of the damage to my pelvis. It would be too high risk that the baby could kick it out, or, you know, and the bone fragment could, like, I could internally bleed. So, of course I got a second opinion, and the second doctor gave me a list of workouts to do and told me if I remained diligent with my diet that I could carry as a high-risk pregnancy, and that I would just have to take it easy while I was pregnant.
How much time lapsed where you were under the belief that you and your wife would not be able to have children as a result?
Up until last September.
So from the time of the accident until September 2021?
Yes. I was physically cleared for pregnancy, high-risk pregnancy, September, and I go in for my fertility workup next month.
Your next question?
Sorry, Judge. We've given, are there any last words that you just want to have at the bench here before you step down, or before defense has an opportunity to ask you some questions?
For the family of the young lady who passed away, I'm really sorry. I did everything in my power to make sure, as the responsible party for every soul in my vehicle, I did everything that I could to make sure that everybody made it out, and I'm sorry. I forgive you. You made a mistake, and I forgive you. I can sit here all day and say you ruined my life, but God did this. There's no one more powerful than Him, and He did this for a reason. That's all I got.
Pass the witness, Your Honor.
All right. Cross.
Ms. Cox, the only thing I can say is I wish you the best, and I'm very sorry that we're all here today. God bless.
Right, right, statement.
Okay, anything further from defense?
No, you're not.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your testimony. You may be dismissed. You're able to stay, you can stay if you like. Your next witness.
Your Honor, this time the state calls Ms. Shekendria Ramos, and she will be accompanied by her wife, who will be in the jury stand. Thank you.
I'm gonna have you raise your right hand. Are both of you testifying? I can have actually both of you to stand. Do you swear or affirm in all matters before the court you tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth so help you God?
Yes,
All right, thank you. You may have a seat. All right, you may proceed, counsel.
State your full name and spell it for the record, please.
Cameron Ramos, R-A-M-O-S.
Okay, Ms. Ramos, tell us a little bit about yourself.
Well, my name is Cameron. I'm from California. I'm a dog mom. I'm a wife. Jacqueline Ramos is my wife. And I work for the medical field.
Okay. And do you know Ms. Reosha Sanders?
Yes, I've known her since she was in 3rd grade.
And did you travel from California to visit Ms. Sanders back in April of 2019?
That is correct.
Can you tell us a little bit about why you took that particular trip?
So, me and Jacqueline had recently gotten married a year prior, but then we had our wedding like a year later. And then we came to Dallas because we were on our way for our honeymoon. But I wanted to move to Dallas, so I wanted Jacqueline to see it. So Reosha was like, hey, come before you guys go on a honeymoon. We were on our way to Puerto Rico the day after, well, 2 days after we got to Dallas.
Okay. And at that time in April, did you and your wife meet up with Ms. Sanders to go out on the town?
That is correct. So the first night we got there, we came from the airport, we went to Spa Castle, and then that next morning we hung out at the spa for a few hours. Then we went back to her place, so she showed us her apartment, where she lived, and then we went out for brunch, and then when we were at brunch, Shelby met up with us, and we just hung out. She showed us around Dallas. Then we went to different areas in Dallas. She showed us the different sides of Dallas. So we went from downtown Dallas to South Dallas area where Reosha's parents lived, and we hung out over there for a bit. We ate crab, and I think it was crawfish at that time, but I didn't try the crawfish. And then after that, we went and took Shelby to see her fiance at the time, which is Caleb. And then after that, we also seen her son at that time. And then we took Shelby to go visit her grandfather at the home that he was staying at. And then we went back to Reosha's place after, and then Shelby met up with us there, and then we went to that nightclub.
Okay. So the court has heard information about the hookah. So we're gonna jump to leaving the hookah. We know you guys got into the lift car to be responsible. Is that kind of what the
That's-
vibe was?
Yeah, that's correct. So Reosha had, like you just said, we went to the place and then she ordered a lift. The lift came and picked us up. We went, we were on the tollway, I guess, yeah, that's what it's called, right, the tollway. And we're on our way home and we were just, hanging out, talking about Dallas, talking about the music that was on. I think it was like Cardi B or something. That's when Cardi B first came out. So we were talking about that, just like the lady just said. And then my wife, she's curious all the time. So then she was asking about like the tollway because we don't have those in California. So she was asking the driver about the tollway, and then she was just telling us like, oh, whatever the tollway was and how you use it, and and then we were asking, then Reosha asked Shelby, hey Shelby, are you gonna go home? Are you gonna stay at the house with us? And then so she was like, well, I'm gonna go home. So the Lyft driver added a stop for her. So then after that, that's when she was like, okay, well, we'll be arriving to the first destination in 4 minutes. And then shortly after she was talking about that, Reosha said, oh shit, 3 times. And then that's it. I woke up, blood just gushing down my face.
Okay. So you didn't see the car swerving and lights coming. You remember hearing what Ms. Sanders mentioned, and then after that, did you lose consciousness?
That's correct.
Okay. And are you aware of whether, or do you recall where you woke up initially? Were you in the car or were you outside the car?
I was outside the car.
Okay. And was anybody else with you outside of the car after the impact?
Jacqueline.
And do you remember the state that Miss Jacqueline was in?
She just kept saying, babe, babe, wake up. And then after that, she just was looking at me and she's like, oh my gosh, your face is like this. And then she's like, oh my gosh, my hand's like this. And I'm like, okay. And then Reosha starts banging on I can hear her banging on the window. And I tell her, you need to go and help them. So then she walks over there to try to open the door. The door would not open.
So Miss Jackie Ramos, she tries to go and get Reosha out of the car.
That's correct. Sorry, I keep calling her Jacqueline, but I don't call her Jackie. She goes by Jackie though.
Do you remember your injuries at the time? I know you described that there was a head injury, is that correct? At
that time, that's all I knew. I didn't know what I looked like. All I can feel was the blood, and then like the asphalt taste, and then the glass everywhere. That's all I could remember at that moment.
And did you have to be transported?
That's correct.
Okay. I want you to tell the court a little bit about the injuries you sustained.
So the injuries I sustained was a fractured scapula, and then obviously the scar that's on my face. This was flapped down, so they had to sew it back together. And then they thought the aorta ruptured, but it did not. So other than my fractured scapula and then that, it was mainly like head injuries. So I had a problem with my memory, and I already have epilepsy, so it just made it a little worse.
Okay. How long were you in the hospital?
Only 3 days.
Now, because you were on a trip from California, what if any family other than your wife was able to either be with you or come down to see you?
So her family, she has family out in Houston, and her sister, she was able to call her sister from the hospital, Jacqueline was. She didn't know the intent of the accident or anything. She called her cousins in Houston. They were there by the time I was admitted to the hospital in the morning. 2 of her cousins, they're not here today because they had work. So.
And after you were released from the hospital, talk to us a little bit about any type of aftercare or physical therapy that you had to do.
After I was released from the hospital, we went to Houston, and we were in Houston for for a month because the doctors would not release us to go back home because my head was so swollen. They didn't know if I was gonna sustain a blood clot or not. So we weren't able to fly home and we weren't able to drive home because the drive is over 24 hours. So, and it would be even longer because they would have to stop every so often. And then, so I didn't do any care right after. It was a few months after when I was able to get everything in line to go to physical therapy, and then also had to go to like a therapy to get my memory back in line, and then I also had to go to see a psychologist.
And when you say it was a little time before you did some of these things like physical therapy for your memory, that's because when you guys first came on this trip, did you anticipate being here for a month?
No, we actually anticipated to get up and go to Puerto Rico that next morning.
And so this aftercare that you're talking about that had to happen when you got back to California?
So I got back to California, but due to the injuries that were sustained here in Dallas, they wanted me to come back to Dallas to get the care. So I ended up going home. I was home for maybe a month or two. And then I came back to Dallas and did like the physical therapy, the therapy for the brain. And then, yeah, so I was doing a lot of going back and forth. And then eventually we just moved here.
And you mentioned maybe some other type of therapy. So I want to ask you just emotionally, how has this incident impacted you?
It's made me into a person that I'm usually not. I'm usually like really sweet, really happy. And after that, all the injuries, especially with your memory, it made me really frustrated, really angry. It made me just, my family see me in a light that I can't erase for them. Cause I was just like, everything irritated me. Everything was just, I was so angry that this happened. I was so angry that I couldn't fix it. Cause we lost something that we can never get back. So it just made me very emotionally shut off, because there was to a point where I had to tell myself, turn your emotions off or you're not gonna get through this.
Last words that you want the court to hear before you step down.
I just want you guys to know that the things that we sustain is never gonna erase. We're never gonna get Shelby back. We're never gonna erase the memories that we have in our mind. We're never gonna get over not feeling the way we felt before. The happiness, the anxiety that we go through every day, oh, I don't know if this person next to me is gonna be sitting next to me in 3 minutes. We're never gonna get that back. And I'm sorry that we're going through this, but I'm just so angry. This has made me so angry because I can't fix it. It is not gonna go away. I tried therapy, that doesn't work. And it's just, I'm just so angry. Like, I can never unfeel this. And I wish I could. Because now Caden has to go through life without his mom. That's my biggest thing. Like, I know that God placed us on this path for a reason, but it not only ruined our lives, it's gonna ruin his family life, everybody, you know? It's not just me and everyone that's in this car that's going through it. Her family's going through it. Caden, yeah, he knows who his mom is, but what's gonna happen when he gets older? What's gonna happen when he's like, well, my mom's not here for this big event, my mom's not here for this. We can't change that, you know? Whether you are his grandmother, his aunt, his cousin, you can never replace that. And yeah, that was only my second time meeting her, but I felt like I'd known her my whole life. The day she left, a part of me left with her, and I'll never get that back.
Pass the witness, Your Honor.
Okay, defense?
Ma'am, I have nothing other than my deepest sympathies to convey to you. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Nothing further from the state, please, Witness, Your Honor.
It has come out of y'all's mouth. Okay. Thank you, ma'am, for your testimony.
Thank you. Your Honor, at this time, the state calls Ms. Jacqueline Ramos.
And this witness has been previously sworn. You may proceed as soon as she's comfortable in her seat.
All right, once you're situated, I want you to say your full name, and spell it for the record. Let me take a second.
Jacqueline Ramos, Ramos.
Ms. Ramos, since we have heard a lot of kind of how the night started, and I can see that you're emotionally upset, we're gonna jump to, kind of those 4 minutes on the tollway, right before 4 minutes out from the destination, or final destination, okay?
Okay. So, we're in the car, and I'm a curious George, so I want to know everything. I asked if I can answer questions, so that's what I was doing. And I remember Reosha saying, "Oh shit," the 3 times. And at that point, I remember grabbing the headrest, the little bar thing, and putting my hand around Cameron to hold her. And I remember doing this motion here and holding my breath. And then I will wake up on my hands and knees on the tollway.
And so after the impact, you're ejected from the vehicle, is that right?
I'm assuming, because I don't recall walking. I didn't get to see the video, so I don't know. But I'm assuming that I flew out of the vehicle.
And when you're waking up on your hands and your knees, is that when you notice that your wife is also outside the vehicle at that time?
Yes, she's laying, from what I remember, she was laying to the left of me.
She's already kind of described for us the injuries that she had initially when she landed outside of the car. Do you remember physically what state you were in once you were outside of the car?
I was in total shock. I instantly thought that everybody that I had spent the last few minutes with in that car were dead. I thought that I lost the love of my life. I thought I lost Reosha, which is somebody that I've known since I was younger. And I thought I lost Shelby. Although that was the first time meeting Shelby, she had such a beautiful spirit and a beautiful glow about her that day. I instantly thought that I was alone.
Do you remember physically what, if any, injuries you recall at the time that, before being transported to the hospital?
Yes, I remember, as they explained earlier, when I was walking back and forth to the car. I remember at one point I had noticed that my right wrist was broken. Both of my knees were in pain, and I just remember feeling like wetness in the back of my head from the blood.
And you were transported to the hospital, is that right?
Yes, I made the EMTs, like, they were trying to separate me and Cameron, but I made them put me in the same ambulance as them, because at that point I didn't want to be separated from anybody else. So yes.
How long were you in the hospital?
So I was there for just a few hours. I wasn't actually admitted to the hospital after they had assessed all my injuries, and I got stitches to the back of my head. They had released me, and I stayed in the hospital with Cameron for the 3 days.
You mentioned stitches to the back of your head. Can you detail for the court, as you can recall it, or as best as you can, the specific injuries that you remember the medical professionals telling you you had?
Yes, so I had the fractured wrist, broke the cartilage on both of my, cracked the cartilage, on both of my knees. I had sprained both ankles. My left side of my orbital wall was fractured. My nose was deviated, and I had busted open the back of my head on the right side.
And we heard your wife mention a minute ago that, you had family that was able to come up from Houston, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. How long did you end up, having to stay with your family down in Houston?
So we actually had to stay with them for about a month.
And, if you feel comfortable describing it for us, in what ways did they have to kind of change their life and step up to take care of you and your wife?
So, because we were both, down and out, we were unable to care for each other. We both were severely injured as far as on the outside. We had cuts and bruises everywhere. We both could not see out of one of our eyes since we both sustained injuries to our eyes. So they actually had to shower us and help us get dressed.
And I know you guys said you had been down in Houston for about a month. Were your jobs in place by the time you made it back to California?
So actually, at the time I was working for a group home that had housed autistic children. With that job, there is no vacation time, no nothing. So on my way here, I had to, get my stuff in order to be able to go and enjoy myself and go back to work. At that time, I already knew when the accident happened that I was no longer going to be able to go back to that job because it is a physical job at times. They have emotional outbursts, and there's nothing that you can do. It's a physical, it's an emotional job, and it's a job that I really loved and I enjoyed. So I actually had to resign from that job.
And so now you and your wife, you all just then ended up after this having to locate down here in Texas, is that right?
Yeah, so we did stay in California for some time. I didn't work for almost the whole year. I wasn't able to. And we lived off of our savings, and we had to live off of credit cards. By the time we did come out here, we still had to try to find jobs and, get on ourselves, get on our feet. We had the help of Reosha, allowing us to be with her, but it was a struggle.
What words do you want to leave the court with before you step down?
I am emotionally damaged from this. I suffer from anxiety. One thing that a lot of people don't know is that because of this, me and my wife, we're going to get a divorce. When it rains, and I'm sorry, when it rains, all I see is the accident. I see Shelby laid out. And as humans, we make choices, and there's always going to be a consequence to those choices, whether it's good or bad. And I know that everybody in here is losing something. And I pray for everybody to be able to get through it. And that's it.
Ms. Ramos, if you're up to it, I think there was a prior conversation I know you and I had in preparation about a special understanding that maybe you have for KMS as it relates to you personally. If you feel comfortable sharing, I'm going to ask you to end on that, if you feel comfortable doing
I grew up without my mom because she passed when I was 4, which is about the same age that Kaden was at the time. I know the emotional damage that it has caused me growing up without such an important person that is supposed to be there and mold you and
show you the way of life. I know what that is gonna do to him, and it breaks my heart. And even though I shouldn't, I feel guilty. I feel so guilty that that little boy will have to live life without his mom.
Ms. Dyson? All right, thank you. Ma'am, you may be excused. Thank you for your testimony.
No objection, Judge.
Thank you very much.
At this time, Your Honor, state calls, Miss Angela Silliman to the stand.
Okay. I didn't hear the last name.
Silliman.
Okay. All right, Ms. Sullivan, if you raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm in all matters before the court you tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, just take your time getting in that chair. Doesn't move very much. There's not a lot of space. And you know what? Before we get started, Ms. Fowler, let me see you just a minute. Attorneys, y'all are fine. All right, you ready, Ms. Fowler?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you may proceed, counsel.
I want you to please state your full name and spell it for the record. You can take your mask off, please.
My name is Angela L. Silliman,
Spell your full name for us.
Angela, last name S as in Sam, ILLEMON.
And Ms. Silliman, I want you to tell us your relationship to Ms. Shelby Stevens.
I am the mother of Shelby Stevens. I'm the mother of Caden Sanders. I have 2 other children, Chastity and Carrington. I have 2 other grown grandchildren that are in college, Elias and Isaiah.
I'm gonna come back in a second and talk a little bit more about this young man, Caden. We've heard his name quite a few times. But we've also heard some other witnesses tell us how the night went for them back on in April of 2019. Were you the one who was notified in those early hour mornings regarding your daughter?
Yes.
Okay. And can you talk to the court a little bit about how you were notified about Ms. Shelby?
I heard a knock on the door. I thought it was Shelby coming in from being out with her friends. And I get to the door and there's a state trooper. And I'm saying to myself, why is he here? We're all bonded. We work corporate jobs and we're all bonded. So why is he here? There's nobody going to jail. That was my first thought. We're all bonded. So I opened the door and he proceeds to tell me that Shelby was in a car accident, and I looked at him like, you know, why are you telling me this? And he told me that she didn't make it. And I stood there and looked at him in disbelief. And I asked him, I said, where is she? And he stated that she was at the medical examiner office, her body was. He gave his condolences, he said he was sorry, he gave me his card. And I closed the door, turned around, I proceeded to go upstairs, and I gave a big scream. I told my sister what had happened. I told my son, call your dad. Your sister was killed in a car accident. And My son and Shelby were 2 years apart. They're two peas in a pod. And he broke down and cried. And at that time, I was the babysitter of Caden. I went up to the room where Caden was. He was asleep, just in deep disbelief. I just started crying. I was like, Lord, what am I going to do with a 4-year-old? My children are grown. I'm 54 years old. What am I going to do with a 4-year-old?
I'm gonna come back to, Mr. Kaden, but were there any other, you mentioned that your son was notified with you at the house and that he had to contact his dad. Were there any other notifications that you all had to make? Because is it my understanding that someone in your family has seen this on TV, is that right?
Yes, my dad, the grandfather that everyone had mentioned, was in a facility. He was ill, and at that time he was in a facility. We had to go and deliver the news to him that Shelby was killed in a car accident. And he said we could have kept that news. We could have kept it. We didn't have to tell him. He said, I saw that on the news. I didn't know that was her. I did not know that was her. I saw that on the news. Y'all could have kept that. And he closed his eyes and said, y'all could have kept that. We had to go deliver the news to my dad, who was ill at that time.
I wanted you to describe for the court just a little bit of the impact, more than you already have, I guess, on the family, and specifically to Miss Shelby's little boy, Caden. Is Caden here today?
He is. He stepped out. Yes.
Okay. Can you kind of talk now? Let me make sure it's clear on the record. Are you Caden's full-time caregiver now?
I am.
Talk to us a little bit about the responsibilities you have now for Caden now that his mom's gone.
As I stated again, my children are grown and married. Shelby was engaged, about to be married. I am the caretaker of Caden. I'm a corporate employee. I work in corporate America. I'm a professional. And I had my goals set to work overseas for a little while. That was one of my goals, and it got shattered because I had to see about this 4-year-old, to see about Caden, because Shelby was gone, and I had to shift my life in a different direction. A different direction of daycare, a different direction of immunization shots. I hadn't done all these tasks, and my son is 23, and at that time, 21 years. I had to make sure he's fed. I had to make sure he has a bath. I had to make sure he has clean clothes. I had to make sure that he has a normal life. I had to deal with his emotions. He didn't understand. At night he would cry out to her, and I had to rock him in my arms and cry with him. And I had to shift my life and focus on him, meanwhile taking care of an elderly parent.
How old is Caden now?
Caden will be 7 this coming Thursday, March 3rd.
And what grade is he in?
He's in 1st grade.
And given the way in which you just described how you have to take care of him full time, can you talk to us a little bit about whether or not he's had trouble at school since this incident?
Yes, he has. He have had trouble even in daycare. He had anger issue where he would lash out at the teacher, lash out at the kids. It was always constant behavior issues with him because he was angry, because he was missing his mother. And it was so bad that the daycare would call me. They would call his grandfather. The school would call me. One day I was like, Lord, we did not this was dealt to us. This card was dealt to us. How do I deal with this? And I was reintroduced to a girl I went to school with who was a football mom. And they were looking for people to play on the team, kids to play on the team. And I reached out to her, I said, I need to find something that would help balance Caden out. He likes football. She told me to bring him on. So he tried out for the team, and he has his days, but sports has really balanced him out because he's able to take that anger out on the field, to say. Competitive sports, tackle football, that really has balanced his emotion out. Not saying that he's totally over his mother, but it has helped emotionally.
Okay, so the sports that help him out emotionally with dealing with everything still.
Correct.
Before defense has a chance to ask you questions, is there anything else you want us to cover with the court that maybe I haven't asked you already about Michelle?
Well, after the death of Shelby, my family suffered another loss 4 months after Shelby passed. My dad passed. And my dad and Shelby were 2 peas in a pod. And to lose both of them in a 4-month time frame has really devastated me and my family and Caden, because Caden and my dad were close, and my dad would always give Caden candy and cookies, and he remembered all of that, and to not have that anymore, it just really has made an impact on us. And again, it has switched, my life has switched to a mother's role for him, making sure he's taken care of, making sure he goes to school, making sure he attends a sports activity. I'm starting at the age of 57 all over again with a 7-year-old. And it impacted her brother. They were 2 years apart. Impact her sister. They were both business partners in the beauty industry. They were both influencers. It impact our church members. She was a part of the praise dance team ministry. That's all I can say. It's really hard to believe my baby's gone, and she would have been 26 on the 16th of March. I just want the court to know that my 23-year-old wasn't a clueless, dumb 23-year-old. She knew God. She had a relationship with God. She had fun with her friends. She knew her limits. And she knew she couldn't do what everybody else in the crowd did, because there's an impact behind it. And she was a good mother, strong work ethics. That's why I teach my children, strong work ethics. She worked hard. I would guide her on how to manage her money, how to save, how to invest. And I just want the court to know she wasn't clueless. She was very mature, 23-year-old. She was a young mother, but she worked hard. Sometimes she worked so hard that her hands would cramp up from doing hair. She worked hard from standing up on her feet. She was only 4'11". She was short. She was 4'11". She worked all day at the salon, would get up and attend service. And I just want the court to know that I'm hurt. I never wouldn't have not think of the day that I would have to bury a child. When I had to go visit Golden Gate to make arrangement for her, I never knew that March 16th 1996, I will only have 23 years with her. And to turn around and do the same thing 4 months later, it has ruined me emotionally. It has ruined me spiritually. I pray, Lord, I don't have nothing else to say. I don't know what to pray for. I don't know what to do. But she wasn't clueless. She wasn't a clueless 23-year-old. She was a very mature, responsible individual. And I want the court to know that. I'm doing my best, and I'm going to do my best to raise Caden up to be a fine young man with morals, with culture. And I pray to God that he let me live to see him get grown. I'm 57 years old, and I ask God to please give me strength and help to see my baby get grown. Don't take me until I see him get grown. That's all. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Oh, wait 1 second, okay. Pass the witness, John.
Ms. Jacksonburg.
Ma'am, I'm very sorry for your loss. No questions.
Okay. May this witness be excused?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am, for your testimony. You may be excused. Your next witness.
Your Honor, state's last witness is, Mr. Wayne Stevens.
Mr. Stevens, you may raise your right hand. You swear or affirm in all matters before the court, you tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. You may lower your hand and have a seat. Pull that mic up to your mouth. All right. Yes, you may remove your mask. All right, counsel, you may proceed.
If you will please state your full name and spell it for the record.
Wayne Anthony Stevens, WAYNE-STEPHENS.
And Mr. Stevens, how do you know Miss Shelby Stevens?
Chevy Stevens was my firstborn, my daughter.
And back in April of 2019, how were you notified that she had passed away?
My son called me and he had awakened me out of my sleep. He said, "Dad, wake up." So I'm up. He said, "Chevy was in a car accident." I said, "What?" He said, "She was in a car accident." I said, "Did she make it?" He said, "No." When he said no, I stood up in the bed, I screamed, I hollered. It's just like I went into another zone because it was just like this. I had to shake and my wake as this really was being told to me. I then I called my brother and I told him, I said, Chevy was in a car accident and she did make it. He said, I'm on my way.
And after notifying your brother, did you take any steps to go and comfort some of the other family who had also received this news?
Yes, my brother came and got me, and cause I live in Fort Worth, and the rest of my family is in Dallas and stuff. So he came and picked me up, said, I gotta come get you. So we left my apartment. We went to Angela's house, where the family was, and when I got there, I just remember it was raining this day, and it's just like, to me it was like I was crying, God was crying, everybody was crying, because when we got there, the first thing I did, I embraced my son, because he met me in the yard. I embraced Angela and Chastity and the family, and it was just, I can't describe that feeling. I say this a lot. I sympathize with parents who have children who have long-term illnesses that they have to deal with. But when you have an unexpected death as a parent, as anyone, as a loved one, let's just say a loved one, not just a parent, but a loved one, it affects you in a totally different way.
Mr. Stevens, before I go on, I'm gonna ask you to pull that mic up to you just a little bit closer, okay?
Yes, ma'am. Is that better?
That's good, thank you. We've heard a little bit about some of the work that Ms. Shelby has done. I wanna ask you to tell the court a little bit more about Ms. Shelby's personality.
Shelby was my everything. My son is my everything too. I love them both dearly. As a father, I would say this: my father was not in my life. So, with my father not being in my life, I always said, "Well, he didn't teach me anything. I didn't learn anything from my dad." But I did learn from my dad. I learned from him what not to do and what I needed to do as a father for my son and my daughter. As far as Shelby, she was a big Drake fan. So she would always call on, I keep up with music and trends and dress fashion and whatever because of my son and my daughter. My daughter's, Daddy, you gotta hear this song by so and so and so. You know, Daddy, you gotta do this. And so there were times we would just sit in the car and just listen to music. There were times I was trying to think of things to do with my son and my daughter when we were out and about, and they were like, Dad, you know, you don't always have to, you know, take us here, take us there, just listen to music with us, or just cook for us, you know, because they would love for me to cook for them. They would come over and they said, well, Dad, we want to come over, we want you to cook this, we want you to cook that. Okay, whatever you want, you got it. So those times are depleted. I can still do it for my son, but he's married now, he has his wife. I tell them, hey, still come over, but you know, it's different without Shelby. It's different that I don't get a call from my daughter to say, hey Dad, I'm just calling to see how you're doing. I just want to know you're okay. I just want to know if you, just different stuff that, you know, we would bond over, because I always would just tell her stuff that a father should tell a daughter, you know, so to not have that anymore is tough.
And talk to us a little bit about just the impact she had on her clientele. We've heard that she did hair.
Yes, Shelby she was a big influence on social media, and so I have a social media account, and she would say, Dad, you know, can you post this picture on your social media? Could you invite some of your classmates or friends to come and do business with me? And I'm saying, of course. So there was quite a few of my classmates who went to Shelby to get their hair done. There was quite a friends, family members that would go to Shelby because of, you know, she would ask me, Dad, can you help me do this, do that? You know, yeah, whatever I can do to help you, sweetheart, let me know. And so that it's good, but it also, for those of you who maybe are familiar with social media, or let's just say social media, it'll give you memories. So when those memories pop up, it can be good, but it also can be very devastating, because you see her in her happiest times. Her happiest times were, I call it ministry, you know, ministering to women who maybe needed that self-confidence boost, who needed that self-pick-me-up, because you never know what people go through behind closed doors. And for some of my classmates to come back and say, did your daughter pray for me about such? I'm like, really? And they're like, yeah. I was like, wow. And she like, yeah, Dad, you know, the Spirit just led me to do this or do that. So to hear different testimonies about the impact that Shelby put on different people's life is everlasting. But it's like everlasting that you got this glass and you're able to have something to drink, and then all of a sudden that glass is shattered. So it's like you can't drink anymore. I can't feed off of her energy anymore. I can't feed off of, you know, things of classmates or friends or family members saying, hey, Shelby did this, Shelby did that. You know,
What's the thing that you want to leave the court with before you have a chance to say that?
Shelby's death did a devastating toll on me, my grandson, my son, my children's mother, my family in general. But for me personally, I've started doing therapy probably a month or so after her death, because I had anger problems, anger issues, where I would just lash out, or either it was to a point where I couldn't sleep, or I slept too much, or either I ate not enough or I ate too much. It came to a point where I even have to take medication now to help me to just cope. It's hard for me to function at work at times, or to just do daily things, because I feel like any minute something is going to go wrong, something is going to happen, something is different. I can only do, it's almost like I can only do so much living at a time, and I know I'm not supposed to live like that. But with my daughter gone, who was a big inspiration to me about how to live life, and, you know, I'm learning. I'm 52 now, you know, but I was about to turn 50 when I lost Shelby. And I knew I was gonna have this big party, and dance with my daughter, you know, have a great celebration. But when that happened, you know, I didn't want to party. I didn't want to do all these certain things, because Shelby wasn't gonna be there. We had big celebrations with my family, you know, get-togethers. It's just not the same without Shelby.
Pass the witness, Your Honor.
Mr. Eisenberg?
Mr. Stevens, so nothing's gonna bring your daughter back, and I'm sorry for your loss. What is it you are trying to tell the court about what should happen to my client?
You really don't want to ask me that.
Okay. So there's no forgiveness in you.
At this point, I don't have it.
I understand. That's all I wanted to know.
And that's all I have.
I perfectly understand. I have 2 daughters too. Okay, thank you.
Anything further from state?
Nothing further from the state.
All right. May this witness be excused from the defense.
No objection.
Okay. Thank you, sir, for your testimony. You may have a seat.
Yes, ma'am.
Your next witness?
State fresh, Your Honor.
All right. I think this is a good time for us to take a break. One of the reasons why I was a little hesitant about it, y'all taking a lunch, y'all know there's no cafeteria here. There's some machines that you all can go to if you want to get something to eat, because I want to try to get this finished today. So for right now, what I'm going to do is go ahead and take a 30-minute recess so everybody can kind of stretch your legs and get whatever snacks they'd like to get. And we will proceed in 30 minutes. Court is in recess.
Mr. Skinner, hold up.
Oh, shit. How do y'all propose we do this Zoom person that's coming on? Is somebody coming on Zoom?
The Zoom person was the pastor, Your Honor, and we've already interviewed her.
Say it one more time.
The Zoom, witness was the pastor, and he already testified.
Okay, so we.
Oh, so we don't need the Zoom?
No Zoom, no.
Oh, that's what I was just gonna ask, logistically, how we're gonna do that. Okay, well, I'm gonna turn this, I just signed on. Okay, thank you.
No problem, Your Honor, thank you.
Start the live
I
stream.
think we'll only take about 2 days.
Say it again? I didn't hear you.
I think we only got about 2 days of testimony.
Oh, well, we gonna do it all today, so y'all better got some sleep. 'Cause we are going.
So what you're telling us this is like a Kevin Thomas kind of day, is what you're telling me.
That's exactly what that is, so let's
I'm gonna
go.
as fast as I
Kevin
can.
Thomas.
Pardon me?
So I'm gonna go as fast as I can.
Yeah. Try your case how you need to. That's just fine. Ms. Fowler, you ready?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, defense, you may call your witness. This is a part of it. Come on, come on. Y'all really should have had him out already.
Fast as I can, but now we're delaying you. Sorry. For the record, we're calling J.T. Skinner as our first witness.
Okay. Well, I guess the other thing we need was a defendant. Mr. Eisenberg? Mr. Eisenberg, where's the defendant?
They're all in the courtroom here, Judge.
Yeah, well, they are all late. I really just need one. Only one of them I have to be worried about, and that's the defendant.
J.T., we called you to the stand.
Come on over, sir. Yeah,
You JT?
come on.
JT Skinner, Mr. Skinner, come on around here.
Come on around.
That's what you know you're gonna do.
Do you know where they went? Downstairs to get heroin. They had to be back at 3:30. I mean,
Hold on, Mr. Skinner.
Mr. Skinner, you're actually able to sit in that jury box if you'd like, just for a few minutes.
I'm good. I don't want to sit down. I've been sitting down already too much.
All right, thank you.
I know you heard.
The defendant and his family are on their way back, Your Honor. They just stepped outside for some air. We apologize for the court's time. Your Honor, would you be all right with defense offering their exhibits for purposes of testimony, demonstration?
We don't have objections, Your Honor.
Okay, hold on. Let's go back on the record. Ms. Fowler, the defendant is not here. One of his counsel is here. The state is here. We are ready to proceed, and he is late by at least 8 minutes. Yes, defense, what do you have to offer?
We have defense exhibits 1 through 70, Your Honor. And I can list those out individually as well.
Say that again?
We have defense exhibits 1 through 70.
Okay, state?
Your Honor, it's my understanding the bulk of those are gonna be some signage.
Don't sit, don't sit.
Are gonna be some sign-in sheets, I believe to support AA meetings, so we are, not objecting to those exhibits, numbers that she is, listed off, my apologies.
Okay, so exhibits 1 through 70 will be admitted, defense exhibits.
Thank you, Your Honor.
The defendant has just walked in at least 8 minutes late. Do not ever be late to my court session again, sir.
Yes, Your Honor.
You will be held in contempt of court.
Yes, Your Honor.
You can have a seat. Sir, let me have you raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm in all matters before the court you tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? All right, you may have a seat. Counsel, you may proceed.
Yes, please state your name for the record. Take the mask off so you can be heard. Please state your name for the record.
J. Pruitt, T. Pruitt, Skinner, Skinner.
What's your relationship to Mr. L.C. Skinner?
I'm his father.
Okay. It's not gonna go on. Okay. All right, so if you would, please just tell me your father of Mr. Skinner, and you have another son, is that right?
Yeah,
His
J.T. Skinner Jr.
His twin, is that correct?
Right.
Okay. So, with regards to your son, he went to Carter High School, is that right?
Yes.
And he played football and basketball there?
Yes.
After he graduated from high school, he had some offers to go play some junior college football, is that right?
Yes.
And he turned them down and entered the Marines, is that correct?
Yes.
And he was in the Marines for 4 years, is that correct?
Yes.
He was honorably discharged, is that correct?
Yes.
And he currently is married to your daughter-in-law, what's her name?
Her name Tay. I call her Tay.
Okay. And how many children does your son have?
They got 3.
Okay. 2 boys and a daughter, is that correct?
Right.
And if I'm looking at this picture that's up, can you see this on your screen?
Right.
Is that your son in the middle?
Yeah, that's LC.
Okay, and then on the far right, who is that?
That's full right. That's LC Jr.
Okay, and then right next to Elsie Jr.?
Noah.
Okay, and do you know their ages? 6 and 8?
6 and I don't know how old the oldest one.
Okay, and then the daughter, you know her name?
13.
Okay, all right. Has your son, before this tragedy occurred, has your son ever been in trouble before with the law?
No, never.
Pass the witness.
Cross.
Thank you, Judge. I want to clear up some of the family relationships for just a second, so it's clear on the record, okay?
Okay.
You mentioned Tay as being his current wife, is that
Yes.
Jatavia?
Yes, that's her right there, right there.
You're gonna let the record reflect that the witness has pointed to this woman that has her hand up
Hold on, sir. Hold on, Mr. Skinner.
Yes.
Go
on
ahead.
the second row.
All right. The record will so reflect. Thank you.
And she is also the mother of his children, is that right? The one
Right.
that you've described up here in the pictures?
Right.
Okay. And you know how long they've been married?
I don't quite know how long they've been married. I haven't been really paying attention to how long they've been married.
Okay. You went to a wedding though or something like that?
Right, right.
And then I know you mentioned Elsie Jr. in the picture. How old is Elsie Jr.?
I think he, what, about 11, 10? I don't know. He's somewhere around there. I haven't been keeping up with his age, you know what I'm saying? They grow so fast, so.
Okay. And then you didn't know the age of Noah either, is that right?
Yeah, he's 6.
And you mentioned 13 for the daughter.
Yeah.
What's the daughter's name?
I don't remember her name.
And that would be your granddaughter whose name you don't remember?
Well, there's more to it than just that. She's my granddaughter, but she her daughter through their marriage. You see what I'm saying? She really.
And there were some questions that defense asked you, kind of just some of the background of your son, the defendant, Mr. Skinner, right?
Right.
Okay. Do you guys currently live together?
Who?
You and your son, Mr. Skinner?
Not talking now?
Yeah.
No, I got my own place.
Last time you guys, when's the last time maybe you guys would have shared a house together?
Maybe when they were boys, when they were going to school and stuff, yes.
Okay. How often do you see your son since he's been an adult?
I see him a lot.
Well, tell me a lot. Every week, every day?
Well, when we can, like, you know,
Judge, I'm
everyone.
gonna object, this is all irrelevant.
Yeah. Everybody.
I'm gonna object, this is really irrelevant.
Okay, overrule.
Thank you, Judge. So the question is, how often do you see your son? And if you can remember in weeks and days, that would be helpful.
Well, I'm put to you like this. Everyone got their life to live, and with that, I see him when that time alert, like when we call and we got a reason to see each other. If, you know, he got a job and I do what I do, then that's when I see him. So I don't really be keeping up with child on when and how and stuff like
I'm
that.
gonna stop you just for a second because you're pulling away from the mic, and I want to make sure everybody can hear you. So when you answer, make sure you're answering to the mic for me, okay?
Right.
Okay. So we have to keep a clear record.
Right.
So when I ask a question, I'm gonna try to be as direct as possible. If it's a yes or no, can you say yes or no for me so that it's clearly typed down, okay?
Okay.
Do you know whether or not you see your son on a weekly basis?
Oh, no, I don't see him on no weekly basis.
Okay.
No.
Do you ever see your son on a monthly basis?
Yes, I can see a monthly basis, yeah.
Okay. And when you see your son, are you guys just hanging out when you spend time with him?
No, it be for a reason. Like I said.
Okay.
There's always a reason.
So I just, again, so it's clear on the record,
Yes.
it's for a reason.
Yes.
Answer it and then she'll be able to type it down. All right. Have you ever been with your son and observed him drinking alcohol?
No.
Have you ever hung out with him and drunk alcohol?
No, I don't drink either.
All right, so now I want to jump to kind of the events that led us here, okay?
Mm-hmm.
All right, so we're going to have to do yeses and nos again because she's typing everything down.
Okay.
Okay. Now, at this point, you heard, right, that your son on the night of the incident that brought us here had a blood alcohol level that was double the legal limit. You're aware of that now, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And for somebody who doesn't drink, you would agree with me that someone with a blood alcohol level that's double the legal limit shouldn't get behind the car, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. As a matter of fact, we are very aware that there's options like taking a lift. Isn't that correct?
Right.
So you wouldn't agree that the behavior of getting in the car and driving versus taking a lift is proper behavior, right?
Right.
You're not proud that your son did that, are you?
No, I'm not.
Have you had an opportunity to discuss with your son actually what led to him ended up in this situation?
Well, in a way, yes.
Okay. Did he tell you he had been drinking that night?
No, we didn't talk about whether he was drinking because we know he was drinking.
All right. Did he tell you why he chose to drive as opposed to getting some type of ride share?
No, he didn't tell me why he would go and drink and drive.
Okay. Did he tell you why perhaps he didn't try to contact Mr. Jatavia that night to come and pick him up?
No.
Okay. What details did he give you about that particular night?
That he made a mistake.
And you're aware now, as far as what that mistake cost, isn't that right?
Right.
You know that it cost a mother and a father their firstborn child.
Right.
You described that you have twin boys, is that right?
Right.
I imagine if the roles were reversed, you'd be devastated, correct?
Yes. I would.
What type of punishment do you think would be appropriate if the roles were reversed?
Well, what you mean? Say that, what you mean by that?
The roles were reversed.
But if it was reversed, it would still be the same. My son would be dead. And no matter what I do or what I think about it, it wouldn't bring him back. You know what I'm saying? So I would live with the fact of it, first of all, because that's just what it is. My mama, all my aunts, most of my people is dead in my family. So.
Okay, so let me ask another question again so we can keep track. You're right. Your son wouldn't be here.
Yeah, he just wouldn't be here. Yeah.
So let's say that he had survived. You're a father, right? And
Right.
raising your children, when they do wrong, they get punished. Isn't that right?
That's right.
You expect the same now from your son to discipline his children when they do wrong. Isn't that right?
That's right.
And that discipline, a lot of times, does it go hand in hand with how big of a mistake was made?
Well, yeah.
Okay? And again, like we've already discussed, the big mistake here led to a loss of life. Isn't that right?
Right.
And it led to more than just a loss of life. It also impacted at least 4 other women and their families. Isn't that right?
Right.
You'd agree with me that that's a big consequence to that mistake from your son. Isn't that right?
Well, I could say it would be, but how big, you know what I'm saying, everybody make mistakes. You know what I'm saying? Ain't nobody perfect, so I feel like
so I didn't ask the question quite yet. The question was whether
I'd ask him to be allowed to answer, the question. Keeps cutting them off.
if I may, Judge, it was actually non-responsive. The specific question was this a big consequence of that mistake? It's a yes or no, his feelings started to travel off somewhere.
I'm allowing to answer. Go ahead, sir. Yes.
Okay, she said, you saying a big consequence, right?
Correct, so I described the loss of life.
Okay, hold on. Let him answer the question. So are you asking because you don't understand what the question was, Mr. Skinner? You want her to re-ask it?
She said a big consequence, which she's saying because the lady lost her life. Okay?
Right.
And the other people got injured through the accident.
Right.
I understand what she's saying. It's just that making it big, well, I guess it is big. I guess I don't say yes. It's a big mistake.
Okay. I appreciate your honesty, Mr. Skinner.
Yes.
There isn't a question that I could ask you where you would admit or say that you would want your son to go to prison behind this big mistake. Isn't that fair to say?
Yeah.
Okay, because you're his daddy, right?
Yes.
You're not going to sit on that stand and say that he deserves prison.
He deserves what?
Prison.
No.
But that's because you're his father, right?
Well, no, I'm saying because I know him. He's a good man. He's a good man from the beginning. He's a good man after that. You know what I'm saying? Just that he made a mistake. That's why I'm saying it. I'm not saying it because I'm his father. I'm saying because I know him.
Okay. And I'm glad you mentioned after this.
Yeah.
Are you aware of whether or not your son, after this incident, continued to drink?
No, he haven't.
Are you aware of whether or not he consumed any illicit drugs?
No, not that I know of.
Okay. Not that you know of on a monthly basis of seeing him, isn't that right?
Yeah.
Okay. Would you have a reason to disbelieve a test result that said perhaps he had actually used illicit drugs? Would you believe that?
Yeah, if it's saying so that he did.
I'm glad that you said that.
Yeah.
And how does that make you feel given this big consequence that we just talked about to learn that he has had a test that says he consumed illicit drugs?
Well,
Excuse me, Judge, I'm going to object to that. That is, first of all, that's not what the test says. Number one. Number two, this is outside the scope of my direct examination. But more importantly, they're speculating about whether he consumed illicit drugs or not. And that's not anywhere in the record.
May I respond to that?
Yes.
It is in the court's file that we have a positive UA following this incident that came back positive for THC. we would ask that the court, give it the way that the court decides to give it, but it is a valid test from a lab. And it's cross-examination, Your Honor. I feel we have the right to delve into the father's feelings about this bad act we believe happened subsequent to the incident.
Okay, I'll overrule it.
So, Mr. Skinner, I'll ask you again, or maybe I'll phrase it a different way. Would you be disappointed to learn that your son had a positive drug test following this incident, given the magnitude of the consequences we just discussed?
Well, yeah, I guess I could say I would be disappointed, yes.
Pass the witness, Your Honor.
No questions.
Next witness be excused.
Nothing further, Mr.
And then we call the defendant's brother.
Mr. Eisenberg, may this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you may be excused, sir. Thank you for your testimony. Yes, whoever's coming, come on up. Raise your right hand. You swear or affirm in all matters before the court, you tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
All right. You may have a seat. Counsel, as soon as he has a seat, you may proceed.
Mr. Skinner, could you please take your mask off so we can hear you?
Repeat that question, please.
Can you please take your mask off?
Oh,
Thanks. Okay, please state your name for the record.
J.T. Skinner Jr.
Okay, and you are the twin brother of L.T. Skinner, is that correct?
L.C. Skinner, correct.
Okay. So, let me just walk you through some things. You went to high school the same time your brother did, is that right?
Correct.
And you graduated the same time that your brother did?
Correct.
Okay, what did you do after you graduated from high school?
I went to the Navy.
Okay, how long were you in the Navy?
4 years.
Okay, and after the Navy, what did you do?
I did security work in Dallas for a little while. I did security work in Dallas, Allied Universal. It's like a security post, you just do work there.
Okay, is that what you currently do?
No, I'm in school, UTI, as an auto mechanic currently.
Okay, are you married?
Yes.
And do you have children?
I have 2 daughters.
Okay, and what are their ages?
6 and 5.
Do you know your nieces and nephews from that picture?
I recognize them, yes.
Okay, do you know their names?
Yeah, Elijah, LC Jr., and Noah.
Okay, Elijah is your niece, is that right?
Correct.
She's 13 years old?
Correct.
Okay, and is she a stepdaughter of your brother?
Correct.
Okay, so she's from your sister-in-law's before she was married to LT, your brother?
Correct.
Okay, and the 2 children, LT Jr. and Noah, they are 8 and 6, is that right?
Mm-hmm. LC Jr. and Noah.
Okay.
Excuse me just a minute. Mr. Skinner, make sure when you're answering that you answer yes or no, or you answer out loud and saying, instead of shaking your head or saying,
I was saying correct.
Right, but you said something, you did before that.
Oh, okay. Okay. All right.
Good. Okay, so let me just show you for a moment this picture that's up there on the screen. Can you identify all the people in this picture?
Yes.
Okay, your brother's in the picture, LT Skinner?
Correct.
With a t-shirt that says, "Just Do It" with a Nike swoosh?
Correct.
And then your 2 nephews and your niece, or step-niece?
Correct.
Okay. And your brother's raising, this daughter from a previous relationship, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And so, we'd offer at this time, Judge, if it hasn't already been offered, I thought it was, but Defense Exhibit 68.
Yes, exhibits 1 through 70 have already been admitted.
I thought that was the case, but anyway, if not, 68, okay. So, Have you had, knowledge of your brother after he graduated from high school?
Yes, we were only able to communicate through letters because we were both in the military at the same time. So we couldn't make actual phone calls through the boot camp.
Okay. So where was your brother in the military?
North Carolina.
And what branch?
Well, he started in Japan, but he went from there to North Carolina.
And what branch was he in?
Marine Corps.
Okay. And then after the Marine Corps, do you know what he did?
He started working at PepsiCo. I know that much.
Okay.
And then a few other jobs after that.
Okay. Do you know what he's currently doing?
No.
Okay. Do y'all see each other frequently?
I'd say maybe once every 2 months, mostly. It decreased after the accident. I think that's probably my fault because of personal reasons. We were seeing each other more before the accident.
Okay. Do you know your brother to have ever been a big drinker or a big partier?
Not at all.
Okay. So, if in fact he was at a .20 level, .23 level on April 13th of 2019, that would be out of character for him, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, you know, I don't know what the prosecutors are asking you about your feelings about what should happen to your brother, but he's never been involved with criminal activity up until this particular event, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, he's never arrested, never in trouble? Is that
No,
right?
that's right.
Okay. As near as you can tell, he's a good father and a good husband?
Correct.
Okay. And does he care about these kids that he's raising, these children?
Yes.
Okay. Has he expressed to you since the accident any remorse or any sorrow, or have you detected anything like that?
Every time we talk, be it whether it's on the phone or face to face.
Okay. And, you know, they sometimes say twins have telepathy or something along those lines. Is that right?
I don't want to confirm something like that. I know we share feelings, but I don't want to say there's some kind of twin telepathy.
Okay.
I don't personally believe in that sort of thing.
I've heard anecdotally that twins share feelings or emotions, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Would you be able to gauge whether his remorse is genuine or not genuine?
Objection, Your Honor. I'm gonna object to speculation as to the defendant's feelings.
Well, Judge, my response to that is everybody else on this witness stand has speculated, so I don't know why.
Overruled.
Could you repeat that question?
Sure. Do you believe that your brother's feelings of remorse and sorrow about this event are genuine?
Yes, I do.
We'll pass the witness.
State.
Thank you, Your Honor. Let's pick up with that last question Mr. Eisenberg asked you about you believe your brother's feelings of sorrow are genuine.
Yes.
Okay. So that the judge can have a clear understanding of how exactly you came to make that determination, okay? You said you see your brother about every 2 months, is that right?
Once, roughly, yeah.
Once every 2 months?
Correct.
All right. So shortly after this particular incident, you recall the first time you saw him? Or the first time you talked to him?
About a day, he was in the hospital, so maybe a day after the accident.
Okay, in the hospital. And early on after this incident, can you describe for us what you observed of your brother that led you to believe that his remorsefulness was genuine?
Shocked that he killed someone.
Okay. But
In an accident.
describe for us, whether it's words that he said,
Okay.
or a physical condition you observed him in to make that determination.
He told me, JT, I think I killed someone. And he was crying when he said that. And I felt the emotion. It sucks. It's not a good feeling.
And Now, it's been about 3 years since that happened, so let's jump to the next year, and we're still sticking with the same schedule of you see him about once every 2 months, right?
Correct.
Okay, give us another example of what you observed that led you to believe he's still feeling this sorrow, over this time span.
Well, our interactions, he came to my apartment to see my daughters and my wife, because, you know, we, every once in a while we'll do that. And his interaction with me, and like I said, we bring it up, I usually bring it up because my feeling towards him in regards to that, I don't, he's my twin brother, so of course I'm gonna be angry about it. I mean, you don't want your family to be, anyone in your family, whether it's the victim side or the person that's involved in it, it's tough being on the other side of the fence.
Okay, let me hang there for a minute. We got a little away from the question, but you did mention earlier that the communication between you and your brother had kind of waned. Is that right?
A little bit, correct.
And is that due to this anger you were feeling?
That's me, it was all me, correct.
Due to the anger you were feeling?
Yes.
Okay. And is it fair to say that the anger is directed towards your brother? Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And is that because of the disappointment that you felt as a result of what his actions caused?
Correct.
Okay. I appreciate you being honest. And because of that limited interaction in the years to follow, when you say he's remorseful, are you referring more so towards maybe that initial encounter immediately after the accident?
Like, are you saying like he felt the exact same way the day after the accident in comparison to later, like a year later?
Well, I guess what I'm saying is this remorsefulness that you reference, is that something you've seen continuously over the last 3 years?
Correct, yes. It takes its toll.
So then would it surprise you to know that he had a positive drug test following this incident?
It would surprise me if it were true.
Would you have a reason to believe that a lab result isn't true?
No.
I want to go back. You said you are a vet. Is that correct?
Correct.
How long were you in the Navy?
4 years.
Okay. How long did your brother serve in the Marine Corps?
3 years.
Okay. Was he down in Paris Island? You mentioned, I think.
Japan, and then North Carolina after that.
In your experience as a veteran, I want you to think about this hypothetical with me. If one of your fellow soldiers had been arrested for causing the death of someone due to intoxication, what would happen to them?
Court martial.
And what's a court martial?
It's basically what we're doing right now.
Okay, so there'd be some type of hearing and there'd be a punishment, is that right?
Correct.
You ever known anyone to be court-martialed?
Like 3 or 4 people. Not for anything as severe as, or as serious as this situation, but yeah.
And you don't have to go into the specific details, but do you recall what the results of those court-martials were?
Discharge from the military.
Any prison time?
For one of them, it was dealing with child pornography.
But as you described it, you said this was that would have been less severe than why we're here today.
Well, this is a result of loss of life, so yes, I would say that. Nobody died in that incident.
Right, both equally bad, not trying to take away, right? You mentioned, do you have a close relationship with your 2 nephews and your niece that we see up here in Defense Exhibit 68?
Not as close as I'd like it to be. I don't see them that often. When I do, like I said, when I see my brother, I know the last time we came over to my house, which was, I think it was, we were still living in, so last year, before we moved out, because we moved from one apartment on the 3rd floor downstairs to the other one. And that was last year. And I only seen Noah and Junior then. They were over, chilling out, watching movies and stuff in my apartment.
Ever give them advice?
The kids?
Yeah, when you do have time with them.
Yeah, Junior told me I'm his favorite uncle. I don't know how true that is, but I like to believe that that's true.
Okay.
I don't know. I love them though. I love them both to death.
You may know where I'm going with this.
I know.
Okay, well, let me get there. Your niece and your nephews, if they ever came to you and asked you, or if there was a time where you could give them advice about road safety, one of the things you would tell them would be to not drink and drive. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Do you foresee that you would ever tell them the serious consequences of drinking and driving?
Correct.
Maybe even reference why we're here today.
Yes.
You wouldn't condone somebody consuming alcohol, whether it's to 0.23 BAC or 0.20 BAC. You wouldn't tell them that it would be okay to get behind the wheel of the car, would you?
I would not.
Let me stop just a minute. Let me see both counsel, please.
And then just my last question, you would tell them, certainly wouldn't have them, tell them it would be okay to get behind the wheel of a car to intoxicated and speed, is that right?
Well, I wouldn't tell, if they were drinking, I would tell them not to get behind the wheel of the car in the first place. Like at all.
Pass the witness, Your Honor.
Let me just ask you something, Mr. Skinner. You know people that have been in trouble and continue to be in trouble, and they really don't deserve a second chance, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And your brother's never been in trouble, no matter how serious this mistake is. Short version is, do you believe he is entitled to or should get a second chance?
I do believe that.
Okay. Now, when you saw him in the hospital, he had a broken back, a broken fibula, his eyes were swollen shut, he had a concussion. He wasn't in very good shape, was he?
He was not.
He was on a lot of pain meds, is that right?
Correct.
And that's the day after, correct? You know
Correct.
how long he stayed in the hospital himself?
I'm not 100% sure.
Okay.
I wasn't there when he left,
Okay.
like when he got discharged.
We'll get to that later. All right, nothing further.
Okay.
Nothing further from the state, Your Honor.
All right, may this witness be excused.
Okay.
Thank you, sir, for your testimony. You may be excused. Next witness.
Call the defendant's mother.
Okay. You swear or affirm in all matters before the court, you tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth so help you God?
I do.
All right, thank you. You may have a seat, ma'am.
Ms. Beverly, please state your name for the record.
Daphne Beverly Skinner Monroe.
Okay. Could you take your mask off so
Oh.
that the court reporter can hear you and
Okay.
I can hear you?
Okay,
So that was one of your sons that just testified, is that correct?
yes, sir.
Okay, and your other son is sitting to my right, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, they're twin brothers, is that right?
Yes,
So, let me just ask you about you. I think you're retired now, is that right?
yes, sir, I am.
Before that, you were a nurse, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And you did nursing in home care, hospitals, nursing homes?
Yes, sir, all of it.
Okay. You raised all your kids to be good Christian men, to know the difference between right and wrong, is that correct?
All 6 of them.
Okay. And with regard to your son LT, I'm sorry. I confused JT with LC, I'm sorry.
Okay,
LC, with your son LC,
yes,
you're proud of the man that he is?
yes, sir, I am.
Are you proud of the father that he is?
Yes, sir.
Are you proud of the husband that he is?
Very much so.
Okay. Do you know why he's raising, his daughter in a different marriage? Or, I'm sorry, it's his stepdaughter, right?
Yeah,
You know why he's raising her?
yeah. He's raising her because he loves her mom and he loves her too now.
Okay. How long has your son been with his wife?
He's been with her,
13 years?
The daughter is 13. He's been with her since she was like 5 or 6, I think. Mhm. They've been together a long time. I don't know exact years.
So, the family of the victims and the actual victims, they believe that your son is evil, I guess, and should go to prison. That's the gist of what you heard from the witness stand?
Well, I can understand them feeling that way,
Right.
but he's not evil. He did make a big mistake. And I'm so sorry he did that, and we've talked about that.
Okay. Tell us about your conversations about that.
Well, when he was in the hospital right after the accident, when he just looked at me and told me, "Mama, I didn't mean to hurt that girl. I didn't mean for her to die." And I know he meant that because I didn't raise him to be mean-spirited or hurt anybody in any kind of way, either verbally or any kind of a way. So, but then after that, he continued to be remorseful about that. He tried changing his life, and he did. He got more into his Bible, and he did a lot of changing, a lot of soul searching and changing of his life after that.
Okay. Do you think he's worthy of a second chance?
I think he's worthy of a second chance. I think he'd do good. I don't think anything like this would ever happen again. But yeah, I do think he's worthy of it.
You haven't read the pre-sentence report, but it wouldn't surprise you if their evaluation was that he was a low risk if he was placed on probation. Meaning that he's a candidate that would successfully complete probation. That wouldn't surprise you, would it?
Oh no, wouldn't surprise me at all.
Nothing further.
Okay.
Pass the witness, Your Honor.
Okay, may this witness be excused.
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
Is that it?
Okay. Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much for your testimony. You may have a seat. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm in all matters before the court you tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you may have a seat. Thank you. All right, counsel, you may proceed.
Excuse me, Judge, before I begin.
Yes.
Do you have our defense exhibits
No.
up there? You do not?
I do not.
Okay, well, I don't know if I should give them to you now to review, or, let me just hold on to them for a second.
Doesn't matter, whichever you prefer.
Please state your name for the record.
My name is Jatavia Skinner.
Okay, Ms. Skinner, what is your relationship to Elsie Skinner?
I'm his wife.
Okay, how long have y'all been married?
Me and Elsie have been married. We've been together for 10, engaged for 8, and we've been married for 3. It'll be 3 months in March.
Okay. But before that, you were together?
Yes.
Okay, you have 2 children together?
Yes.
You have a child from a previous marriage?
Yes, sir. And Elsie took her in when she was about 3. She was turning 4.
Let me ask you, What do you do for a living? Are you just at home?
No, I work for the Independent School District.
That's right.
Yes.
And you work in a.
I'm a supervisor over, custodian service.
Custodian service?
Yes, sir.
Now, I want you to describe what kind of husband Elsie is.
Elsie is a good husband. He's a good father. He's a good friend, son. He's a good person all around. He could come in the room, if didn't nobody know him besides this, he'll lighten up the room. He'll start praying for people. Everybody instantly will get attached to him. Because that's the type of person LC is. He's gonna come in, he's gonna make himself known. He's gonna greet himself. He's gonna come in and hug everybody, welcome everybody. LC goes to work every day, come home, he picks his kids up from school every day. Every day. He took my daughter in when he didn't have to.
Okay. So, let me ask you a couple other things about Elsie. So, if you've been together 10 years, was he in the Marines when you all first met? Or was it
No.
in high school?
I met him after the Marines.
After the
Yes.
Marines? Okay, so high school, then the Marines. How old is he today?
LC is 31.
Okay, at the time of this accident, he was 28?
He was 29.
29?
Yes.
Just turned 29?
Yes, sir.
And did you go and see him in the hospital?
Yes, sir. I got the call about 7:30 in the morning. Yes, Parkland called me about 7:30. I was already worried because usually LT call me or he texts me when he's on his way home. So when I got the missed calls and got the calls from Parkland, I instantly figured somebody did something to him. Because LC is gonna always come home and he's not gonna get behind a vehicle drinking.
Okay.
That's just not his character at all.
Okay. At the time of this tragedy, where was he working?
LC was working at DHL.
And what is DHL?
DHL is a warehouse. He was actually a manager.
Okay.
So he had employees that he looked over.
Okay. And you know now that he met Floyd Stanford at Tate's bar because Floyd had gotten in trouble at DHL or had lost his job at DHL?
I believe so.
And he was there to try and help him out?
Yes.
Now, I want to ask you something about his drinking habits and his drug use habits. Did LC, to your knowledge, have any drinking problems?
No, sir, not at all.
If he drank, was it just moderately?
If LC drank, it'll be us together. We'll either have a glass of wine and we'll be in the bed. Or, just on a normal day, he'll have a beer, playing the game. But far as going out, having multiples, I instantly knew something was wrong or someone had tampered his drink.
Right. Okay. Did you see him in the hospital?
Yes, I did, immediately. As soon as they called me, I was on my way. It was raining, I had our 3 kids. They didn't know what was going on. They didn't know if daddy was still alive or was he dead. We just knew that it was a bad accident and someone had passed.
And what was his emotional state when you saw him in the hospital?
When I walked in the room, I broke down because it was horrible. And he instantly looked at me and said, "Babe, I killed somebody." He said, "I actually killed somebody." He said, "And I am so sorry." He said, "I don't remember anything." He said, I just don't know." He said, "I don't know how this would ever just happen like this." He said, "But I killed somebody." He said, "I can't believe it." And after that, he was just in tears.
Are you aware that, in fact, the trooper had to tell him what had happened, that he didn't have any memory of what had happened?
Yes, I remember the trooper coming in, Officer Bell, the first time. They couldn't get anything from LC because he was so out of it.
Right.
And that's all I remember. I don't remember no other officers. I just remember Officer Bell because I stayed in contact with him myself.
Okay.
And I remember Officer Bell trying to get questions from him, and I remember LC saying that he needs a lawyer. no more questions, because he was already out of it. He was unconscious, he couldn't remember anything. This was the same day.
How long was he in the hospital with his injuries?
He was in the hospital for 7 days.
And after he got out of the hospital, has he had any physical disability?
Well, I had to take care of him. I was out of work for about 4 weeks. We had to go to therapy. I had to wipe him, bathe him. He couldn't do anything. I had to take care of 3 kids at that.
Then what happened? I mean, after 4 weeks, was he able to go back to work?
Well, no, he wasn't able to go back after. He wasn't able to go to work that fast. But when he healed, I say it was about 6 months, 6-7 months. So within that year span, the next year he was already back at work.
He was back at work at
Yes.
DHL?
No, he wasn't back at work at DHL. It was at another job.
Okay, and what was that job?
It was a warehouse job, produce job, I say in Wilmer.
Right,
It was physical, LC, he went to work hurting and all. Knees still hurt, back still sore, but he knew that he had to provide for his family.
and does he have 2 jobs now?
Yes, he do.
Okay, and so he works a full-time job in the warehouse?
No, LC is a manager for Healthcare Service Group Nursing Home, and his second job is a warehouse.
So he does both?
Yes.
Since the incident, the court ordered guardian interlock or smart start interlock on his vehicle, is that correct?
Yes.
And he's had that on for 2.5, almost close to 3 years, right?
Mhm.
Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Has he ever had a violation of the interlock?
No, sir.
And with regard to the thing the state keeps referring to in terms of a failed drug test, do you know what LC was using for the therapy for the pain that he still has to this day?
Yes, LC was using CB oil.
Right.
But it didn't contain anything with, it didn't say that he couldn't use it. It didn't have THC in the description. He was using it because he had back pains and his knees still hurt.
Right. And where did he get the CBD oil?
From the gas station?
Okay.
Yes.
Sold over the counter?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And this violation that the state keeps talking about only happened once, right?
Yes, because I believe he came back, I say about a week or 2 weeks ago and retook another one and he passed.
Right, negative.
Yes.
Right. Okay. Now, before I ask you what you think about what should happen to LC, you have anything to say to the family of the victims?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay, go right ahead.
I'm sorry. My heart goes out to y'all, and this is very genuine because I also have to go through this. My kids don't even know. I have to go home and tell them this about y'all daughters and y'all grandson. It's very devastating. It really is. And my apology goes out to you. Really.
So, you know your husband better than anybody else here in the courtroom.
Yes, sir.
If he didn't deserve a second chance, I guess the question is, would you ask for one?
Of course. I will plead on my knees to you, Judge, to give my husband a second chance because people only know my husband from the accident. They don't know my husband from inside. My kids, they know Daddy not coming home. He's a wonderful man, always had a job. He took my child in, my child. He didn't have to. He took her in because her dad went there and raised her to the woman that she is. They don't see Dad do anything wrong. And no, I'm not saying that. Be fair for both sides. My apology goes to the family and my husband. And do I believe he deserves a second chance? Yes, I do. Because this man don't have no background, nothing. What he did that night was a mistake. was a typical mistake. And it hurts this man every day. I have to listen to this. I have to wipe tears. All he talk about is this family. What he could do to the little boy. How could he give to the little boy? Because that's how LC is. And like I tell him, all you can do is pray. That's all we can do is pray and wish this family the goods that can come out of this. Because it's nothing that we can do. It done happened. Everything is already laid out. But far as a second chance, yes, I believe so. He done did everything that he had. He done completed everything. Bonds, AA meetings, everything, breathalyzer, everything. He's tired. He's tired. He's tired. And today is today to just lay it all out.
I didn't ask you about the AA meetings, but has he gone to AA meetings since this happened?
He did it online because the whole family caught COVID.
Right.
We all had COVID. So when he would be at work, he would be like, babe, I'll call you back. I'm finna get online. I'm finna do these AA meetings. I'm finna pray it out. You know, he would try to get everything ready for you guys, get everything ready for the court. He said, I have to have this. I have to do this. I have to get this done. And I'm like, you're absolutely right. Whatever we have to do, let's get it done. Do I need to print out something that worked for you? I mean, what can I do to help you?
But he was very religious about his attendance with AA online.
Of course.
Can I approach the witness?
Yes.
So I'm gonna show you what's been marked as defense exhibits 1, 2, and 3. Jatavia Motley, that is.
It's Skinner now.
Yes.
Yes.
That's
Yes,
you.
sir. Yes, sir.
That's the letter you wrote. And Bertha Jones.
That's my great grandmother.
Okay, she's not here today.
No, she's not.
And Daniel Hinojosa.
Yes, that was a friend of my husband. He actually stays next door to my grandparents.
Okay.
Yes.
And so they wrote, I guess we call these character letters.
Yes, they wrote those back when everything was happening, because we didn't know what was gonna happen. We just wanted to be prepared. And everybody wanted to give their character statement because everybody couldn't make it here.
Judge, we'll tender these. We've already been offered and accepted, we'll just tender them to the court.
Okay. Thank you.
Just for record purposes, this is your husband with your 3 children, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
It's Defense Exhibit 68. Defense Exhibit 69. Can you identify these people?
Yes, sir. My 2 sons, Elsie Skinner and Noah Skinner, 8 and 6.
Okay. And Defense Exhibit 70.
My daughter, Alasia Brown, she's 13.
Your Honor, for record purposes, we would like these to be photocopied so that the originals can be returned back on these 3 exhibits.
I think that'll be up to the court reporter, and with the state object to that?
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, that'll be fine. And tell me how they're marked.
70, 69, and 68.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
And I'll tender these to the court at this time.
Any further questions of this witness?
I have no further questions.
All right, state.
Thank you, Your Honor. You go by Ms. Skinner, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You mentioned earlier that your husband talks about this incident all the time.
Yes, he does.
And by this incident, we're talking about the crash, is that right?
No, he talks about Shelby and her son.
Okay. You know her son's name?
I guess it was Caden, because I've been hearing it through the courthouse.
And what does he say when he's talking about Miss Shelby and Kate?
He tells me that he feels so bad because his sons have a mother, and he doesn't.
Okay. And what about the other young lady? Since he talks about it all the time, do you know their names?
No, but he do say that he's sorry because everybody got hurt in the wreck.
Do you know exactly how many other individuals, either from him, were
Yes,
injured
it
in the
was
wreck?
4, and he made 5, I believe.
And when he's talking about everything, I'm assuming this includes the AA meetings, is that right?
Of course.
Okay. And you mentioned earlier that when he's doing the AA meetings, he'll call you and you're at work.
Well, no, I don't have to go into work until 1. So me and LC, we talk frequently if he's available. So
let me make my question very specific.
Okay.
When he's doing his AA meetings, has he been doing his meetings and called you while you're at work?
Yes.
Okay.
So let me know.
So that would mean you're not present when he's doing the AA meetings online, is that right?
No.
Okay. And so, have you ever observed him doing the AA meetings online?
No, because he's always at work at the time.
And you mentioned that he has to do them online because your whole family has had COVID, is that right?
Yes.
Now, you're aware that this incident happened almost 3 years ago, is that right?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
So has your whole family had COVID for 3 years?
No, they didn't, but he just started going. I feel about 2 years, I believe. By 2 years, he just started going to the AA meetings.
And for the 2 years, he's always just done it online, is that right?
No, he was going in until we all caught COVID.
Okay, making it clear.
Yes.
Miss Skinner, you
Yes.
seem upset.
Well, no, I'm not upset. I'm emotional.
Okay.
And I'm just trying to make sure, I'm trying to hold it together so I won't be emotional up
Okay.
here. That's it.
So do you know how many AA meetings he went to prior to doing it online?
Not exactly, but I know he let his lawyers know.
So because you guys are talking about this and he's so touched by everything that has happened, has he discussed to you just the way in which AA has impacted him?
Yes, it totally gave him a whole 360.
You know what step he's on?
No, I do not, but I know he finished everything.
Ma'am, I understand you want to go a little beyond what I'm asking, but so it's clear on the record, the question is just simply, do you know what step he's on?
No.
Excuse me, Judge, I have to interject. If she asked him, if the state asked, what step are you on, and her answer is he's completed everything, that's the correct answer.
I think
It's really not, Judge. It's what step he's on, not if he's completed every single thing. If they talk about it, I think it's fair game to delve into how much she is aware since you brought it up.
Let me just say this for both of you. The witness can answer however the witness thinks she needs to answer. Y'all
Let me
can.
just make a suggestion. We're gonna call the defendant, so maybe these questions would be better placed with the defendant.
I would like to be able to run my cross, how the state chooses, Judge, if that's okay with you.
Okay. The court is gonna consider everything that comes from the jury box. The witness stand. You two, ask your questions, give your objections, and I will rule. Please ask your next question.
Thank you. Okay. You mentioned earlier that you know the defendant better than anybody, isn't that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And so you would agree with me that the judge, because you're kind of speaking to his character today, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
The judge needs to fully understand this relationship that allows you to know him better than anybody. You'd agree that that's important to understand the relationship, isn't that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, earlier, defense mentioned something called a pre-sentencing report. Do you remember him mentioning anything about that, whether with you or the prior witness?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay. Would it surprise you that when he did that pre-sentencing report that the judge has a copy of back in October 28th of 2021, he at that time had stated he'd never been married. Would it surprise you?
Yeah, we wasn't married at that time.
In October of 2021, is
We
that right?
wasn't married, correct.
Okay. And at that time, that would have been following this particular crash, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Just a moment. Ms. Skinner, you've got to answer yes or no. You got to explain, but don't do and shake your
Yes,
head.
ma'am.
All right, thank you.
So you mentioned that you were not married or together.
We was together, but we wasn't married, ma'am.
Okay. So then would it surprise you that in this report on page 3 that the judge has, that she'll be able to read, he states, he is not in a relationship with you at this time.
Well, me and LC, we went back and forth back in the day. We was back and forth. So no, it don't surprise me because he was being honest.
Okay, my question, we're trying to figure out, are you fully being honest with all due respect? Because you
Of
said
course.
you were together.
Of course.
Okay, so you weren't together.
No.
Okay. Now, when the judge is determining the credibility to be given to you knowing him better than anybody else, you would find it important for the judge to know that you've been back and forth, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
Hey,
I'm
you
sorry
didn't
about
previously
that.
mention.
Yes.
You did not previously mention you were back and forth, did you?
No, because I really didn't think that mattered.
Okay? You just said it would be important for her to understand truly the relationship if you're going to talk about his character today. Isn't that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, you made a comment in regards to him drinking right before the accident. You said he must have been drugged. Do you remember saying that?
Yes.
Okay. And this positive UA that the state keeps bringing up, for that, it must have been due to the CBD oil. Is that right?
Exactly.
Okay. You kind of see where I'm going. It's a reason for both, right?
Okay,
But it
yes,
have
ma'am.
anything to do with bad behavior on his behalf. Is that what you're telling the court?
No.
Okay. Are you aware that CBD oil does not contain THC?
No, I do not.
Okay. Would you have any reason to believe that the judge and everybody else who's familiar with labs is very much aware that CBD oil does not contain THC?
Well, ma'am, the reason why I believe that was a false positive drug test is because he was taking the CBD oil, and when he came back, within a week, it tested negative. Why would it test negative then and test positive the first time? Something was wrong.
I understand that you're trying to recall all the reports that the judge has privy to. Are you aware that it's not actually a few weeks, that test when it was positive was from December?
Oh, no.
Okay, yeah. So,
Counsel, I got it. Move on, please.
thank you, Judge. On the night in question, I know you don't believe that your husband drank as much as the state is saying, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, but you saw him in the hospital afterwards, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You say he was in a horrible state.
Yes, ma'am.
Says he can't remember what happened.
Yes,
prior to the
ma'am.
accident. Okay. Whatever reason you believe he was in that state, he could have always called you to come get him. Isn't that right?
Exactly.
You ain't get a call that night from him, did you?
And I knew something was instantly wrong.
Now my question.
No, I did not.
Thank you. You guys currently live together?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's in Mesquite.
No, ma'am, that's in Dallas now.
At the time of the crash, it would have been in Mesquite?
Yes, ma'am.
You don't take, at that time, you wouldn't have taken a tollway heading north home to Mesquite, would you?
No, I don't know. I don't know that area.
You don't know that area?
I can't give you a yes or a no, because I don't go
Okay.
out of my area.
You don't remember telling Trooper Bell you have no idea why your husband would have been heading that way?
I don't have no idea.
Pass the witness, Your Honor.
Defense?
No further questions.
May this witness-
Witness be excused.
Yes. State?
That's correct from the statement.
All right. Thank you, ma'am, for your testimony. You may have a seat. Your next witness?
Call the defendant.
Let's go. Swear or affirm in all matters before the court, tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? All right, you may have a seat. All right, yeah, be sure that mic is right in front of you. There you go, thank you.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay, please state your name for the record.
L.C.Skinner, SKINNER.
Mr. Skinner, you're one and the same that has already pled guilty to these 5 felony charges, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. 4 of them are intoxication assault, serious bodily injury, and 1 is intoxication manslaughter.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So we're not quibbling about whether you committed these offenses or didn't commit these offenses, correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay. Now, let's talk about you. So we sort of started with high school, but let's start with how old you are, 31?
Yes, sir, I'm 31, be 32 next in April.
Okay. So tell me about high school. Were you a good student, bad student?
Graduated top 10% of my class, played 2 sports, always been active, I was in school plays also, at my time at Carter. I wasn't home much because I was always involved in something, whether it was football or it was basketball or school plays. I was always involved in something. Kept me busy, kept me away from the house, especially with the area we was living in at that time. It wasn't a great area, so I wanted to stay busy. And I also had a job at Taco Bell too, so I was doing a lot.
So let me see if I've got this straight. For high school, you're in the top 10% of your class, right?
Yes.
That means you're an A student or A, B student?
So I was an A, mostly A, some Bs.
Okay. You played 2 sports, basketball and football.
Yes.
Okay, so that's sports around the year because basketball comes right after football.
Yes.
Right? I know something about this because of my kids, but that's really 2 full-time jobs, right?
Yes, sir.
Going to school and being an athlete.
Yes, sir.
And then in addition to that, you worked at the Taco Bell to help pay for some of the stuff at home, I guess.
I used to actually give most of my check to my mom.
Right.
Because, she, tried to do everything herself. 6 kids, there's only so much she could do. So I used to keep maybe $40, I used to keep maybe $40 to myself. And I give her the rest. I'm sorry.
It's okay, LC. So, maybe this would be a good opportunity to stop for a second. Do you have anything you want to say to the family of the victims and the victims that are sitting over here?
Actually, I do.
Okay, let's do that.
Man, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm living with this every day. Like you guys are living with this. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to do this. I don't know what else to say. I pray for you guys every night. Everybody that was involved in that accident, I pray for them every night. And I ask for forgiveness, and I know if you're not ready to forgive me, that's okay. Because I made a horrible mistake that night. I regret it. So,
Okay, continue. So, upon your senior year in high school, did you have an opportunity to go to college?
I had a couple of scholarships. I had one to Youngstown State University in Ohio, Youngstown, Ohio. Didn't want to be so far away from my mom at the time, so I kind of passed on it, but at the same time, the Marine Corps recruiter was talking to me at school. So I was kind of weighing out my options. I had a couple of JUCO offers.
For those that are not familiar with AAU sports and all that, the JUCO is junior
It's
college.
junior college.
Right. Go ahead.
honestly, I wanted to do something more fulfilling in my life, and at that time, the recruiter for some reason was getting to me, you know, and I just decided to go into the Marine Corps. It seemed like the best fit for me at the time, so.
Okay, so you joined the Marine Corps, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And you served your country honorably for 4 years, is that right?
Yes, sir.
After you got out of the Marine Corps, what'd you do?
I was working at PepsiCo for a while. I worked at PepsiCo for about 5 years. From there,
Hold on just a second. I want to ask you that, all the way up to working for PepsiCo, you ever, other than a traffic ticket, I guess, you ever been arrested by the police or anything like that?
no, sir.
Never been in trouble?
No, sir.
At Carter, you knew a lot of people that were in trouble.
I had a lot of friends that's dead or in jail now.
Okay. And your path was to be opposite of that.
You had to be different because we all grew up in the same hood. I didn't have to be a product of my environment though. And I wasn't planning on being a product of my environment. I had to get away.
I understand. 5 years at PepsiCo?
Yes, sir.
What'd you do there?
I was inventory control supervisor actually. I worked my way up. I came in as a temp. From there, they hired me on 3 months after that, and then I became a lead at the gate. I wanted to get into inventory, so I got into inventory. Once I got into inventory, my supervisor left. I applied for the position, and they gave me the position. To my surprise, and I stayed for the next, I think that was 4 years after that, because it took me a year to get to that point. So the next 4 years I stayed there to that point, and from there I left. Different management group came in, and it was kind of different, and it was time for a change for myself.
Okay. So what'd you do?
Well, I did an array of things. So I wanted to start my own business. I've always been passionate about doing my own thing, being my own boss. Actually, I was about to launch my business before the accident. But of course, when the accident happened, all that was shattered. I worked, from there I went to DHL, and I worked at DHL for a while. And while I was working at DHL, I was working on launching my business, so I can work just for myself.
Okay. What did you do at DHL?
I was the operations manager.
What does that entail?
I had a total of 95 employees under me. Basically, it's different sections: inbound, outbound, shipping, receiving, dermo, which is demolition, the people who gets rid of the product. It was a 100,000 square feet warehouse, so it was huge. It's actually right outside of the Soto on South Polk. But I was working there, and basically I was trying to, like I said, I had business aspirations. I wanted to start my own business, and
What kind of business did you want to start?
Actually, it was called LPA Industries. I actually had the paperwork for it. I went and got the LLC license for it. I had to pay for it online, $600. From there, I started building up to accomplish that.
Okay. Let me just ask you, I'm not sure I understand what this business that you wanted to launch was, but is it related to inventory or warehouse?
It is shipping and receiving, selling certain parts online, warehouse type of parts online. Honestly, it's logistics, so I'll be doing the shipping for a certain company. I was actually getting out there talking to different people, trying to get contracts, and also I wanted to do the delivery, so I was in motion of buying a couple of box trucks, and also intel in that business was detailing, car detailing. So I had a friend
that did car detailing, and I told him he can be under that umbrella of LPA, you know, and you know, just do something positive, and get out there on my own.
Okay. All right. At the time that this tragedy occurred, you were working for DHL.
I was, yes.
And what was your family life like? And were you married? Not
Well,
married?
we wasn't married. We was together. Honestly, I was getting ready to buy a house. I was getting ready to buy a house so I could have more space. So when I launched my business, I had the space. I was still gonna be working at DHL until I made a return on my business. You know, everything was normal.
Okay. And you were together with?
I've been with her since I got out the Marine Corps. So I was 21 when I got out the Marine Corps, and we've been together. We had our ups and downs, of course, but we always lived together.
So the stuff you put in the probation report's accurate? But
Which one?
In your pre-sentence report where you say you weren't involved in a marriage, you weren't married? Well, I don't know.
We wasn't married. Now, what I can say about that is.
Hold on a second, Mr. Skinner, move that mic away from your mouth.
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I'm
a little
sorry.
bit more. Take a deep breath. Go ahead with your question.
At the time that you gave the information to the probation department, I guess, you were not together or you were together? I don't know.
Well, we was living together, so I wouldn't say it was a break because we was living together. We still act like a family. We were still a family. So I really can't even say. This is the honest truth. I can't really say that we wasn't together. Like, because I mean, it might say that in the report, but we wasn't together. But we was living together. I was still paying the bills. I was still supporting the family. I was still doing what I've always have done. So, I mean, it was just me telling you guys the truth about the situation we was in at the time, because this accident took a toll, not just on me, but it took a toll on my family. It took a toll on everybody. My brother, my dad, my mother. I got a lot of people that don't talk to me now because of this. And it's hurtful. But it just showed me who was really there for me and who wasn't. You know, because I made a mistake. I made a horrible mistake. I regret it. I always regret it. But like I said, that's pretty much it.
So let's talk about some other things. So you've had interlock on your vehicle since the conditions were installed, I guess April 22nd, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Have you ever had any violations or anything like that?
No, sir. I believe I had one incident where I had just put sanitizer on my hand and I blew into the breathalyzer and it went off. And it locked out for about 5 minutes, but I blew right back in it after I drove my hands off with the sanitizer, because you know it takes a while for the sanitizer smell to go away.
Yep.
And then I blew in it again, and then they passed me. So I was just hoping that wasn't a, you know.
Okay, Judge, we're gonna hand you Defense Exhibit 4 and Defense Exhibit 5. You also took the victim impact panel, is that correct?
Yes.
That approach.
Yes.
And I want to talk to you now about AA meetings. When did you start going to AA meetings?
So I started going to AA meetings. The accident happened in 2019. I say right in the beginning of the year in 2020 is when I started going. Actually, I was going in person for a while, and this is before it was court order for me to go. I started going on my own free will, just to get some insight on what was going on. And I mean, honestly, it's just something I thought I needed at the time, so that's when I started going at the beginning of 2020.
Do you have a sponsor?
I do.
What's his name?
His name is James Pickens.
Okay, and Mr. Pickens, we asked him to come today, but he didn't, right?
Yeah, he couldn't make it. He was at work. He apologized for it, but he couldn't make it. He works 2 different jobs and he does other stuff too, so.
Judge, at this time we're offered to the court, it's already been admitted, Defense Exhibit 9 through 67, records of Mr. Skinner's attendance at AA, online and in person.
Okay.
Now I want to ask you about this drug test that you took allegedly in December, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, had you been drug tested by probation before?
No, sir.
Okay, good, I guess because of COVID or whatever.
I believe so, yes, sir.
Okay. And in Defense Exhibit 6, Defense Exhibit 7, and Defense Exhibit 8, you have an explanation in Defendant 6 as to why you think the December test was positive, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And Defense Exhibit 7 is the substance that you bought at the gas station and were applying to your injuries, is that correct?
Yes.
And then Defense Exhibit 8 is a drug test that you took on February the 7th that showed that everything was negative, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So, I'm not trying to paint you as a saint. I'm certain that during your lifetime you've consumed alcohol, is that right?
Yes.
And you haven't consumed any alcohol since April the 13th of 2019, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And prior to April the 13th of 2019, would you say you were a regular drinker, a casual drinker, a heavy drinker, a moderate drinker?
I say casual, and the only reason why I would say casual is because I was too busy to even have time to partake. I was either with my wife at home, or it was never out, you know, but even when I was at home, I was working on getting my business off the ground.
Okay. With regard to drugs, I mean, obviously you don't take heroin or cocaine or methamphetamine or amphetamine, do you?
No.
Okay. In the pre-sentence report, it says that you said that you had smoked marijuana, is that correct?
I have before, and that's the honest truth, I have. I say it was maybe 3 weeks before that incident happened.
Right.
I did partake. It was one time.
Were you a regular partaker?
No, sir. No, sir, it wasn't my thing. It's just, no.
Okay. Your Honor, we're tendered to the court, Defense Exhibit 6, 7, and 8.
Thank you.
So the night in question, April 13th or April 12th actually, you were at work that day, is that correct?
Yes, I just got home from work, fixed my kids something to eat. We started watching movies for a while. Do you want me to go over the events, or?
Well, I know that you have partial memory, so I want you to tell me what you think the judge would like to hear about this incident.
From my recollection,
yeah.
I got home from work, I fixed my kids something to eat, we started watching movies, my boys, they wanted to play, of course they was younger then, so I was playing with them with their cars, And from there I went to my bedroom because my wife, that was later on that night, I took my kids in. And my wife was getting ready to come home because she goes to work later. She got off around 9:55, maybe 10 o'clock. So I, basically was prepping for her to come home. It was a movie on Netflix, actually, we was gonna watch that night. And that I do remember, can't remember what it was called, but it just came out, and we were gonna watch that movie.
Okay.
And, from there, I got a text message from Floyd, and
Floyd who?
Floyd Stanford.
Okay, who is he?
He's the gentleman that I was at the bar with.
Okay.
I got a text message from him, and he was like, "Hey, what are you doing?" And I told him I was just at home chilling, and he told me that he got let go. And I asked him for what, but I knew why he got let go.
Did he work at DHL too?
He did. He was a lead. He was one of my leads. But that day I wasn't aware he got let go. Okay, so I heard a rumor, somebody told me that, somebody got let go. I didn't know who until Floyd texted me and said, "Hey, they let me go." And of course, I wasn't sure about the details, but he was like, "Hey man, I just wanna hang out and just, if you don't mind." Man, I said yeah, but I was skeptical at first. My wife came home. I was skeptical because I got dressed. I left the house, came back home, because I didn't leave the parking lot. I came right back in the house, and I kind of sat on the bed and looked around, and I said, "I'ma go." And she was looking at me like, "Are you okay?" I said, "Yeah, I'm fine. I'm not sure if I want to go or not." And of course, since everything that transpired, I shouldn't have went. I shouldn't have went at all. I should have stayed at home with my wife. But I told my wife, "Hey, babe, I'm gonna be gone for maybe an hour or two. I won't be gone long. So once I get back, we can watch the movie. You're off tomorrow. I'm off tomorrow. We just spend a day together." She said, "Okay." So I jumped in the car. I think I left my wallet. I went right back to the house, right back upstairs, and grabbed my wallet. And like I said, it was a weird feeling, but that whole day was a normal day for me. Go to work, come home, interact with my kids, with my old lady. It was a normal day. So I didn't think really too much of it. I got down to the tape bar, and from there, Floyd brought me in through the back door. Because the bartender in the back, he said, "I know the bartender." And he said, "We could just come through the back door." And I said, "Okay," because when I first came, I came through the front, and he was sitting at the bar, but he was like, "Hey, don't come through the front anymore, go through the back." And I said, "Okay." He said, "If you need anything, you wanna go outside to your car or anything like that, just go downstairs to the back door, cause we got access." And I said, "Okay." So I sat there and I consumed a drink with him. We was talking, I opened up a tab. From there, it was a young lady that was walking up in our direction from my right side, and I kind of looked over, and he said, "I know the girl," and I said, "Okay," and he said, "I'm gonna take her home," and I kind of looked at him crazy, like, "Dude, like, what are you doing? I thought we were supposed to be here hanging out." And he said, "Hey man, just wait for me, and I'll be right back." I sat at the bar. His friend was behind the bar, and from there, his friend gave me another drink. I went and used the restroom. I came back because they had a restroom guy. I don't know what you call those guys. They give you tissue and stuff like that. So,
Can I stop you for a second and ask you a question?
yes.
Do your knowledge, was Floyd engaged at that point in time?
Yeah, he was. He sent me a
Had a
wedding.
fiance?
Yeah, I had a wedding invitation to go to his wedding, me and my wife.
Okay.
She was my plus one.
Let me stop both of y'all right now. Please move on, please.
So, Floyd left, is that right?
Yeah, and
Okay, but I'm just going fast, okay?
Mr. Eisenberg, let me say this though, because I want this to be clear on the record. I'm not necessarily asking you to go fast. I want each of you to try your cases as to what you seem is appropriate. My issue is this: I don't need to hear about Floyd and Floyd's wedding. I don't need to hear about him having a fiance. I don't care about that. What I care about is what happened with this young man the night of this accident.
Right.
So go right ahead.
Well, you heard Detective Bell say that he thought you were lying about this girl being there, right?
Yes.
Okay. The girl really was there?
Yes, she was.
Okay. So after Floyd and the girl left, what happened? You waited around for a while?
Yeah,
Come back?
yes, sir. I went outside, down the back, because they told me to go down back. Went outside for a minute. I moved my car because my car was parked all the way down the street. So I moved my car closer, and I went back up, and honestly, I was getting ready to leave. I kind of blanked out. Like, I'm gonna be honest with you. Once I left, came back in, I went to the restroom, I came back, I drank some of my drink, I blanked out. I woke up in the hospital. It's what I remember. I don't remember anything after that. Or in between, what happened in between, what type of drinks I consumed. I don't know. I really don't know. I don't remember anything. You know, that's odd to me, but I don't know. I really don't.
Okay. Would it have been out of character for you to consume a lot of alcohol?
No, I was just gonna have 2 drinks and leave.
Okay. And when you were in the hospital, how long were you there? A week?
I was there for, I don't know, I was there for about a week. I was out of it. Like, I didn't even know what day it was. I just had seen the clock. I didn't know. My mind wasn't on any of that.
Do you remember any of your conversations with Detective Bell or Detective?
I only recall one conversation I had, and that was with Officer Bell.
Officer Bell?
I had one conversation with him that I recall, and I kind of came to, and he was sitting there, and
okay.
we started talking, and once we talked for a while, he asked me how many drinks did I consume, and I told him I really can't recall. I said it was a couple of beers though. I said, but honestly I can't recall. From there, I can't really recall what else he asked me, but I asked for a lawyer right after that. Because it just felt like, trying to get me wind up and saying certain things that I didn't know about. I had no idea. So I said it'd be better for me not to say anything because I don't know. And that's why I asked for a lawyer. And then that's the only officer I remember talking to. Officer Swanson, I have no recollection of even talking to this guy. I don't know how he looked. I wouldn't be able to pick him out of a lineup. I don't know how he looked.
Are you asking the judge to give you probation in this case?
I would like probation, but I mean, somebody lost their life. Some people got hurt. The Ramos. I'm so sorry. Everybody involved. I'm so sorry. Man, I never thought I'd be sitting in this seat. And I see it. I never thought I'd be here. Because the way I lived my life, I didn't live my life any type of way but to be the best man I could be. Because I seen my mama struggle all my life. And I didn't want to put my kids or my wife through that. So I did whatever I could to live a life to where they won't need for anything if I had to get it. I had the means to get it. I never thought I'd be here. But I am. I'm willing to face that. And like I said to the family, I'm so sorry. I don't know what else to say.
Pass the witness.
State.
Thank you, Judge. Mrs. Skinner, you said a couple of times now during the wreck that your memory was a little hazy that night, and I think at one point you even said you blanked out. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
But you keep repeating that you know how many drinks you had at the Tate's bar, right?
Yes, ma'am. Well, that's the last drink I recall drinking. Was the second drink. And I didn't drink all that. I drank maybe half of it, put it down, and like I said, after that, I'm waking up in the hospital. I don't remember anything else.
Okay.
Honestly.
Now, we've heard a couple of different facts about the drinks you had, so let's be very specific so we know.
Absolutely.
You had 1 beer, 2 beers. How many beers did you have?
It should have been, from my recollection, it was 2.
And
From my recollection.
And it was 2 beers.
It was 2. It was 2. Okay, so I had a beer and I had a mixed drink, I believe. That was the second drink, but like I said, I don't even know what I was drinking. I know I had a beer, for a fact. The second drink is like kind of hazy because, like I said, I went to the restroom, came back.
Let me ask a very direct question. So now we're at 1 beer and a mixed drink.
Yeah.
You would have ordered that mixed drink, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, what type of mixed drink was it?
It should have been Crown.
Crown.
Some type of Crown drink. Yeah.
Okay, was it straight? Was it, or you said it was
Crown and
mixed?
Coke.
Crown and Coke, okay. Now, earlier you said you're a casual drinker, right?
Yes.
Okay, so after 1 beer and presumably the Crown and Coke, typically, would you think it was okay for you to drive?
Honestly, yeah, I believe I would be sober.
Okay. How long, let me back up. You mentioned you were coming from your home. Is that in Mesquite?
That was in Mesquite at the time.
Okay. And so then you drove to Uptown to Tate's, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. How long of a drive is that?
It took me about 25 minutes to get there.
Okay. So you knew you were going to be going from Mesquite to Uptown, or roughly 25 minutes to a bar to console your friend. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So you anticipated you were going to drink alcohol?
Yes.
Okay. Never crossed your mind at that moment to maybe take a ride share?
Well, at that moment, I had, honestly.
This is a yes or no. Did it cross your mind to take a ride share?
Did it cross my mind to take a ride share?
Yeah.
No, it didn't.
Okay. Now, when you got to the bar and met Floyd, right?
Yes.
How long were you and Floyd at the bar before this young lady came by that he knew?
Maybe, we was there for maybe, I don't know, maybe 30 minutes to 45 minutes, somewhere in between there.
Okay. And in that 35 to 45 minutes, is that when you had the 1 beer?
I only had 1 drink.
Crown?
I only had 1 drink.
Excuse me just a minute, Mr. Skinner. You gotta let her finish her question.
Yes.
I want you to hesitate just a minute and then answer. Our court reporter's taking all this down. She can't take both of y'all, and you're interrupting her. So just hold on. Go right ahead.
In that time frame before the young lady came up that Floyd left with, that 35 minutes to 45 minutes, how many drinks did you drink in that time frame?
It should have been 1.
Should have been 1, was 1?
It was 1.
Was 1. Which one was it, the beer or the mixed drink?
It was the beer.
Now, you mentioned a minute ago on the reg that after Floyd left with that young lady, you left, right? Or you went to your car?
No, I went to my car for a minute, and then I came back up, because I had access to the back stairs.
Okay, let's stop right there for a second. When you were on direct a minute ago, you said, I'm looping it together, make sure I have it right.
Okay.
You mentioned that before going to your car, you had just had the beer.
Mm-hmm.
Hadn't had the mixed drink yet, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay?
Hold
Now
on,
you said
hold
yes
on,
or no.
hold on.
I'm sorry.
You have to answer. You got to answer out loud.
Yes.
Okay. What type of beer? Corona, canned beer, what kind of beer? What did it look like?
It was a lager, I think. Maybe it might have been Guinness.
Guinness, okay. And you had drank that beer, because that's what you just told us, right?
Yeah, I was drinking on that beer.
Okay.
It took me a while to finish it. I'm just being candid as I can.
I'm not trying to trip you up, we're just trying to be clear on the record, because you say at some point you come back and you blank out. You don't remember anything. So
Mhm.
I wanted to be very clear on the record which drink you had before you blanked out, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you had the one beer,
Yes.
and now it's not that you had it, you had been sipping on it before going to the car, is that right?
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay, had you finished it?
I just about finished it. When I came back, I didn't drink any more of it. That's when I ordered the mixed drinks. The
Okay.
mixed drink.
So you had the one beer that you had just about finished.
Yeah, I just about finished it.
Floyd and the young lady leave.
Yes,
You go out to your car.
yes,
You come back
yes.
and you started feeling.
I went to the restroom,
Okay.
came back out, and I ordered the Crown and Coke.
You ordered the Crown and Coke.
Yes.
Okay. Help us understand when you started to not remember things. Was it after you finished the rest of the beer, or was it when you started drinking the Crown and Coke that you ordered from the bartender?
Honestly, what I can recall is I drank some of the Crown and Coke. I drank maybe half of it, and from there, from my recollection and the accident, that's all I recall before that accident.
Okay.
And that's the honest truth. I don't know what else happened.
That's
wouldn't
okay.
be able to
We're
tell
still
you.
on the drinks though. You yourself ordered the Crown and mixed drink from the bartender,
I did.
and you saw him hand you your drink. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And after you finished your drink, did you leave again to the bathroom before you left that Crown and Coke?
No.
Okay.
I don't think I did.
Okay. Now, at the start of your direct, your counsel said, we're not gonna quibble over whether or not you committed this offense, right? Because you've already pled guilty, correct?
I did.
So you're here today to take ownership of what you did, isn't that right?
Yes.
Okay. So with the understanding that you had a beer you had pretty much drank that one, and before you ordered the mixed drink, you're not sitting here in court today trying to tell us that somebody drugged you, right?
No, I'm not sure what happened that night, but no, I'm not trying to.
No, you're not saying that, right?
No.
Okay. Because as a matter of fact, you know that no drugs came back in your system, isn't that right?
That's true.
Okay. Now, you heard us talk about the CBD oil that you use, right?
Yes, yes.
Okay. But again, you're here taking ownership. So are you still telling us that there was THC in the CBD oil?
It could have been in that CBD oil. I've been using it for the past 2.5 years, almost 3 years. Right after the accident, I started buying it.
Okay.
And I started using it.
Let me ask you straight out. Had you smoked marijuana following this accident?
No.
Okay. So then you are saying it must have been THC in the CBD oil.
It had to be something along those lines because I didn't understand how it was even in my system. I wanted to retake the test and they said I couldn't. So I just
And
left.
sticking with you saying that you're still here to take ownership of what happened,
Yes.
you had mentioned that prior to this you were a casual drinker, right?
Yes.
Okay? And I think you said in response to smoking marijuana, since then, no sir, you didn't smoke, right?
Since then, yeah, I haven't.
Okay? And prior to that, right, let's say January to April of 2019, were you smoking marijuana?
Once.
Just
I did
one time?
I did one time. It was maybe about 2.5, 3 weeks before this accident.
Okay.
But other than that, no, I wasn't a smoker either. Like I had too much going on.
Too much going on to be a smoker and too much going on so you were a casual drinker, isn't that right?
Yes.
Okay, but do you also recall that you said that you knew you needed some type of substance abuse help?
Yeah, and the reason why I said that, I will give an answer to that.
Yes,
The reason why I said that because everything that transpired in this accident, and it made me feel bad for me not to know what happened because I've never, ever been to the point where I didn't know what happened or what was going on around me. And I always was responsible in that life. But I never, it's kind of scared me when I figured out what happened in this accident transpired, and I can't recall. So that's why I was like, well, maybe I might need some help. I mean, I do whatever it takes. You know, if I need some help, I do the classes. I do whatever it takes.
I understand why you want to go a little bit beyond, but let me make sure it's clear on the record. The question is, you specifically said you needed substance abuse help. Not therapy, not grief counseling, not trauma help. specifically substance abuse help. You recall that, correct?
Yes, I recall it.
Okay, thank you. You agree with me that when your family is here and you're here, hoping for a second chance, the judge has to believe that you, when the things that you say on this stand, she has to believe that, correct?
Yes.
Okay, that you are gonna be someone she could possibly trust to put on probation, isn't that right?
Absolutely.
Because she has to be able to believe that you are going to adhere to the requirements potentially of probation, isn't that correct?
Absolutely. Got
Okay.
too much to lose.
Correct. And so that's why I'm spending a little bit of time trying to understand why you would ask specifically for substance abuse help if you were a casual drinker and had only smoked weed one time.
Because that night scared me. For me not to know what happened, it was a scary moment in my
It's
life.
not
so
because you
I
perhaps
don't
had
know.
smoked more than just one blunt or more than one time prior to April.
No, it was more so of alcohol help.
Okay.
It wasn't, if it was substance, I might have misspoke or said that. I mean, like I said, I was thinking more on the lines of alcohol.
Okay, let's stick with the alcohol,
To be
right?
honest with you.
You were asking for alcohol help, not because you had drank more than just a beer and a Crown and mixed drink.
Yes.
Okay. Since the incident, you talked about how you attended AA meetings, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Is that something you would want to continue if judge gives you the opportunity to be on probation?
I will continue.
Okay. So it's been impactful in your life?
Yes, it has. I've met a lot of great people.
And how often are you attending AA meetings?
I used to do it for 3 times a week, until I caught COVID when I was at an AA meeting, and then I started doing it twice a week.
Is that twice a week online?
Well, yeah, that's when I went online twice a week. Should be twice. It was sometimes I maybe did 3 times, but it was twice.
I'm sorry, so it's twice a week now online, I'm sorry.
And now that I'm doing it twice a week online now.
Okay. And are you working your steps in that program?
In AA, yes.
What step are you currently on?
The 12th step.
The final step?
Yes.
What step is that?
I think it's service. If I'm not, yeah, I believe it's service.
Do you know for sure? Because you've been doing this program
Service.
now for a couple of years, right?
Service.
And what does that mean?
Well, since I went through all the steps, I took ownership to being, I would say, an alcoholic, as they would say. Because for me to blank out like that, it kind of scared me. So I had to take ownership of not knowing what happened, and I have to work the steps to figure out where I can be a better person at. So I met service, which is the last step, I believe.
So ownership is what you interpret the 12th step of service to be. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
I took ownership.
And that's what you believe the 12th step is?
Well, service, of course, yeah. But at the same time, that was the biggest thing that I had an issue with when I first went to AA, because I honestly just didn't understand how I can go down, get to that point. So yeah, service to the community, and of course to myself and to the family members that lost somebody and was hurt in that accident.
Ms. Lewis, your next question.
Yes, Judge.
He's right about step 12. Your next question.
Who's your current sponsor, Mr.
His name is James Pickens.
And how often do you have a chance to reach out to Mr. Pickens?
We talk every week, actually.
And officially, how long have you been sober?
I've been sober for a total of 2 years, 10 months. I believe it should be 3 weeks and 3 days.
How long has your sponsor been sober?
He's been sober for over 25 years.
witness, Your Honor.
Okay, defense?
Nothing further.
All right. Sir, you may have a seat. Your next witness, sir.
Your Honor, the defense rests.
Any rebuttal from the state?
State rest, Your Honor.
All right, both sides rest and close.
Rest and close, Judge.
Argument?
Your Honor, I'd like to reserve. Thank you.
All right, brief argument, Mr. Eisenberg.
I'm sorry, you said brief argument, is that right?
Yes.
Judge, I don't really have the right words, because this case is, in my experience, extremely unique. It's very unusual to have someone that has never before had an interaction with law enforcement be in front of a court with this kind of serious offense. I've tried to portray to the court the fact that this is actually a fairly exceptional young man, to me, young man, and fairly exceptional. High school, could have gone the other way, as so many of our children do in the school system. Could have been a criminal, could have been a drug dealer, could have been a lot of things. Instead, he was a football player, top 10% of his high school class, a basketball player, a good son, working and giving his paycheck to his mother to help support the family. He had an opportunity to go to Youngstown State, didn't want to be away from his mother, had an opportunity to play junior college, and opted instead to join the Marines, where he was for 4 years and honorably discharged. After out of the Marines, he met his wife, and together they have helped raise the 13-year-old daughter that was about 3 when they met. He's had a 8-year-old and a 6-year-old son with this woman. She's a good person, and by all accounts, this would be someone that we would be proud to have as a friend, someone that we'd be proud to have as a neighbor, someone that we'd be proud to know. Now, on the other hand, you know, when we talk about the crime, we've got loss and irreparable harm. I mean, I have children, I don't know what, you know, if it were my child that I've lost, I have one that's 25, one that's 21. I don't know if I would recover, and I don't know what I'd be up here in the court asking the judge to do. The only thing I can tell you is that when we talk about punishment, you know, in these cases, as I recall my days, we talk about vengeance, and hopefully as a civilization we're a little bit past vengeance, and we talk about retribution, and then we talk about rehabilitation. And I can tell you in my 40 years that we have gone from vengeance in the criminal justice system to rehabilitation. And I can think of no one that has done more to rehabilitate themselves from a standpoint of what the tragedy was that put him here in the first place. He's by all accounts a great father, a great husband, a great son, a great brother. And for the life of me, Judge, I don't really know what to tell you. The right thing to do in this case. And from the bottom of my heart, I wished I wasn't here. I wish this family over here was not here. And I wish that this family over here wasn't here. And all I can say is, if anybody ever deserved a second chance, it would be somebody like Mr. Skinner. Because there's no malice in his heart, there's no evil intent, and if we let this one break in what we would call a perfect or exemplary life, you know, I don't know. So, made it short, and I have left it to the court.
Thank you. Closing.
Thank you, Judge. I will also try to be as brief as possible, and we agree with defense. We certainly don't envy the position that you're in, Judge. And we also agree that the court system has moved towards rehabilitation. But for those individuals we can trust to follow the program and stay out of trouble. For those individuals that we believe are capable of believing or hearing something today to lead us to believe that they're going to follow the steps and go to the program and do what this court orders them to do. Quite frankly, Judge, and unfortunately enough, because there's enough sadness on both sides to go around, the state doesn't believe that anything has been presented that the court should trust that this person is a good candidate, that the defendant should be on probation. For starters, and just as of today, as serious as this matter is, the defendant can even make it back on time per your order and is facing a current sanction. If ever you want to impress this judge that you're going to do what she tells you to do, maybe on the day of your open plea, get your butt back here on time and don't have to get lectured about it. Now, in addition to that, Judge, I think it's fair because he decided to take the witness stand that we look at credibility, not only of him, but also of the individuals coming to say he's somebody worthy of probation. And it may seem something to quibble about or something small. But if you're going to have your wife take the stand and say that she knows you better than anybody, you shouldn't take the stand and tell a lie. Do you know him as well? Or can the judge trust your word that he's going to do right when you tell us you've been together the whole time, but then you say you haven't? Then you say you're together, then you're not. The defendant couldn't clear it up. In the grand scheme of things and everything that everyone has faced in the courtroom today, it seems small, but not when we're trying to determine if we can trust you. Can we trust you that you're not still making excuses? Because excuses don't say you're ready to be on probation. All we've heard from this defendant is his interlock locked him out because of the hand sanitizer. The CBD oil is why his test came back positive, because it must have had THC in it. First we heard from the trooper, it was he didn't drink it all. Then he had one beer. This is the first time we've ever heard that it was one beer and it was a drink. And that's after he was pushed to take ownership like his counsel said he was trying to do. That's too many coincidences. When you have too many, it's not a coincidence. That's the evidence that we have that speaks to his character. That's the evidence the court has to determine whether or not he's someone who can be trusted on probation. And it's sad and it's unfortunate. I'm not going to lie about that. But quite frankly, your behavior today, defendant, and your behavior and even owning and telling the truth today does not give a vote of confidence that you're going to do right. And we, quite frankly, the court doesn't have anybody else to rely on to go to his character that he's going to be someone who's going to behave. We already know we couldn't trust what his wife had said. His father doesn't see him that often. And I'm grateful to his family for being honest. His brother was honest, but he doesn't see him as often. There really isn't anybody presented today with credible information to say he's going to do right, Judge. And I think for what it's worth, just to wrap it up, this is a huge, huge impact to our families. My God, they did everything right to avoid a tragedy. Everybody did it. From our Lyft driver who drives at night to try to keep people safe, to Miss Sanders who ordered a Lyft. Our defendant decided he was going to drive from Mesquite, Texas, all the way to Uptown to a bar and didn't think to do what our victims did. And it would have made all the difference. They did it, and it still ended in tragedy because it takes one person not to do the right thing. It didn't matter that Miss Sanders ordered a Lyft. It didn't matter that Miss Cox decided that she was going to set everything on speed control just to keep these girls safe, because he's the only one in this room today that made a poor choice. We have families on both sides who will be forever impacted. It requires he show us something more than he did today, that he's going to do right on probation. The state is asking for a prison sentence of 15 years. Thank you.
All right, let me say this to everybody. This is probably one of the hardest sentencings I'm going to have to do. And let me tell y'all why. Let me tell y'all what we usually see in here. I don't know if any of y'all are up here very regularly other than those as a part of the court personnel. We see really heinous crimes. Last trial, just last month, guy kills a young lady he met on the internet in his parents' house, puts her in a suitcase and takes her to a dumpster. That's what we see in here. The type of crimes and types of things we say with people holding guns up to people's heads, putting it inside their mouths. You know, we see substance abuse issues, mental health issues. We see any and everything here. You know, I see people that are troubled, whether it's them doing something that's made themselves troubled, or it's just by virtue of how they are, how they were brought up, that they're homeless, that they have, you know, issues of trauma and so many different things. I wish I had all the answers, and I don't. But I'm going to tell you guys this. This is where the law comes into balance. Because I can tell y'all now, neither one of y'all are going to be happy when I give my sentence. And I'm talking about the balance between the spirit of the law and the letter of the law, which is two totally different things. You know, I'm looking at a man who has never had a case in his life, and we're going back to juvenile. Neither juvenile nor adult. He has never been arrested. And y'all know for a young black man, that is very unusual. And everybody should be able to agree on that point. He's a veteran, former Marine. Let me clarify one thing. CBD oil does have THC in it. Not all of it, but he was taking the full spectrum. Full spectrum has a very small amount of THC. So if y'all have to take a drug test, don't do CBD oil. So this is a man with 3 years of no violations on his interlock device. I don't know if y'all know how some people can't get out of here 2 months but have 10 violations on their devices. All right, let me have the finish thing. So you have already been found guilty. Let me clarify one thing too. In your documents, there's a document called the Trial Court Certification of Your Right to Appeal. And I see that the previous judge that did your first half said that you don't have a right to appeal. This is not an agreed plea, so you do have a right to appeal. I want you to understand that on all your cases. Is that correct? Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. In cause number F1949173, the intoxication manslaughter, your punishment will be 5 years confinement in the Institutional Division of the Texas Department of Criminal Justice. Is there any legal reason why a sentence should not be imposed at this time?
None, Your Honor.
It is an order, judgment, decree of the court should be taken by the Sheriff of Dallas County, turned over to the agent of the Institutional Division of the Texas Department of Criminal Justice, where you be confined for a period of 5 years until the sentence of this court has been otherwise discharged in accordance with law. Your sentence will begin today, and you will receive credit for your back time. In cause numbers F1949174, F1949175, F1949176, and F1949177, which are all the intoxication assault charges. The court finds evidence sufficient to prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt and finds you guilty of that offense, assesses your punishment at 5 years in the Institutional Division of the Texas Department of Criminal Justice. Is there any legal reason why a sentence should not be imposed at this time, counsel?
None, Judge.
You're sentenced to 5 years confinement. However, the court will probate your sentence for a term of 10 years. So let me tell you what that means, what I have just done. You're going to go to the pen for 5 years. When you get out, you're going to still be on probation. Because I do believe that rehab can help you, but this is the other issue that I run into. Your report says you don't need any rehab. You're one of the lowest level offenders that we have in here. I think the AA meetings will be fine. I do think you need to still work on your steps. You're not at the end when you get to step 12. When you get to step 12, it's time for you to go back around to step 1. You need to make at least 4 meetings a week when you get out. Looks like your sponsor does meet the requirements, having 5 years clean, and they have a sponsor of their own. So anything further from either counsel?
Nothing further from the state.
Nothing further, Judge.
Okay. That concludes this hearing. Sir, you can go with the bailiffs.
Judge, we do have victim impact.
Ah, is that right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Nobody told, y'all didn't tell me that.
Sorry, Judge, I spoke too soon. I think we have one person.
All right. Deputy White, Deputy Stroud, just let me know whenever y'all are done. Look like we're about to have a victim impact. Ma'am, you can go ahead and have a seat. All right, so while they're getting him situated, let me say this to everybody that's in here. You can have a seat, man. You can have a seat. No cussing. No threatening. Please be respectful to the court and everybody else that's in here. Please. All right. Step back just a few. I know you're probably blocking some folks. Just step back just a bit.
Sorry, guys.
That's okay. All right, ma'am.
Thanks, Judge. You can remove your mask and you can state your name and then you can just proceed with the statement that you want to make.
Okay. My name is Chastity Silverman Williams, better known as CC Silverman. I was Shelby Stevens' sister. Shelby was my business partner. We're 15 years apart. This is unfair for both sides of the coin. I have been tasked by God to pray for you. I can't do nothing but just call your name out. I can't ask God to bless you. I can't say anything other than God, you know, and I leave it as such. She was my best friend. We worked together every day. We talked every morning. When I got off work, sometimes if she left the salon early, when I get home, she in my bed with Katie. You know, like really, you know. She didn't get a chance to see her nephews graduate. She didn't get a chance to see her nephews get scholarships to go to college. She wasn't here for that. If you Google her name, it comes up as Shelby the Slayologist, and the level of impact she had in the beauty industry, not just to our family, but to people all over the world. She traveled. She got a chance to work with celebrities. There was a little bit said about who she was, but she was a phenomenal young stylist, and she was growing. Her influence was growing. These young ladies she worked with, they were all working hard towards something. They were out having a good time that night, but she was a Christian young lady. She loved the Lord, and she exuded that even from behind her chair to the young women that she had the opportunity to minister to. And I have to believe if my sister was here, she would say, forgive them so you can move on. And because I'm a Christian, I have to forgive you. It is the hardest thing I'll ever have to do. But I would do it because I want to be right in God's eyes. And I want to see my sister again. The blessed part is that you get just to see your children. You will leave, and your children will see you walk up the door, or walk up the walkway one day. Caden will never have. His mommy was his light, it was his world. When we got off work, and she come up the walkway, he would light up. And he doesn't light up anymore. He's the bravest young man I ever known in my life. For a 6-year-old, I have to sit in this courtroom and hear everything. Your children are hidden from this right now, but this is his reality. My prayer is that you will find atonement in Christ and know just as we all are forgiven, that forgiveness belongs to you as well. My prayer is that during your time that God will begin to heal and that you will be delivered and that you will walk out with a greater testimony than what you're going in. My prayer is for your family to live on beyond this. My prayer is for my family as well. And I want to thank everyone that investigated, that took the time to get to know my sister just by the stories that we've shared, but she was so much more. She has so much more to do. That's all I have to say.
Thank you very much. You got a second person?
Yes,
Got second person, got two people. Have a seat, Defendant.
We have, Mr. Stevens, your
Come on up, Mr. Stevens. You may have a seat. Yes, sir.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go right ahead.
These are just bullet points.
Sure.
I had so we can forget.
Sure.
I'm just gonna get straight to it.
Okay.
March 3rd is my grandson's birthday, which you know is just a matter of days away, which is another birthday that he will have to spend without his mother. Another birthday that he would have to spend without his mother because of negligence. You, after 5 years, will get to spend another birthday with your son, and your daughter, your mother, your father, your brother, and your siblings. We don't get that. We do not get that. We do not get that chance. You get 5 years of going away. We have a lifetime of no more Shelby. A lifetime of no more Shelby. Just like you want to protect your daughter, I wanted to protect mine, but I wasn't able to. I wasn't able to protect my daughter, which is a father's thing to do, is to protect their child. You took that away from me. You took that away from me from not being able to protect my child. I got April 13th, which will forever be sketched into my life, into my family's life. Mother's Day, etched into our lives for the rest of our life. Caden doesn't get any more Mother's Day. Angela, everybody in my family doesn't get any more Mother's Day to say Happy Mother's Day, Shelby. We don't get that, but you do. 5 years? Okay. I don't get her smile, her voice, say, Daddy, I love you, Happy Father. I don't get it. Not from Shelby. Not from Shelby. Not from Shelby. Hear what I'm saying. Not from Shelby. Yes, I may still get it from my son. Yeah, I still get it from my family member, but I don't give it from Shelby because you took that away from us. You, Mr. L.C. C. Skinner, took that away from us. We don't get that. Hear me clearly. We don't get that. I'm not at a point of forgiveness. I'm not, and I'm sorry. That's something I have to deal with my God about. But at this point, I'm not at that point where I can forgive you. This is a healing process. My whole family is trying to heal. Trying. We're having to go to therapy. We're having to take medication. We're having to deal with just the loss of having to have Caden to understand his mother is no longer here. Because of you, L.C. Skinner. Understand, my grandson is just about to turn 7. Just 7. He was 4 when his mother was taken away from him. So think about the lifetime that he has to go without his mother. You spoke about the things that your mother went through with you. The struggles that she made. But she made those struggles with you. Caden don't get those struggles. He don't get the success stories. He doesn't get all that. Thankfully, He has a grandmother, 2 grandmothers, a grandfather, family, a aunt, a cousins that can help guide him. But there's no guide like a mother's guide. He has his father, but there's no father, the father that he has, okay? Yeah, he can guide, but you know, as having a mother, ain't nothing like that mother's guide. Ain't nothing like L.C. Skinner, ain't nothing like a mother's guide. And his guide is gone. Memories lost for my whole family. My ex-wife's side of the family, my side of the family, her friends who are here, her colleagues who are here. That's all gone. Gone. Out of respect for Judge Mays, I won't be disrespectful. I'm going to hold my head up. I'm going to speak clearly to you, and I want you to hear me. You've ruined our lives. You've taken away something that we cannot get back. But in 5 years, you be back. The time when you got out the hospital, you've been living your best life. Living your best life with your family, with your daughters, with your wife, with your whole family. We've been without. From the time, April 13th or whatever time frame you made that impact, because she, as you heard, she was dead on scene. So from that point forward, we had no more shelter. But you still got your family. I've struggled with anger that I still have, and I'm asking God, please help me with this, because it's hard. Like I said before, I sympathize with any parent who has to lay their child to rest, who may be done with cancer or something long term, but when it's a sudden impact that you don't have preparation for, it's different. It's different. It's times I go into my house and I be wanting, or even when I pick up my cell phone, I want to call Shep because I still have her phone number in my cell phone. I can't call her. I can't say nothing. But you still got yours. Judge, thank you. I'm not going to take up much more this time, but this, I wanted you to hear from a father's point of view.
Right, I understand.
Not being able to protect your child is a hurt feeling that I got to deal with this hurt feeling for the rest of my life. Because I sometimes think, did my daughter call out for me? Did she say, Daddy, help? Luckily, Miss Sanders was the one to tell me, Mrs. Stevens, I just want to give you a little bit of peace. Shelby was asleep.
Thank you, sir, for your honesty. All right. Now, you may go with the bailiffs. Family, y'all hold on just a second. Let him kind of clear out. The family of the deceased, I am so sorry for your loss. So very sorry. My words, anybody else's words, are not going to help you or give you any comfort. But I just want to let you all know that we understand what has gone on. Please continue to get the help that you need. There are some of you, especially with, some of you that testified today. Oh my gosh, these are going to be lifelong issues, and everybody else has PTSD behind all of it. So you're not just talking about the victims. You're talking about the victim's family, the cousins that had to come up from Houston, or that you had to go to Houston. It affects everybody. And I think people don't think about that. It affects everybody. Caden's the closest to it, but we're talking about everybody else. You're probably talking, it's how many of y'all in here? 5, 10, 15, 20, maybe a little over 20. You're talking about probably 100 people at least. And that's just on your side. That doesn't even include what's on this side. That's a whole nother issue, that has to be dealt with. When it was none of y'all didn't do any of this, but you were affected by it. So I just want to let you all know that you will be in my thoughts and prayers. If there's anything the court can do, I'm sure hoping that you all have, I didn't see a victim services person in here, you all have them connected with them? All right, that you all can get whatever services that might be provided through them. And if there's anything that I can do, please let me know. But thank you all so much, and I appreciate your respect and honesty with everything that you all did today. All right, so thank you all. This session is concluded. Yes, everybody may be excused. Miss Sharina, you okay over there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.